Hey, thanks, Em, and hey, Michelle. I haven't seen you in ages here. Nice to see you. So I just logged on a little while ago. I was doing stuff in the morning, and so I got the impression this is kind of some of the stuff. There is some F-16 news as well, but kind of in the last 2 hours, unless I read that wrong. Does anybody like? Does that sound like about the right time frame within the last 2 hours?
I haven't seen that, Latin. So if you would like to expand on this and just bring it to my attention and to the listeners' attention, please go ahead by all means.
Okay, well, everybody's talking about Gripen, so I'm assuming that on the Gripen side of things, it is the news that I was reading that has to do with Zelensky's visit. And what I saw a series of points that came out from I think it was from the Prime Minister of Sweden's office. And one of the things there were a number of things there that were interesting. It does look as though this is official moving forward of this file. I think we can definitely put this no longer in the speculative part of things. The Ukrainians official expressed interest in having a very good close-up look at the Gripen by some of their people from the Air Force. That was maybe a month or two ago. But what I'm reading now is that they're moving that forward with the Swedish government into, okay, how can we make this happen? As we all know, the biggest question with Gripen has been numbers and stocks of available aircraft. Some of our Swedish friends probably have better insights day to day, being able to read the Swedish media. But from what I've put together over the last year or so, I think there's just a lot of questions about how many of the aircraft that the Swedes retired recently, and that's all Gripen Cs and Ds. How many of those could potentially still be transferred to Ukraine? The last official thing that I heard from the Swedish Air Force late last year was, and I may have gotten this wrong, but I was under the impression that they want to stand up another another fighter wing of the many that they had drawn down in the last 20 years or so. But the statement that I was reading from the Swedish Prime Minister is that they were specifically talking about how they can provide to Ukraine. So I can't see that as being anything other than Gripen Cs and Ds at this point. I really don't think that the E program is sufficiently, like, production has moved forward enough that they'd be able to give anything of any significance to Ukraine. But those earlier upgraded Cs and Ds would be tremendously capable. Yeah, I think that's the big takeaway for the moment on the Gripens, is that we're definitely out of the speculation now. Something is clearly happening. The two governments are actively working to try and deliver these some of these aircraft initially. Anyways, on the F-16 front, quickly, was somebody going to say something?
I was just going to say something like,
no.
Sorry. Sorry. So from Zelensky himself, he did talk about the Gripens, and he did mention that Ukrainian pilots are already taking part in testing them, and then they'll obviously discuss further steps on actually how to transfer them to Ukraine. So to your point, very interesting to see what's going to happen moving forward.
Latin.
Oh, sorry, I hit the wrong button. So yeah, it's good to see, because we don't always see after two leaders get together necessarily being on the same page. It appears here that the two governments are on the same page, and we are now moving to the next step, which is where the two will try to figure out what's available. And like I said, I do suspect that will be the best case scenario that I see. And you know, time frame wise, I don't think we're looking at anything radically different from the F-16s. By the way, which this is the other bit of information that I picked up this morning, which was that Reznikov is now saying 6 months, potentially at the earliest. He's saying it's potentially at the earliest they could see operational F-16s in 6 months. Now that's very different than what we heard earlier in the week, where we were hearing summer. Now that takes us to February. Probably fair to say, and I shot this idea at Colonel Jeff a little while ago, whether or not this is all intentional. he responded with yes. So I tend to agree with him. There's a little bit of disinformation happening here on purpose to try to muddy the waters a bit, keep the Russians guessing as to what might be happening. That's what I think. It's possible. But it's good news. February is for the initial, maybe the initial 12, I would expect one squadron's worth. I'd be amazed to see more than that, but that's a good start. And if Gripens are going to be in roughly the same time frame, which I think they would be, and then the big question is figuring out where they're going to come from. It's a much bigger question for Gripen than for F-16.
Yeah, absolutely, and because that means that they will have to ramp up their production. So that's the unknown variable here. Latin?
Yeah, I mean, part of what, 2 points. Saab is a relatively small company compared to, say, Lockheed Martin. And for most of the Cold War, when they were developing several generations of fast jets, they were not for export because Sweden, I mean, there were a few very minor exports to countries like Austria, but for most of its history, it was not a very much of an export-oriented aircraft industry. Now that's changed a lot in the last 20 years. But as a company, in terms of their, even if you look at what they have in Sweden as opposed to what they've set up, for example, in Brazil, which is a totally, that's a completely different ball game. But it's relatively small production compared to what they. I just think that what I heard about a month ago was from, and some of you may be familiar with him, is Dmitry Alperovich, who does comes from a think tank in the U.S. and does a podcast. He was in Ukraine and came back saying that he had spoken to Ukrainian Air Force officials who told him that not only were they interested in Gripen, they had been interested in it on and off for over 10 years, and that what they were trying to do now was leverage that interest and that opportunity to give the aircraft combat experience, which, to be cold-blooded here from a marketing point of view, that's an important thing, to be able to say your product is combat proven, especially against a foe like the Russian Air Force. And that they were kind of plugging that idea to the Swedes, saying, look, combat experience, and essentially trying to convince them to hand over some of their own aircraft, that some of the aircraft that the Swedes have there, and then there would have to be an arrangement there with maybe some of the other Nordics or with Norway if the Swedes felt that they could do that, but there might have to be some backfill. There's a lot of ifs, but this big if is numbers.
Language learner have just joined us, and his interview will start in a minute. So we'll take 2 quick hands quickly before we go to you, language learner, then John, of course, and then Miss, and then Jorn, and actually Miss Jess, and then Jorn, but then John, go ahead.
Yeah, regarding how many would be available CD version, I think the thing is that the Swedish Air Force is expanding, and my understanding is that some of the C and D versions are being upgraded to B capabilities, even though it's the same old airframe. But so I don't think there's any excess. So it would have to come from the current stock, Air Force stock. But I'm not sure. That's what I don't have any inside information.
Jorn?
Yeah. It's a good point that the other Nordic countries would have to agree to give extra coverage to Sweden, and a good way of doing that would be perhaps to start taking steps towards forming sort of a common Nordic Air Force.
Good point. Miss Chess, I'm taking a risk with you for a minute, so be precise, please.
As always, thank you. I am also not privy to insider information, but as a keen reader of the New York Times and a longtime, aspiring student of the Ukraine-American relationship, I was fascinated last week to see the New York Times do a pretty serious and clearly participated in by Zelensky, story about Pashinsky, and how arms procurement had been not satisfying for either party so far. And I just want to draw people's attention to it. I think it's cool, and I think F-16s, shouldn't be planned on. But my impression is that in like the occasionally difficult relationship between Ukraine and America, they write their testy love letters to each other in specifically the New York Times, and this bespeaks a lot of progress and soul searching.
All right, thank you, Ms. Chess. And off to you, Michelle, and welcome, language learner. Let's begin our interview.
Hi, thank you guys so much for having me. I know it's been a little while. I'm sure you guys are busy. I know I've been a little busy, choot busy these days. But it's a pleasure to be back. It's great to hear some old familiar voices. It's nice to see that, the work continues. And before we jump into it, I'd like to sort of remind people from here in Donetsk, the work that you guys do here does matter. Even if it's just talking about it. One of the most common questions I get when I'm talking to Ukrainians is they go, "Why are you here?" To which I find the funniest response, and it gets only funnier the closer you are to the front line, is to say, "Why? Is there something going on in Ukraine?" And then they look at you like you've lost your mind. But seriously, they care. And having the knowledge that there is someone behind you somewhere that cares about you is incredibly invigorating. When guys think that they're going to the trenches to die and the only person who will care about them is their wife or kids that they already sent, to Western Ukraine or whatnot, and they haven't seen in 6 months, that's very depressing. But when somebody doesn't need to be an American, can be anyone, just says, "Hey, we care about you, we think about you, and you are on my mind," that gives people the strength to keep going. And that might be in the form of donated goods, it might be in the form of training, it might be in the form of, frankly, just social media. Having somebody know that there are people on the other side of this planet that wake up and they talk about me and they care about me in my crappy little trench on this artillery hellhole. And, even if something happens, there's someone looking out for me. The amount of morale that generates, I cannot overstate it. So seriously, from the bottom of my heart to you guys, thank you. Even those just listening, those talking around, I don't say just listen, those listening, and maybe you talk around the water cooler with your friends every once in a while about it. You go, "Hey, there's still this war going on in Eastern Europe." It makes a difference. May not feel like it, but it does. So I kind of like to open it up with that, is to start with a thank you to everyone. So дуже дякую, Bratslava Sestera. It's we wouldn't be here without you. And to be perfectly blunt, I wouldn't be here without you guys. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much for everything that you're doing, language, and it's really nice to see you. It's been a while. I actually wanted to ask you because I know most of our listeners know who you are. They've heard your story. We do have quite a few new listeners that are always popping up. So I just wanted to get a sense, how did you go from being language learner in the US, doing what you were doing, to now being in Ukraine and being a combat medic instructor? How did you decide to actually do that? Or not how did you make the decision to do that, but what was your thought process and how did you get there?
Oh, well, flights were cheap. No. So I had a background in medicine already, in emergency medicine. Without diving too much into my specific background, grew up immersed in it. Specifically in more traumatology, experiences and exposure in military medicine from a very young age, and then emergency medicine from a slightly less younger age. And look, I was super cool. I was a Boy Scout, so just from that on up, backwards and forwards, I had an exposure to it. And at one point in my life, I was studying to be a doctor. And then obviously, road less traveled. Last minute, I decided, maybe I don't want to do it. Maybe I'm not cut out for this. And a series of poor decisions later, I find myself in Donetsk. But it's something that's been interesting. I have a background in sciences, a background a little bit in instruction. But that wasn't why I originally came here. I had worked with people in Ukraine, loosely as far back as Maidan, doing translation work when they raided Yanukovych's palace. And they had documents in Arabic I think it was like Armenia or Azerbaijan or something. I don't remember. And it was just corruption stuff. There was nothing interesting, but kind of clued me in. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. I did learn recently that I had some neighbors growing up who were Ukrainian, because Oksana is a very Ukrainian name. And in my younger years, I had no idea what that meant. They tried to teach me Durak. Everybody teaches it different, so I don't remember a dang thing about the card game, but it's a interesting tidbit. So I was aware of stuff going on in Ukraine. I was aware of the country. I had followed it in the news, and I had done other work previously, more following the Libyan civil war way back when, and then Afghanistan because of some personal reasons, and was following this after it kicked off. Started working with some people here in January. It did some work that was a little more active. You could listen to Russian radio wave transmissions and find things via some certain stuff that would allow people to listen from around the world and decode what they're saying and send that to interested parties, who then did information like that. Sometimes the SBU, GUR, and more specifically Ukrainian rocket artillery are very interested when the Russians say, hey, make sure you put all of the ammo in this one base in Zaporizhia. They've gotten a little bit better since then, unfortunately, but it was a wild time. Ended up on Twitter, I don't even know how. Ended up in MriyaReport. I don't know how. And just followed it, and I have some capability with languages, hopefully, and just tried to help out, get the word out to people. At some point, I am, relatively unattached, and at a stage in my life where I had the financial freedom and flexibility to go and say, I've been doing this for about a year, and I don't feel comfortable laying here in my bed and talking to these people who are in really abject, terrible circumstances. Let me go over there and see what I can do. And I brought a bunch of supplies to some of our friends' units here, non-lethal stuff, and then just generally said, look, it's Ukraine. If I show up with a plan and say it must be this way, then I'm going to fail. I just have to prepare myself for what eventualities there will be, and then sort of find my role. Did some good work, or I think so, with some wonderful organizations, Renegade Relief Runners, who I know's here, Julia, Chris, Ryan, they're all fantastic people. Helped them out a little bit with running some supplies. And our friend Ferlane here actually helped connect me with a group here called Global Augmentation, who was doing trainings. They said, look, we're reconstituting, we've lost some folks. We were doing medevacs last year. They actually were very tight with Pete Reed, the frankly phenomenal man who unfortunately was targeted and killed in Russian airstrikes while he was running the Bakhmut evacuation network. And in his absence, he kind of took the keys with him, unfortunately, because he was about 95%, like just uniting all the disparate medical clans, if you will, getting everybody on the same page. Our guys were running evacs with him, and then he died, and it all fell apart. And so and Bakhmut fell, and people kind of pulled back to Kyiv. I come into the picture, helping train some folks. A few more people showed up from the West who had decided that they were here to be combat medics, and I was you'll see medics do this in really any professional. They kind of like check each other when they first meet, and maybe it's ego, but I was like, okay, you guys don't speak the local language, and you're insistent on diving into something reminiscent of a World War I hellhole. Very cool. I'm always eager to learn from you. You say you have 7 days of medical training, which has now equipped you for this. Would you mind showing me how you put on bandages or this? And they're like, oh, we've done that once. I was like, I think you should probably learn to do it more than once, perhaps, before you sprint to the front lines at full force. And as things develop, they recognize that perhaps, at least some of them, their role wasn't diving face first into artillery barrage. And I'm a big believer in force multiplication, which is statistically, you will only save so many lives here before you get targeted and either injured to the point where you don't want to be here, injured to the point where you can't be here anymore and do your job, or killed. That number is somewhere in the double digits for most people, is the average. It varies based on the front, but in my mind, it's a statistical certainty. Now, I very much like having both my legs. And one thing that I had seen here is that the Ukraine medical training system, especially for their new soldiers, it could stand to be improved in certain ways. And the vast majority of combat deaths happen very quickly. And it's from things that can be prevented. There's a number of studies on this. There's something in the United States called Tactical Combat Casualty Care, sometimes called TCCC, TC3, which is, it's not a doctor, it's not even sometimes a medic coming to you, but it's the idea that, oh, wow, I'm bleeding a lot. What can I do to stop the bleeding? What can I do to make sure I have an airway so I can breathe? What can I make sure to do so that I am breathing? What can I do with smaller bleeding that's not going to kill me in 5 minutes, but might kill me in 30? And then how can I deal with things like hypothermia, shock, head injuries, and a few other things? There's been statistics published in medical journals and scientific journals over the last 30 years as the U.S. military and defense industries or defense department has worked to develop this, saying that 90% of preventable combat deaths, like if you take a tank round to the face, my tourniquet's not going to help. But if you take a tank round to the leg, you can live. They said 90% of those are survivable. And frankly, before I got here and we were doing this teaching on almost a factory scale, as we kind of joke about it, I didn't really believe that. I said, no, this is a different war. That doesn't matter. And I'm glad I was wrong. We're not doing anything super special. We had a few things from higher levels that we bring down to the lower levels of training because we think they're more important. People should know how to deal with penetrating chest trauma and how to deal with airway management and whatnot. But we have seen it used to be a little bit worse odds than a coin flip if you got wounded here. And now, in terms of survival, and now that number of preventable deaths has dropped. Basically, it's below 10%. It's right at 10% or less. If you get wounded and it's not immediately lethal, then at least with the brigades we work with and the battalions we train, you tend to live. And that makes me feel good. So that's a hard thing to find here. I've talked with guys who have run tanks. I've talked with dudes who have killed many, many Russians. I've talked with people who have delivered millions of dollars of supplies and vehicles. There will always be that lingering feeling in the back of your mind, what more can I do? Unless you're partying it up in Lviv or whatnot, in which case I have strong words for you. But, don't be that kind of Western volunteer. But you have to find your section of this war and just say, I am going to do good at this thing. And I'm going to do it repeatedly and consistently. And the rest of the war will go on. Because if you try and grasp it all, it will overwhelm you and crush you. And that's how I ended up here. So a bit of a monologue, but I know I was a little more known for that. I would like to get back to doing some of the OSINT stuff. I still read things here, but it's mostly to make sure I'm not in artillery range. We get a little close sometimes. And we did actually get targeted a time ago. I'm not going to be super specific, but we took a long-range Russian cluster munition. Luckily, they missed, which we're pretty thrilled about. There's probably a bunch of factors that went into that, but needless to say, we don't go back to that area anymore. Yeah. So, but that's a little bit of my story. I mean, I could talk more about the specifics of what we do or why we do it, but I find it meaningful. I think if we can train a battalion a month, if not more, right now we're training on average 200 soldiers a week. If we can do more than that, then these guys will live more and they will learn more. And when this war ends, and one day it will end, there will be more people around to celebrate. And I can live with that. I don't need to be the guy in the trench pulling triggers or the guy, dropping bombs or living a Call of Duty fantasy. I can just do the same thing every day with a team of dedicated individuals and it'll work.
And rightfully so. We all help in our own capacities. Language, that was incredible. Congratulations on closing your fundraiser for the Cat 7 tourniquets. That was also quite nice. But I guess here's a question for you. Moving from summer into fall and winter, or transitioning, what do you think the medical supplies or consumables or any other supplies, for that matter, that you will be witnessing or hearing calls or the need for more to donate and purchase and give to the Ukrainian armed forces?
So that's a tough question. The cheap answer would be to say everything, right? And there's a lot of medics that you could talk to that would just say that. The polite way of saying it is it is an austere environment and the needs are great. The impolite way of saying it is I've pulled 50-year-old bandages out of guys' IFACs, which is not great. And I was just looking at a soldier's IFAC in town today, actually. We just, military police dude, I like to talk, obviously. And we fell to talking, and I checked out his bag. I was like, hey, man, you seem to be missing a few things. In really descending order of operations, what they are going to need are tourniquets. You should have 3 to 4 per soldier. We're a 1 million strong army here. That's 3 to 4 million. Why hasn't the US or another Western country just decided to pony up and send them? I don't know. I really wish they would. But there's that. That's number one, and they go through them like hotcakes. Sometimes that's an issue with training. They put tourniquets on wounds that don't need them. But, it's one of those things that it's always better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So I get it. The other issue is things get left behind, right? You put it in your backpack, in your IFAC, and artillery shell lands and blows up the supply house. You're going to go pouring around in it? No. There's a lot of degradation. Things get left behind all the time. Tourniquets, tourniquets, tourniquets. They save lives every day, especially from massive extremity bleeding, which is coming from shrapnel, absolute majority of injuries. Absolute majority. I was taking care of some guys in a hospital in Kyiv, actually Westerners, following a very rough operation where I'm glad most of them are alive. And they still had pieces of shrapnel in them. And I got a copy of their x-rays because I went and bothered the doctors until they gave it to me. And it looked like a little, constellation with all the pieces of metal, all up and down their one of the guy's legs, frankly. And it's just, you have to deal with that. Tourniquets, because you nick an artery in your leg, you've got the rest of your life to put that tourniquet on, and that's about 120 to 180 seconds. And you're going to lose a couple of those because, oh my gosh, my leg. So it's critical. Bandages, pressure bandages, Israeli bandages is called, phenomenal. I'm a big fan of them because you can use them everywhere. Chest seals or occlusive dressings, also great. You can improvise them, and we do teach that because, frankly, a lot of the chest seals here are of dubious quality, but with some scotch tape on the sides, you can make them much less dubious. Their adhesive tends to fail in the heat or the cold, and sometimes it gets hot and cold in Ukraine. It was about 30-something Celsius today here, so things just kind of delaminate. There's a variety of other things as you go down. Good gauze, but they have that. The Ukrainians have pretty decent hemostatic gauze, which basically chemical burns the inside of your body to stop you from bleeding. Not great for the surgeons; they don't like it, but a lot greater for you if you seem to be bleeding from your pelvis or whatnot. And then going into the winter, it's actually, my suspicion is, but coming back to the adage of an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Hypothermia, you got to stop it early. Trench foot immersion, you got to stop it early. Antibiotics for infection, you got to stop it early. If we can provide them adequate equipment, then we won't have hypothermia and frostbite, which even if you're not dying from that, it's going to make you just a little bit slower. And that 155 is coming screeching in at supersonic speeds, so you probably should have been in that blindage half a second sooner. We had an experience down in the Avdiivka direction where we working with a American medic down there who you guys might know, Rebecca Mashowski, who is phenomenal human, great woman, and a tank group, which was frankly almost mauled. I'm not going to say the exact amount of losses they had, but significant. They came to us more or less out of desperation, came to her. We just happened to be there and saying, hey, we're losing all of these guys. Give us medical supplies because all of our tankers are dying and the Russians are filming it and sending the videos to us. And we would like that to stop. And it turned out the Russians were hitting them. Unfortunately, this may not have been properly communicated to the counteroffensive, or maybe they would have learned. The Russians were hitting them with FPV drones, immobilizing the engines, and then the guys inside get scared because we've all seen videos of the Russian tanks throwing their turrets. T-64s and T-72s do the same thing. So these guys get scared and they think, and it's smoky and it's hot and they're scared and there's artillery. So what do? They open the hatch. And they open the hatch so maybe they can get out. But they don't get out because there's artillery. And then the Russians drive a drone over and they drop a grenade on it. And if I drop a frag grenade on your lap, you're going to have a bad time. So we spent a couple hours like, well, maybe this medical supply, maybe this. And at some point, we sort of stopped and came back. I was like, why are we worried about medical supplies and evacuating things? Why don't they just keep the hatch closed? Well, it's scary. I'm like, it makes sense it's scary, but you're like, we've been around this for a while. If there's artillery going off around you, what purpose does it make getting out of the armored tank? Like, how is that going to make your life any better? What if we treat it like this, where we have to evacuate the tank like we would evacuate a person? And why don't we train them on that? And Rebecca took that, did a lot of research on her own, pulled together some stuff, and did some really phenomenal training for them. We helped out a little bit, and now these guys are living. So if we had just said, oh, these guys are dying of burns and blast injuries, let's give them more tourniquets, let's give them more bandages, let's give them burn cream, then that wouldn't have stopped anything when a grenade got dropped right on their lap. They'd still be Swiss cheese. But just saying, hey, what is the problem itself? What are the symptoms? But what is the condition that we are trying to solve? Let's kind of walk back to that. Let's get a diagnosis here. Let's try and treat the disease, not treat the symptoms. And in this case, the disease was we're opening our hatches and letting grenades come in instead of we're having grenades in our laps. We were able to resolve the problem in a material way. And I think that planning for that, especially for this winter, which I'll be honest, I'm very cynical these days. I expect this winter to be cold and hard. Getting people prepared for that in terms of energy supplies, generators, heating supplies, adequate winter clothing will be critical and should happen now rather than when the trenches are frozen over. So that's a lot of words to say everything, I guess, but preparation to prevent the issues and then the consistent needs they already have for shrapnel wounds because they're going to get shelled all the time. And that would be things to control massive bleeding and perforations of the chest or holes in like your lung box area. If that hopefully answers the question. That is my personal opinion. All statements are opinion. They're not to be taken as fact. They're delusional ramblings. So, don't
not delusional at
your head on
all.
my idea.
No, not delusional at all. Thank you so much for this. I think the next question would be, having procured many medical, supplies, consumables, and what have you. Can you tell us if you got, preferential treatment or discounts or help from private sector entities when you inform them that this is a volunteer effort and that you're procuring supplies for the Ukrainian armed forces, whether they increased the pace of communication and arranging orders and supply, or they offered any help in any form?
So frankly, I haven't really dealt with international suppliers. I've mostly dealt with Ukrainian suppliers, and I've dealt with volunteer organizations who have been incredibly gracious with their supplies. And then you kind of end up in a circle of trust over here. Not to toot our own horn, but there are a number of very capable people doing trainings. There could certainly be more of them in our section of the front lines. And as a result, that leaves us in a unenviable position of being unique, which means that we end up building a positive reputation, which is great. And people hear of us and they like us, and the fact that we don't charge for anything and we're just here to help means they say, oh, well, can we help you? And we say, oh, this is the list of what we need. And people find it. They send it to us. Nova Posta is great. Get things mailed to us all the time. When we ask, I know I'm also working with some folks from Romania who are trying to get us a larger quantity of, like training supplies for us, for a medical college we work with in Kyiv, among some other folks around the front. It's hard. It's a very reputation-focused society here in Ukraine, and reputations take a lifetime to make and a couple hours to break. which is why we try and keep ourselves very much above board in our dealings and in our professionalism. When we make promises, we keep them, and we have done that so far 100% of the time, which is very nice. And then just being gracious, because look, I've been on the other side of the humanitarian, it's where you need to send it and you want to get pictures so you can show up on. So if we get stuff, I'm taking pictures, man. I'll happily take the Ukrainian soldier to go, hey, you like to train today? Yeah, that's great. Okay, everybody who wants to be in a video for people back east or back west, come stand over here. You put on your masks, blah, blah, blah. Let's say the name of the person we're thanking today is John Doe. Everybody here? John Doe. Good enough. All right. Thank you very much, John Doe, for your donation of, 20 bandages from the guys at 123 Brigade. We love you. Couldn't do it without you, Slava Ukraini. Right? And having that sort of communication with donors, or just not even donors, just NGOs here that don't know where to send things because they don't have effective bilateral communication. Helps a lot. As far as actually purchasing things, I don't get any discounts. With the tourniquets, it looks like we will, because we're working with some larger North American rescue affiliates. Because I'm certainly I'm Amazon buy 1,000 of these. But in general, at least in Ukraine, sometimes we get discounts on things on certain equipment, but that's more just a general discount. Like if you're helping with the war effort, here's 15%. Whereas other times it's like, no, this is everybody's working in the war effort. We're sending medical supplies. Who do you think we're sending them to? The price is already taken into consideration. Don't ask for a discount, which I respect. Hopefully that answers the question. I haven't worked as much with as many international groups. I haven't left this country in several months.
Thanks so much, Language. That was a great answer to M's question. So you had mentioned some of the unique things that you guys are doing there. For example, Rebecca and everything, and what you shared with us about that. Is there anything else in the last little while, like since the last time that you've been on, that you've either changed maybe some of the old way of working or things that you've improved? Just to give us a sense of maybe some of the improvements that you're seeing now.
Sure. So one thing that has been, because we work with different units that do different things. We have worked with everyone from very, very capable reconnaissance teams and special forces to guys whose job is frankly to sit in a trench and not leave that trench. And you have to adapt it to the student and their situation instead of trying to do one size fits all. There's a lot of jobs, and we're teaching to a test, but that test is survival, right? So if I teach a bunch of guys who are in a trench all the time, what's the best way to respond to a ammo depot, then that's probably not going to be to them. Versus if I'm spending all my time, because we do train the guys in trenches. We say, hey, you've learned all these skills, but we don't just learn the skills separately. We put them together. So we're going to work on it in an open area. We're going to get competent, and we're going to get competent at that. Good. You like it? You're doing fun? Okay. Your world is just narrowed to about 1 meter wide by 1 meter high, and it's dark. Go to work. And okay, you're confident at that. Fantastic. We can add stress. We can give different injuries, make it hard. Repetition until it's boring. If I do that to the guys who are logistics drivers, then I'm not training them to what their test is going to be. Their test is going to be, oh my God, a missile just slammed into my convoy. Oh my God, there's artillery all around. What do I do? Oh my God, the entire bus of vehicles in front of me or soldiers in front of me is on fire and people are spilling out of it. So we do a mass casualty incident. We say, congrats, you've got 10 casualties. Go. And, go make it work. Here's all the stuff you need. Figure it out. And, okay, what did we do well? What can we improve? Okay, because nobody gets it right the first time. I didn't get it right the first time. And, okay, let's try it again. And again. That's been the biggest change, is we have to adapt to their scenarios because there are so many different types of jobs here. Secondarily, this wasn't necessarily a new thing, but just you have to be amenable. It has to be a two-way street. I had conversations with medics here because I'm always asking, like, do you think this is good? What can we improve? Oh, everything's great. Everything's fantastic. Okay, give me something to improve. Well, I wouldn't improve anything. Give me something to improve. Well, when we did this in Bakhmut, we found it worked better this way. Oh, that's cool. Can you show it to me? Yes, like this. Huh, I never thought of that. Thank you for telling me. You have to be amenable to that. I talk with other medics constantly. If you ever get up and you say, I have figured it out, I have mastered it, I know everything, usually wrong. The last people I knew that told me they had figured out trench warfare, they mastered it. You want anything, come to us, we know it. All their entire platoon got wiped out in about 4 hours when they hit a trench that wasn't occupied by conscripts. So they say overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. It can be very fast, and I would rather avoid it. So staying humble is something I've tried to endear in all of my guys, and I couldn't ask for a better group of men and women that we work with here. It's not so much new stuff, but just communicating it. What we're trying to do now, the biggest change, which I'm sure you guys have seen, and thank you to everyone who has donated their time, communication efforts, is supplying high quality tourniquets to the Ukrainian Armed Forces that we train, because we spend some time checking their armor, because again, prevention, pound a cure. If your armor is sagging to below your nipple line, then, well, it's probably not going to do a lot when you get shot in the chart, right? So we should work on getting it tight, making sure it's not, wearing on one arm instead of the other. So you're not, walking with a limp. Just make sure you don't have your tourniquet shoved into your, back, pocket. So that way, when you're down and lying on the ground, you have to play Where's Waldo? Things like that. We also check their IFAKs, and we were doing that for a while. It is very hard to look at a guy and go, okay, where's your IFAK? I don't have one. Okay, where's your tourniquet? I don't have one. Okay. And then the guy starts to freak out and goes, oh my God, I'm going to positions. I'm going to die. And honestly, I just lied. And I was like, no, your command will absolutely get you one. Go, Brad. And I think they did. Guys who are coming back from positions, front line, and coming to us and then looking at their IFAKs, I can't tell them, hey, your tourniquet is not going to work, and it's crap, and you're stupid for having it. And by the way, you should go get one. Oh, you leave for the trench in 4 hours? Sucks to suck. I can't do that. I, however, am very tired of looking at these guys with bad equipment, because you can make bad equipment work to an extent, but you can't make it work all the time. And I just don't want to see that anymore. That's like 80% of why we're doing this, because in the medical commanders, the units we work with, is all for it. Frankly, it's self-serving. It means we can physically take these Chinese tourniquets and these ineffective tourniquets away from them. We can repurpose them for training, which will help us train more people, keep our be properly equipped. So part of my language, so they don't just fucking die. We have lost too many guys needlessly because of stupid reasons, even just stupid stuff. And I would like that to stop. So that's a lot of, what's changed. And that's what we're changing now. And that's why I'm incredibly gracious to NAFO, to all the other people who've donated. We aim to be transparent. I'm currently working with a few suppliers who work directly with North American Rescue to try and find out what the most, frankly, best discount we can get on getting them here in a timely fashion with shipping and logistics from a certified supplier. So stay tuned for that. As that gets ironed out, I will let everybody know, because it's your money. You deserve to know where it goes. From tip to tail, we'll have evidence to support it. Hopefully that was a little illuminating.
It's great, and it's a message that's really important to keep sharing with everybody. It's about the tourniquets, and that was one of the things that I learned from you the last time I heard you on here, was not all tourniquets are created equal. And we keep hearing we need more and more that Ukrainians need more and more tourniquets, and yet if people send the wrong ones, it could be a matter of life or death. And so that you really brought that point home the last time, and I'm glad you reinforced it again this time, because it's really important for the audience and everybody to know that they're not created equal. The Chinese ones are the shits, and to your point, you can repurpose them for training. So it doesn't mean don't send them. It's just you would rather take them and use them for training than to have someone who who could potentially die because they have one that doesn't work properly. We do have,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Sure.
Sorry, go on.
Maybe
Go
just
ahead.
commenting on that, because I without touching on to it, there's a lot of people who I seem to have just learned what tourniquets were this week. And I think they're all very well-meaning and well-intentioned, but maybe we can just talk about, for those who aren't aware, what is a tourniquet, right? Well, you're going to get a free cast real quick. You have arteries, which are the blood vessels that carry your blood away from your heart. They are under a lot of pressure, and when you bleed quickly. That's when you think of like a spurting wound you've ever seen in a movie. Somebody gets shot or stabbed and the blood's spurting out. Oh my God, that's an artery. You will lose the necessary blood very quickly and you will die, which is funny because if you want to talk about medicine very, very briefly, every single human in the history of mankind has died from one single reason: not being able to carry oxygen in their blood to their brain. If you don't have enough blood to carry the oxygen, sucks to be you. You don't have enough oxygen getting into your blood, also sucks to be you. Everything else just leads to that factor. That is the 100% cause of mortality in the human species. Everything else contributes to it. If you lose a lot of blood from an extremity injury, which are the most common things here, we wear armor so we don't get shot in the heart, then putting a tourniquet on essentially is like a belt, if you can think about it like that, that squeezes that artery against the bone. Now, the artery has a lot of pressure, so you need a lot of force. Tourniquets are not fun to have put on you, especially at maximum strength, which is what we train to. The steps of that, the CAT tourniquet, or combat application tourniquet, Generation 7 is the most modern one, which people like to use, which the U.S. military predominantly uses, is the gold standard. A little harder to source here. They come up at about like $41 a pop, plus shipping, which is a little unwieldy for the average Ukrainian soldier, unfortunately. But they work, and you need to know how to put them on. So I've seen guys bleed out because they don't put them on right. It's a belt with a little handle on top that you twist. Ukrainians, bless their heart, it's a mistranslation. The official documentation says pull the belt tight. That's good. It gets the point across. But it's not accurate. You don't just pull it tight and say, okay, now I'm going to turn the handle 12 times until it snaps off. Oh my gosh, we've all seen the videos. You have to pull that handle until you cannot or pull the strap until there is no more strap left. Because you are making fine adjustments with the handle. You are making growth. Getting that is the most crucial thing. If you learn nothing else here tonight, do that. If you ever have a tourniquet, pull the strap tight. God as your witness. Pull it tight, pull it tight, pull it tight. If you don't have a tourniquet, find the source of the bleeding and kneel on it until they try and fight you and get off, or kneel on their artery. Take your knee and drive it in there until they call you every name in the book, and it'll save their life. Sorry, there's been a lot of folks here who spend all their time talking about, well, this specific feature of a tourniquet, this specific feature of a tourniquet. You need to understand why people are dying from them out here. And it's because they're not adequately compressing to the bone, because they left their e-cigarette in there. That's a very specific case of one person we trained after we told them not to do it. So obviously wasn't listening, that part. And tried to clamp it around an e-cig, and that was just enough, 2 centimeters, and all she wrote. Same thing with cigarettes. Everybody out here smokes. Take your cigarettes out of your pocket, and then not pulling it tight enough, and the bleeding just continues. Sorry, a bit of a ramble there, but it's been something that's been on my mind the past couple of days. So I figured I would use this as an unjustified springboard to throw it out at everybody. Congratulations. There's plenty of resources online. Deployed Medicine is a wonderful website. You can go there and get some information. There's a number of videos that show how to put on tourniquets. I encourage those who work in high-risk professions, or maybe just have a car first aid kit, take a look at it. First aid is your job and my job both. Everybody has the same blood. And it's probably a good idea to keep that in your body. So think about it. But before you were so rudely interrupted, Michelle and Em, let me go back to you.
Thank you, Language. Never rude. I believe our listeners have questions for you. So we go to Nafo, then David, then Enda. Nafo, Dave, please go ahead.
Hello. Okay. Sorry, it took a while for my microphone to work. So first off, thank you, Language, for dropping in. It's good to hear your voice in here again. You're one of the very first people that drew me into MriyaReport. And so I had a couple of questions. First off, in your training, I train medical students, so it's not anywhere to the I guess in the stressful situation that you're training in, but it's still important to teach to teach the mental skills like positivity and being able to dissociate. Do you specifically address those cases? Because I know from personal experience, having a positive medic makes all the difference in made all the difference in my mental state when I'm, coughing up blood, and I can see that I'm coughing up blood, and I know what that means. But then the medic gives me a thumbs up and says, "We're going to take care of you." Um, then that gives me an idea that I'm going to make it okay. Do you specifically address that in your training?
Not in its own separate section. I emphasize communication, which could be increased and improved, but we try and say, look, this is scary. You need to communicate, because if I just run at you and go, hello, I am super medic, and then I start touching all over your body and hurting you by shoving things into you, well, you're probably not going to like that. And if you don't communicate with them and you don't take their weapon and you don't take their grenade, then in at least one case example, the guy panicked because he couldn't breathe and he was scared and the blindage was dark, and he pulled the grenade pin and he turned everybody to paste. So there's very direct consequences of not calming them down, which is a shame. We talk about just, I'm not seeking perfection here. I'm not going to make you a perfect, even all service member level guy in a day. Squad medic in a couple days. It's not reasonable. Perfection comes. I can make you confidently competent, and that confidence is key, because I tell them good medicine is boring. The situation will not be boring, but you should be able to say, hey, I have the tools, I have an understanding of why I'm doing things, let me evaluate the situation rapidly, please, they're bleeding out, and take care of it with the stuff that I know how to do. I've met soldiers here, thank God, less of them, who say, well, I don't think I can put on a tourniquet. Like, you're gonna have to, buddy. That's not an option. You can't choose to tap out of this one. And every class I end, and every class my instructors end, we always tell them that they're very good. And look at how far you've come. And there should be no panic when you do this for real, because you've put tourniquets on each other 10 times today. This is boring. I can see you yawning as you do it. So the next time that there's a little bit of red stuff coming out, ain't nothing but a thing. You've got this. You just did this in a trench. I know Western medics who will not teach you to do it in a trench because it is impossible. You cannot do it. It cannot be done. You need to be a medic with a month or years of experience, and you guys prove them wrong every day. The U.S. Army standard to put a tourniquet on is 60 seconds. My standard for you is 40 seconds, and we're not taking a break until somebody does it in less than 30 seconds. Good news, if one person here does it wrong, you all win doing tourniquets again. I've never seen somebody fail to take a break. Somebody always does it the right way. And I tell them, look, you're doing good. This is hard stuff, and you're doing a good job. And when this happens to you, I also, my little duplicitousness here, I'm using them as casualties. I'm saying, hey, you're the Krista, you're the 300, you're the medic here. Okay, now swap. So now you know what it feels like to be done to you. So you know that the guy next to you is trained, you know that you're trained, and you know that when he's grabbing your arm and ragdolling you, that he knows what he's doing. And a very common statement we have heard, going back to the morale, is that this has a positive effect. Knowing that there is somebody next to you who will take care of you, so you're not going to die in a cold, muddy trench by yourself alone, is a powerful motivator. And there's a lot of physiological effects to that. It brings down heart rate, it brings down combativeness. There's a number of benefits there, changes respiratory rates, etc. But we try and emphasize in different ways. As far as a disassociation, every medic I meet out here, and not to include myself too strongly in that category, but we've all disassociated pretty heavily at this point. it's a terrible thing to say. I don't learn the soldiers' names I train until after they're wounded, because I don't want to be friends with them until I know they've lived. And yeah, I talk to the commanders. I get the commanders' numbers. They're guys I remember, and thankfully I've got a pretty good track record of the dudes that I remember who are still alive. But if I was like, nope, every single, any medic tells you, if you become personally, emotionally involved with the person in front of you, you're gonna have a bad time, because there's 20 more coming in the next 5 minutes, and maybe you'll get them all that day, but you won't get them every day. A lot of medics here drink. I try not to, because I lack the constitution or finances to support such a habit. But mental health, especially on the medical responder level, is something that the disassociation, at least, either happens very rapidly or people leave, in my personal experience. Does that answer your question? And I'm frankly, don't sell yourself short. If you're training medical students, you are doing God's work. We need more residents, especially in the American healthcare system, with all the trials and tribulations we're going through.
Yes, thank you. A quick follow-up just on blood availability. Do you know anything about how they're collecting blood, if they're just a continual blood drive going? And do you know of any of the newer developed blood substitutes being used?
I've not heard of newly developed blood substitutes being used. To be perfectly frank, fluid replacement is very poor here. It is almost all crystalloids. Let me back up for those listening. When you lose a lot of blood and you can no longer carry oxygen and your blood pressure drops, you end up with a lot of bad things happening. The blood cannot adequately go to your tissues. It cannot go to your heart. It cannot go to your lungs. It can't go to your brain. What happens when the blood carrying oxygen can't get to your brain? You guessed it, folks, death. So if you lose a lot of blood, your body will make some, but it's not going to make it in the next 5 minutes. That's why you see medics, or people who are heavily injured, usually have an IV or intravenous needle attached to them with a clear bag, usually saline or what's called crystalloids, which are designed to act to essentially, in a very basic form, increase the blood pressure in your body and increase the volume of fluid so that you can transport oxygen and whatnot around. That is a good intervention. The best intervention is more blood. Now, I'm O negative, which means I'm a giver. I can give my blood to everyone. And then, there's different blood groups. All the Ukraine soldiers are blood typed. The use of blood in frontline emergency medicine is essentially nil. There are people who are working on that. There's some antiquated laws here which are being changed, thankfully, due to the work of some very good activists, especially in Western Ukraine, who I have a lot of respect for. And blood substitutes, minimal to none. Something that I would like to institute in the future, this is a wish, not necessarily even a goal, and who knows whether it will be realized, would be getting every Ukrainian soldier with the groups we train to have a saline lock and a needle in them, in their IFAKs, their first aid kits that they carry into battle. So that way their squad medic they're not carrying 6 liters of saline. They're certainly not carrying blood. They don't have the conditions for that. But they can say, hey, you're wounded. Here's an IV access point in your arm. The saline is basically the same fluid solution that is used for recirculating. It also isn't going to clot the same way blood is. So then if you've ever been in a hospital, you've gotten an IV and they're taking blood supplies, they might put saline in there. Then by the time they get to the evacuation vehicle, which is hopefully a car, they can just have IV bags there ready. Maybe it's blood would be perfect, but just even crystalloid for fluid volume replacement would be phenomenal. And just having that access, so the medical school bus there just becomes hey, here you go, folks, welcome to the magic school bus. Everybody gets hooked up. If you've lost a lot of blood, I think that would be the next steps. But it is a slow, laborious process. And the state of combat medicine varies dramatically from unit to unit, depending on their previous training, their access to resources, and frankly, how many of their medics have died. So it is an ongoing process. I do not anticipate seeing blood utilized in the CASEVAC or medevac role outside of very select instances over the next several months. Although I have been working with some really wonderful, talented people, and myself and a couple of my guys, I am volunteering, all of them, voluntelling my guys, if you will, that when that kicks off and they need blood supplies so they can demonstrate the efficacy, we are all getting needles in our arms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Language. I just wanted to let everyone know that if you are getting dropped from speaker, it's nothing personal. We're just trying to make some room for other speakers to come up. We have quite a few hands with people that have questions for Language Learner. I actually just wanted to stay on the topic of tourniquets for one more minute, Language. I mean, it could be longer than a minute. I did have a question, though, from one of our listeners. So this was just talking about teaching, and it goes back to the Chinese brand. So if you are teaching with the Chinese brand of tourniquets, are, I guess, people in the field still able to use the higher, better, advanced product in the field, or would that cause a problem?
I'm a little so it's the same. It is the same design, which is why we trained with what we trained. The CAT or the Combat Application Tourniquet design, which if you look up CAT7 on your little Google right now, you'll see a couple pictures of it. It's fairly universal. There's a lot of people that copy it. I've seen a number of Romanian versions, Turkish versions, Ukrainian versions, among others. Some work better than others. They operate the same way, which is why I like that design. It's also the one I'm most familiar with, and frankly, the one I find people can self-apply and buddy apply the easiest. There are different variants. There's other styles of tourniquets. Some called a soft T, which is more of a strap and much smaller, but works as effectively. It's just more expensive and a little harder to use on yourself without training. Because we're training them even on these imitation tourniquets, which are imitating the real deal of this conventionally accepted style, the mechanisms still apply. The steps are exactly the same. The only difference is when they put a good tourniquet on, it will hold pressure for hours. When they put a poor tourniquet on, the strap inside of it, and this is the failure point, it is not the handle, it is not the handle snapping. That is a result of, frankly, sometimes it's very poor training materials, which we see a lot, poor quality plastic, but also people don't put the tourniquet on right, and so they turn the handle 12 times and the torque destroys it. Even with metal tourniquet handles, if you spin it around 8 times, the torque is going to rip the metal through the strap. You shouldn't be doing that. You should only have to turn it 3 or 4 times. Sorry, sidebar. But the exact application is the same. The only difference is the strap on the good ones will hold compression and will not elongate and stretch over hours because it's made of a high quality material, whereas the strap on the Chinese ones is more nylon plastic and that will elongate. I'm actually looking at it now, about 40 some odd crap tourniquets that when they break, or they start failing to an unacceptable level during training. Because, we'll run these things till they snap. I put them on a belt and I just kind of run it. It's going a bit of a distance now. And I sort of use that as also an example why we need to use the high quality products. But that's a long rambling answer to say, in short, the training materials that we utilize provide the exact level of hands-on training that is necessary to use the real deal in the field, which is why we do it the way we do, because it needs to translate to the actual environment with actual quality goods.
Great answer. Thanks so much. So we'll go to some more hands. So David G and then Anda.
Hi, good evening over there. I could hear the crickets behind you of late summer. So I have a question that's not related to trauma combat medicine, but to casualties that happen through communicative disease or sanitation issues. Is that a big deal that you're seeing in terms of attention to chronic or acute infectious disease, respiratory infections in the winter particularly, but that can happen all times of the year, skin infections, and digestive tract situations that might happen from food poisoning or water contaminated water. And I will just close my comment or question by saying I am also a failed person on the medical track who followed my father, who's a doctor, doing emergency medicine in the rural areas near New York City, which it sounds like you're from your accent, from the tri-state area anyway. And I'll just drop down and listen to the answer.
Well, that's very kind. And yeah, accent schmaccent. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, I don't know what you mean. I'm surprised it comes out that much here anymore. But yes, there's a lot of ways that people get injured without necessarily being exposed to trauma. I have a little bit of experience with epidemiology from a variety of factors. And so, frankly, my biggest concern when the Kherson Dam collapsed was that we were going to have a massive cholera outbreak in Kherson. I believe that has been somewhat remediated at this point due to, frankly, dumb luck and the way that social networks operate here. You didn't have a massive group of infected people fleeing, and you do have good sanitation systems when areas aren't flooded. So things have gotten broadly better. Respiratory issues, all these guys smoke all the time. I've seen dudes I've put in a trench and said, okay, you're the casualty. The medics are coming in 1 minute. Here's your injuries. Get ready. And I've watched the dude rip out a cigarette, inhale it in like 2 puffs, and throw it on the ground as the guys came around the trench corner. I was like, okay, that's probably great for your lungs, but I'm also not going to tell them not to do it, right? There are issues in, I've seen more internally displaced people living in blown out buildings, especially in the winter, especially in more humid areas closer to water sources. That specific location was near the Seversky Donets River, and the people were not living in the best of conditions, and there were some significant upper respiratory issues there. I've done some things that I would never have suggested people do in America. Antibiotics here, people seemingly love to take them for the most minor of issues. I'm certainly not going to pretend that it is the cure-all that people here seem to treat it as. Watch out, MRSA, it's coming for you. But that can be improved. People don't like to take tablets here. I've been astonished by that. People don't seem to want to take pills. I've had people tell me, absolutely not, do not take them. It will not do it. Oh, but by the way, I have pain. Can you give me an injection? I'm like, I would feel like the opposite would be the case. I mean, most people in America would rather not get stabbed with a needle, but we'll take pills all day. Something I find interesting. Being able to work on that, I think, will help. A lot of it is also just prior sanitation. Chef Zenya, who I've had the pleasure of meeting with a couple of times,
Did language cut out for everybody else?
Oh, I apologize. Check 1 2 3.
Perfect.
5 now.
Okay. Yeah. At the frontline kitchens can be very poor. Turns out if you leave chicken and fish lying in a bowl of water for a day, it is actually not great for you. So an ounce of prevention continues to be worth a pound of cure, especially in things like communicable diseases. Being able, and frankly, the squad medic, platoon medic, company medic ends up becoming doc. That's why that's a nickname for instance, corpsmen in the Navy that treat Marines, because your job is not just patching them up; it's to make sure they're changing their socks, to make sure they are staying hydrated, which has been an issue because guys here, their breakfast includes 3 cans of Nonstop, a local energy drink, and then cigarettes, and then no food. And I tried that diet, and I threw up all over the guy I was trying to train, or just to the side of him, thankfully. So, you need to drink more water. That'll prevent things. You need to keep your socks clean. You need to practice hygiene when you can. And it will continue to be critically important whenever you're dealing with a huge number of people living in austere conditions.
Great. Thanks so much. Go ahead, Anda. Oh, actually, first, sorry, Anda. I just wanted to.
I was fortuitous enough that was fortuitous enough that one of the units we're helping let us use enjoying the lovely weather and the bugs. So my time is your time. We tomorrow the units are not training. We have a day of rest, so I can be up. I would love to answer people's questions until they get exhausted of listening. So I am at your leisure.
That's great. Thank you so much. Not really about the bugs though, but thanks for taking the time to spend it with us, because I know it's evening time for you. Go ahead, Andan. It's really nice to see you as always.
Hi, very nice to see you all here. Very happy to be able to come up. So 2 short questions. I see there are a lot of hands. One is on tourniquets. You were talking earlier about them getting as a possibility of getting slack, right? Getting some slack and therefore basically not applying sufficient pressure on the artery. What do you do? The question is, what do you do if you realize it's incorrect applied, or you have incorrectly applied on someone, or basically he's bleeding, right? What can you do? Can you reuse it? Can you strap it more, or you need a new one?
You apply a second one. That is how you take care of that. You do not take off an improperly applied tourniquet unless you have incredibly negligently failed to apply it. If it is dangling off their leg, then yes, buddy, you're doing it wrong. But once you start applying pressure to these, you should not restrict it. And it is not uncommon for one tourniquet to not solve the issue. That's why we don't just recommend one person get them. The reason we're talking about issuing at least one to every soldier is because we are dealing with multiple brigades, and I lack the Jeff Bezos fund to drop millions of dollars on these. So we do what we can with what we have, and the brigades themselves are backfilling the rest. But we try and catch the stragglers that are coming back from position or not tied into logistics and what have you. If a tourniquet is not on properly, this is actually common in 2 places, they're very different, both on the legs and also on people with very small arms, depending on the type of tourniquet, because it doesn't provide adequate compression. There's anatomical factors that go into that. I mean, I was talking to a dude. I might actually sit down with him. He's a foreign medic who has been here for quite some time, and he took a pretty gnarly blast to his leg. He put on 3 tourniquets, and they did not resolve the issue before he put on the 4th one, which was a high quality tourniquet. And man's very competent medic, and he was like, I was freaking out. Sure, there was a big RPG blast shaped hole in my leg, but the first didn't do it, I kept seeing it. Second didn't do it, I kept seeing it. Starting to get woozy, and that's when the last one went on. You have to apply another one, ideally right next to it. In a perfect world, if you didn't put it on the first time right, get another one up high. But you don't. If you're putting it on yourself, especially, or you're putting it on someone else, you don't really get a lot of options here. You don't get a lot of time. So it is important to do it right the first time. You kind of have to have, it's not a Navy tradition. It's more sort of like it's a tradition, right? There is no room for error. Maybe it's just like a medical tradition. If you are doing emergent work, you have to get it right the first time, every time. When I teach certain things like tourniquet conversions, which is a very specific circumstance where you're actually moving a tourniquet or replacing a tourniquet with a bandage or other interventions, I did that today. I was training some guys. I make them say every step aloud as they do it. I don't just go, okay, well, I'm doing it. I go, what do? We check for bleeding. Say it back. I check for bleeding. I see no bleeding. I would appreciate if somebody wouldn't scream. But we tell them, hey, I repeat this. We do not do this. We say it back to me. Okay, we're doing it again. Say it back to me. It needs to be instinctive, because you might forget whatever it was you did. You might forget exactly how this American came and taught you, but you will remember like 15 people next to you chanting in unison, I check for pulse. There is no pulse. I turn the tourniquet once. I check for pulse. There is no pulse. I turn the tourniquet once. People will remember that. It is one of the best ways I have seen for dealing with anything here is you make them do it again and again and again until it is as like tying your shoelaces. It is just something you do. It is automatic. Hopefully that answers your first question, Ananda. Was there a second one that I missed? I apologize.
I didn't ask the second. The second was on, it's about soap, right? The benefits and the importance of soap when you're on the front lines, and not only, because we kind of got this fancy sterile, not sterile, how do you call them? The substances that you use in order to sterilize your hands, right? But in day-to-day life, soap can actually solve 90% of the problems. And this is not related to the tourniquets. It's for day-to-day lives in trenches.
There's actually some pretty cool ways to stay hygienic out here. I have taken showers in some of the really actually very well put together Ukrainian field showers. Things where they're boiling water, they're then transporting it up via a manual pumping station to a 55-gallon bucket, and inside somebody who obviously was a plumber at some point rigged up a whole gravity-fed shower system with a shower wand, which I was very impressed and excited by. Actually, one of the nicest showers I've had in this entire country. There's also showers in a bag, which are great because, look, wet wipe showers, they get very tiring very quickly. You don't feel clean. A couple of weeks of that, and you're clean, but you do not feel it. There is a thin layer of stuff on top of you, and you can feel that. They make these little bags here where you they essentially have like a chemical cleaning agent in them. I think it's soap. And you rip them open and you pour water in it and you shake it around a bit, and then you pull that out and you wipe yourself with it. And it's actually pretty nice. I'm a big fan. They sell those in stores here, and some units provide them to their guys. That's been big. As far as sanitary conditions during traumatic events, you should probably wear gloves. But otherwise, it's a very messy endeavor. There are people whose entire jobs are at hospitals to clean the sheets and to clean the ambulances and to clean the ambulance bays because people like to bleed. So it's a process. It's something that we work on. But if you're seeking a hygienic environment, medicine in a war zone is perhaps not most conducive to that, at least in my experience.
Thank you, Language. And thank you for being here.
Well, thank you. And we have a lot of hands up. So if I remember, it's Cece, then Smurfy, then Carl, then Balance, then Leslie, then Jag. So Cece, please go ahead.
You didn't call me 302. Say for everyone out there, if you don't already follow Language Learner, this is a reminder. This is one of the most hardworking gentlemen. Sorry, Language, just put your fingers in your ears for a second. This is one of the most hardworking human beings. He is the most kinetic human. He just doesn't stop, and his heart's all in it for Ukraine. So all he's doing, don't take your ears out yet or your fingers out yet. I'm still going. So just if you use the little plus symbol that's next to the follow button too, and then you'll get all of his posts. Will come up on your feed because sometimes things easily get buried. I highly recommend his follows, keeping a real eye on what's going on the ground over there from someone who actually walks the walk and doesn't just talk the talk. Pretty impressive. Okay, you can take your fingers out now.
Yeah, you're too kind. There's a lot of people who do good work. I'm pleased to say that I have helped some of them, and I'm not the best person here. I'm not great at everything I do, but I had the unique fortune of being the right person at the right time in the right place. And at some point, I'll stop being the right person, or I'll stop being the right time, or I'll be in the wrong place, and then we'll have to make a change. But until that point, here we are. That's all we can do. But very kind words of you to say. Thank you.
But a great follow nonetheless.
Some more people listening to my main ramblings. It's cool. I'm sure that will that'll get me discounts at the WOG gas stations here. You don't understand, man. I'm a micro niche internet celebrity. You should give me this hot dog for free. I'm sure that'll work.
Even though you're just fair to Midland.
Just about. Anyway.
Go ahead, Smurfy.
In language, I have another tourniquet question to kind of follow up with everything that we've been talking about. I remember hearing, and I this is kind of a yes or no. I remember hearing 10 or 15 years ago, I'm not sure if it was the U.S. Marines or what branch, of pants that came with tourniquets built in. Is that a thing? Is it effective? And is it a financial issue if it is a thing and would be effective?
Those are not effective. In practice, they don't work because you are not going to get the necessary constrictive force. The way that those worked, honestly, I don't think it was necessarily accurate. I think that was just how they were marketed. I have seen those actually, basically like a pull cord like you might find on a hoodie with a little locking mechanism on it. That's not going to do the trick. It's interesting, it'll help a little bit, sure, but you need to have a very specific kind of material to hold compression. You want to have a strap like a seatbelt, because if it's small, you will cause massive nerve damage, and you will likely not provide adequate compression because you need to, it's like squeezing a hose. Is it easier if you try and squeeze a hose with just your thumb and index finger, or if you use your whole hand? You need to have that broad compressive force equal. So I don't think those are, I honestly haven't seen anything like that here. I've seen some really phenomenal gear that the Ukrainian military wears. All my clothes that I have here are Ukrainian stuff, and my armor too, because I think they've got it right. And it doesn't help that it's a lot cheaper than the Western things, but it's equally as effective, if not more so. Good question, but I don't think it's indicated for what we've seen here. And even when it existed, I don't think it was necessarily the most effective.
May I have a quick follow-up on that?
Please.
Okay. So you mentioned specifically the one instance of the e-cigarette getting caught and that causing a little bit of a gap. Do you recommend that the people you train keep less things in their pocket? I know myself, I'm nowhere near a combat zone, but I have a lot of stuff in my pockets. So if it has to go around your thigh, or I know there's a lot of pockets in military gear, do you recommend they keep certain areas, less packed with nonsense that would prevent proper tourniquet use?
So, unfortunately, it was not just one instance. It's been enough of a recurring issue with all the units that we've seen here that I've had commanders who don't know a darn thing about medicine. They come up to me and they say, "Hey, we need to talk to you before you start your training because there's something that you need to talk about." I'm like, "Yeah, sure. What do you mean?" He goes, "They need to take things out of their pockets. They need to check the pockets because we just lost double-digit numbers of guys because they had their cigarettes in there." And I'm like, "Well, yeah." So that is something I emphasize. I can tell them not to put things in their pockets. They're not going to listen. Ukrainian BDUs. Here's a great way if you ever want to see if anybody's actually been around a combat soldier here. Ask them what the standard issue item that every Ukrainian soldier keeps in their back pocket is. It's a joke because they have no back pockets on their BDUs, at least the Army issued ones. So guys keep things in their front pockets and they keep things in their side pockets. And they keep them in their jacket pockets right in the perfectly wrong spot to put a tourniquet on. So I teach guys, do it right. I don't care if you're doing it 2 minutes faster or 2 seconds faster if you're doing it wrong. There is no prize for being first and wrong. You go in their pockets and you just yank that stuff out. I don't care what's in there. You reach in there. It might just be a little thing. Yank it. That stuff is going on the ground. Mother's prized heirloom into the mud. I do not care. Get it out of there. There are a lot of issues here that can be resolved with adequate training, which have not been, and just drilling it into people. We do it this way every time, every single time, no matter what, until it's as automatic as breathing. Because if I tell them you do not carry things in your jacket pocket, they will walk away from me and they will put their cigarette carton back in their jacket pocket and they will light it up. And I cannot depend on them to say, "Oh, I'm going to change it." Granted, I have my unit, especially the more professional ones who say, "We have everything where we need it to be Some guys I've seen, miners, they actually, or sappers, they actually go with tourniquets pre-applied to their legs and arms. I've heard middling statements on that. Some people say, but if you lose the arm, the tourniquet's coming off too. I luckily don't deal with explosives or diffusing them, so I don't have an opinion on that. But you know, you have to just sort of plan for it, prep for it, if that answers your question at all.
It does. Thanks, and you know, hang in there, buddy, and keep fighting the good fight.
Well, thank you. That's very kind of you to say.
Well, thank you, Smurfy. Let's go to Carl and then Jack Girl.
Hey, Language. I really appreciate you how you went the extra mile for my buddy. The one thing I want to ask about is I've talked with you before about like quick litters, and I just like you to kind of go over the whole battlefield evacuation and how that plays into the war and also what you're doing.
So yes, it is crucial, and your buddy is a great bloke. He's doing a lot better now. Was able to drop him off some stuff, and last I heard, he was doing much better. And what I didn't expect, and I'm not going to hold it against you too much, Carl, is I went into the room expecting one foreigner, and I got greeted by 6 of them. So I felt a little off. I was like, oh, I guess I'm coming back tomorrow with more stuff. But they're all absolutely phenomenal gents. You know, even the Kiwi. So they're just lovely guys, and I'm glad they're doing well. Yeah, but quickness is important. Medics don't save lives. Doctors save lives. Medics make you more comfortable while you die. So the trick is to get you to a doctor. I can be the best medic in the world doing crikiotomies with ballpoint pens, whole 9 yards. But I'm probably not going to do your fluid replacement and vascular surgery in a muddy trench, or at least I shouldn't. So I should get you to somebody who can. There's something in medicine called the golden hour and the platinum 5 minutes, which is not adhered to here. The idea being that if you are subject to massive trauma, your best chance of survival is getting to a surgical center within an hour. Sometimes that happens here. A lot of times it doesn't, which is why we've had to bring higher levels of medicine down to the trenches. The standard of the average soldier from 20 years ago of, oh, you just know how to put a bandage on, you'll be fine, the medical will be over. No. You are preparing guys for hypothermia. You are dealing with early signs of shock. You are doing all this. You're a squad medic, congrats. You are doing a lot more. You're a combat medic. You're putting other people, you know, you are doing a lot. But that's not enough. And having a good prompt evacuation set, because evacuation's hard. There's no helicopters coming. If anybody has one, you let me know, because I'm sure there's a million people who would love to have it too. So they're hoofing these people out. Sometimes they don't take them till it's dark, because you move at daytime, the drone saw you, here comes some artillery. And anybody wants to know what it's like to evacuate a person, average person's what, 150 pounds? That's 60, 70 kilos. Go carry 70 kilos for 4 or 5 kilometers. It's going to suck. One of the groups we've worked with in the past, they're doing like 8-kilometer evacs until you get to a vehicle. That's miserable. That's what, like 5 miles? Good luck with that. You ask me to carry another person 5 miles? I'm going to be exhausted. And they do get exhausted. It takes a long time. It takes more than an hour, that's for sure. So it is the circumstances we're in. People sit in trenches and malinger for a lot longer than they have any right to. And one of the very few times I've ever directly gotten into it with one of the people we train, or medics, because some Ukrainian medics have interesting notions of things. But I'm usually like, well, that's interesting, and you know, that's your way. This is the American way. Let's try my way and your way, and we'll figure out which looks better. I had one guy the other day who I think was just having a little bit of a breakdown, so I don't hold it against him. But he came over to the class and he said, this is all bullshit. This whole thing about stretchers and thermal blankets, it's stupid. It doesn't make sense. And, you know, I don't know why you're wasting your time. It's bullshit. And I was like, well, how do you suppose to get out of the trench and get to your medical point? Which, as you might expect, had a very detrimental effect on the morale of the students. Oh, it was like, I'm sure he doesn't mean that. I don't think that's accurate. And today he did come back, and he was a lot more relaxed and came over to the class we were teaching today. I was like, "You should listen to this guy. They're telling you important things. Don't slack off." So I think he was just having a very bad day, and I don't hold it against him. But evacuation times are pizdet, and they could be drastically improved, and that's the polite way of saying it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go to Jay Girl and then Balance, Jake, and Iran.
Hi, Language. I think I've contacted you through DM or something last time you were on here, but one of my questions was, have you seen food poisoning there?
Yes, actually, one of my guys got food poisoning pretty badly.
Just one?
Some guys have gotten food poisoning more than others. It's we do okay. There is dietary issues with some of the food that is eaten and consumed. That usually comes down to handling practices. The food here is phenomenal, though, but food poisoning is less of an issue.
I'm asking because, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
Oh, I'm asking because I'm know about food handling practices and things like that. I also volunteered at, amongst other places, the Frontline Kitchen. And yes, we used to, because it's, it's a group of Ukrainian women volunteering and they have other volunteers, but it's their kitchen. So yeah, the chicken being left out cooked. And I think the thinking was, well, because they dry it and then supposedly the guys boil it up. But I know that's not always the case and it doesn't work that way. So, I mean, I had thought of that. I've had that concern about this whole trench getting food poisoning and, so I don't know. It's interesting to hear that, but I was not one of the people in Lviv who goes to party. I went there because that was the only place that I had an address for. Other places didn't get back to me. But I got trigger finger while I was there. I got trigger thumb. And I'm going back, so I'm not going to be able to do, unless it gets better, I'm not going to be able to do that kind of work. So I hope I can. I have to find some other volunteer work, but
well, do take care of yourself. And let me be clear, I hold no qualms with people who do volunteering in Ukraine, whether that's a foot across the border or 1,000 kilometers. You are leaving your home in a place of comfort to come to a war zone. And as we've seen, missiles land all the way from 50 meters across the Romanian border to 50 meters inside the Russian border sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a dicey place, and you do good work. Dobre? Sure. Yeah, Fyodor Putin. Так, я понял. But it's sorry, no, you're good, bro. Where was I? You're doing good work. Do take care of yourself. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and hurting yourself for short-term gain will only impact long-term possibilities. So do take care of yourself.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just funny. It was kind of redeeming to me to get, it's surprisingly painful. Actually, I already had one cortisone shot and it didn't help, but, it made me feel redeemed. Like, okay, I did work enough while I was there. But yeah, I kind of had wondered about that and, about the food poisoning most of all. And I wanted to just say you mentioned the showers. And so I have a friend here that's a minimalist in the States. And I stayed with him when I moved back to California at first. And so it was summer, it's really hot, but he had a milk jug that he magic markered black. And he'd heat the water in that overnight, in the sun. I was amazed how good of a shower I could get with that milk jug and how hot it was. So just kind of speaking to your, bag shower thing, but that's it. But thank you.
Well, thank you. That's very kind of you to say, and who knows? It's a big war. It's a big country. We may or may not cross paths.
Thanks so much, J Girl. Go ahead, Balance.
Dude, well, you know, we love you in our little micro niche community, internet star. So, it's been absolutely stunning to follow the goings on and what you're doing with the team that you're doing it with, and the remarkable work and education that you're providing. And thanks so much for sharing the results of your work, knowing that there are times when you've seen an increase in survivability from, you know, the mid 50s to the mid 90% mark. In the last conversation that we had, you had shared some of those numbers. I'm absolutely not surprised, and I just wanted to thank you for keeping us abreast to what it is that you're doing, and we are absolutely in awe of your spirit. So I just wanted to share that with you. That's all I have.
That's very kind, and I'm going to hijack it real quick. Yeah, get your ass over here. So I've got
Here,
a
hold
young
on.
guy here.
There you go. Language. You're rubber banding
can you
just
hear
a touch.
Okay, sorry. I was saying we live with the soldiers, and that makes it a lot cheaper for us. So I've got one of them here who's smoking his required hour cigarette. Yeah, I'm talking about you, little guy. So, got anything you want to say? I'm here. I'm gonna pass the phone. Congrats. You're live.
Okay, I will be short. Just want to say that thank you for supporting Ukraine.
He's shy, but he's a good guy. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that language. Let's go to Iran Revolution Report. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, language. I have a strange question for you. It's not so strange, but in real life, I work to bridge language gaps, especially in crisis situations. And I'm very much interested to know how you are bridging those language gaps and training soldiers and medics to apply life-saving procedures to wounded soldiers, especially because, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think you're not only working with Ukrainians, but you're working with people from all over the world who have different languages. So do you have interpreters with you? And also, are you providing like written manuals or instructions in different various languages, and how you're doing that? Thank you.
So it's a good question. My team is international. My team, I should say. It's we are very lucky to have. Yeah, buddy, keep chuckling it up over. Yeah, dobre, buddy. Go to bed. Stop. Now you're all full of jokes. Okay. But you're not. No, you're good. No, I'm not yelling at you, man. I'm fucking with you. It's good. But sorry, man. But anyway, it's a we have a really wonderful interpreter, like the guy sitting next to me, and another people we work with, who without which we would be lost. Я розумію українська чуть-чуть. Мій українська пиздет, but я хочу практикувати. So it kind of works, and I can play charades with the best of them now. I have people from a number of countries. There's a lot of Danes here somehow overrepresenting. Go Netherlands. That's been a shocker to me in some cases. And I also a huge amount of people from South America in certain geographic regions of the front, which is que muy bueno. And I've actually had some Ukrainian commanders. I don't know the country, and then they all get mad at me. So we all get to have fun. But the lessons are in Ukrainian. I have trained a few people in English, but that's usually been more like a one-off thing for friends or whatnot, or volunteers and what have you, because the people who need it usually don't speak English, although a lot of Ukrainians do, or at least understand chut-chut. So it's there's been that. My team, obviously, we all speak English, or else this would be much more difficult, though to various levels. Generally, everybody here is pretty well fluent. Which actually kind of brings me in as a nice little segue. It's a growing team. You might be a part of it if you'd be so interested. We are looking for more volunteers. If your idea of a good time is doing the same monotonous training every day for no pay with dubious food in poor conditions, then have I got the opportunity for you? And I will throw up a tweet in the next couple minutes. You would need to send your resume to my boss, Nick Shaw, who is the head of global augmentation. And obviously, if you have medical training and certifications, that would be preferred. Language skills also preferred. But this is a marathon, not a sprint. Not everybody can come and be here for 6+ months, obviously. So people come, people leave, and we always need more. If that's something you're interested in, you can drop us a line, and I'll throw a tweet up in the next couple of minutes. Also, to be perfectly blunt, one of our vehicles, our ambulance, is a little smashed. We could, if you've already, frankly, guys have already donated so much money, I'm not going to ask you. However, if you would like to, it would be nice to get that vehicle moving again. I'll put a link there as well. But as far as people, we can always use more, especially if you have the linguistic skills. Certainly, if you have the medical skills and you have both, then shoot us your CV, and somebody will get in contact with you. So thanks for giving me an opportunity to jump off of that.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much for
Language.
all you do, Language.
And thank you for your question, Iran. We received a question from our listeners, Language, if you can answer this one. The question goes as follows. I'm interested in learning more around the handling of communicable diseases and what sort of care or training is given around dealing with hepatitis, AIDS, TB, and even COVID. How does Ukrainians' treatment differ from Russians? And how do Ukrainian medics identify and deal with Russian prisoners who have these problems? Thank you.
That is a question that's a little beyond my scope of practice. That's communicable diseases. I am not going to be the infectious handbook here, or infection, disease handbook. You should consult with, an epidemiologist or a microbiologist, depending on what you're dealing with. There's whole specialties dedicated to this. Russians have terrible, piss poor living conditions, and they do not take care of their guys. Generally, the Ukrainians do much better, especially in medical care environments. Sometimes they fall lacking. If you guys ever get told you're going to the hospital in Dnipro, you shoot yourself in the leg again, so they'll send you somewhere else. Don't go to the slaughterhouse. I promise it's not a good time. But otherwise, it's usually broadly pretty good. What happens to POW medical guys? I got nothing. I've never run into them. I know guys who do take them and treat them on the field and then treat them in stabilization points. But beyond that, as far as communicable diseases go, where body substance isolation, BSI, practices, wear rubber gloves. If you're doing surgery, maybe you should wear a smock. Things like that help a lot. Try not to, rub it all over your face, etc., and you'll get pretty far.
Great. Go ahead, Mark.
Yes, thank you. Language. I have a question for you, but first I want to congratulate you on your very, very successful fundraiser for the tourniquets, and maybe even more importantly, the way you dealt with some of the side issues involved with that. So much admiration and respect. I don't mean to make you feel uncomfortable, and because you quite rightly put the focus on your work and efforts in Ukraine. But if you wouldn't mind, just take a minute. What were your considerations and thoughts behind your decision to do what you're doing in Ukraine? I'm sure there's all kinds of implications in your life for making such a major commitment. So if you can just maybe share with us for a moment on that.
It made sense. It seemed like it was something that if I didn't do, and this is a very selfish reason, I said, this is something that matters. There is, and this is something that matters. This is something I find personally fulfilling. I'm at a point in my life where I can do this, and I am working I was working a couple jobs when I was doing 2 jobs plus the MriyaReport reports and some other stuff on the side. And I was like, this only makes sense because I'm doing this with the intention. I saved for 6 months before I came to Ukraine, which I recommend anybody who is coming here, make sure you have a bank account saved up, please. You're not getting rich here. And I said, I'm coming here because this is what's going to matter. I don't know what it's going to be. I know I'm not running off to die in a trench, but this is something I will find personally fulfilling. And when I got here, it still feels personally fulfilling. And maybe it's just so one day, 20, 30 years from now, when, you know, my family or my friends say, what did you do? I can say, I was the right person at the right time, doing the right thing for the right people. And as a result of the actions that I was helpful and the people that I brought around me who did good work themselves, there are people living and breathing today that would otherwise be in the ground. That's just where it ended up. That's where I am now. It's a hard drug to kick. I'll tell you. You have guys reach out and say, "Hey, thanks. You know that dude you liked, the guy you gave the patch to, the Baby Yoda, the dude who looks like Pedro Pascal? Yeah, he took shrapnel through the neck. But here's a video of him getting out of the ambulance, treated and alive, and he's going home to his wife." And
thank you,
yeah.
language. Yeah, just thank you.
Yeah. I probably want to talk about some of this stuff with people when I get back to America. That is a big thing. I love you guys all to death, but I have absolutely no interest in discussing mental health issues right now. And if you are dealing with a traumatic environment, whether it is a elongated slow trauma or very discrete instances of trauma, you should not be a fucking idiot, and you should go talk to people about it. Because I've also helped a couple of people out here with that. It would be ludicrous to assume that you are not affected, and so you should have talking therapy at the very least, and talk this out with people, or else it will destroy you. That is my very personal, very unsolicited 2 cents on a topic which I will answer no further questions about. But let's move on.
Let's go to Jana.
Okay, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you. This has been so informative. I have a question about tourniquets and language, and I honestly don't understand it, so I may be really naive, but you were saying that you turn it once and you look for a pulse, no pulse, you turn it again. Can you explain to me the principle? Because it sounds...
Sorry, that was for a different aspect. I apologize. I'm gonna cut you off there. That is for what's called converting a tourniquet, which is a more advanced move, where if you have a tourniquet on and you want to either replace it with another tourniquet further down the affected limb, which you would do for a variety of reasons, or you're replacing it with an already applied bandage, then there's a different sort of steps. When you put a tourniquet on, you do check for a pulse, but you check it after you have properly applied it to guarantee that you have rendered blood flow stopped. There's also another way to do it for guys who don't know how to check pulse, which a lot of dudes and all of you listeners can do it right now. Put your thumb in front of you. Hopefully you're doing it. Take your other hand, squeeze your thumb nice and tight, 1 or 2 seconds, release it. You see how it rebounds from white to red. If you have no blood flow, that is longer. Also, there's a couple other physiological effects that you'll see. But yeah, I apologize if I was unclear. You should not be checking the pulse every time you turn the handle on a tourniquet. You should pull that strap until you cannot pull it anymore. Lock it in place, turn that handle 3 to 4 times, secure it, write down the time, and then you can, check the pulse and do other maneuvers.
Yes, that's interesting, and it made me realize how intricate all of this learning is about tourniquets. I mean, up to 4 tourniquets, and I mean, it makes me want to go out and really learn how to do it. So that's a good thing. And I also wanted to ask you, when you train your medics to go out on the front lines or whatever, what is the protocol for? I know that their medics are so dedicated 110% to what they're doing. What is there a protocol, like if there's a soldier out in the field that needs help and attention, like going out there, or what do they usually do? I mean, do they have I mean, how do you get them off the field to where you can help them, or do you help them right where they are? Or how does that work, if there's an answer, a proper answer?
It's a good question, and people who aren't trained, the Ukrainians do a really good job of trying to take care of their guys. Unfortunately, it means a lot of the people that I've trained get high on bravery and less on brains, and then they die. And I don't like it when my guys get the brain splattered across the wall because they decide that they were going to run out into the same sniper rally, which is very frustrating. So we call it in the Western, we call it 3 phases: care under fire, tactical field care, and evacuation. Here, we just call it red zone, yellow zone, green zone. The red zone is where there is danger, and if you stop there, you are going to die. That is as critical as I make it to them. If you stay there, you will die. Something hit him. Artillery, a bullet, I don't care how fast you put on a tourniquet, you are not going to be able to put on a tourniquet and get that guy out of there before the PKM gunner pulls that trigger. So you go there. I teach these guys, it is the exception to the rule rather than, this is a huge problem. There's a mistranslation in the Ukrainian medical material which says you put a tourniquet on, you should put a tourniquet on in the red zone. You may put a tourniquet on in the red zone if appropriate. They train some people always do it, and then they go out there and they die. You should have them crawl to you. You should throw a rope to them. This is why we know how to put on our own tourniquets, throw a smoke screen, bring a vehicle, drag them. I teach these guys during training, you go out there with security, you have somebody covering you, you grab them and you yank them out of there. And you move, and while they're there, I am screaming at them, red zone, red zone, red zone. I'm kicking dirt on them on a trench. I'm making it clear, if you stay there, you are going to die. Then you get to the yellow zone, or what's called tactical field care. Maybe that's 5 feet away, maybe it's 50, maybe it's a ditch, maybe it's a wall, maybe it's a bunker. I don't care. It is a place where you are no longer going to die when you spend the next several minutes assessing and treating a casualty. That's the biggest thing. It is an issue because these guys, it is very hard to watch your brother or sister scream in pain and know that you can do something about it. And that was the issue, apparently, with the guy who gained an extra hole in his head. A great guy, fucking idiot. And I wish he was still here. But you do what you can, and you use it as a lesson for the next few. So you just have to be perfectly clear with them. If you stay out there, you are going to die, and you will die painfully, and your last thoughts will be you let the other guy down. And when you beat someone over the head with that, they tend to understand that it's a bad time. So I know that was very heavy. I know that was a lot, maybe a little bit more than perhaps you were looking for. But I hope it elucidated and clarified the situation.
No, that's exactly what I was looking for, and that really very clear cut, and that's very helpful. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll step down. Thank you. Oh, I wanted to say one more thing real quick. You said about saying things out loud when you teach them. I know here we have a lot of fire evacuations and things. And as well as we know things, when there's a fire coming down the hill right at you, you say everything out loud, even if you know it internally so well. And it really helps you take your own proper steps and do the right things. And it just kind of hit home when you said that, how instructive and informative and helpful that is to repeat things out loud. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you for all your help and information today. I'm stepping down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Yana. Sorry, I also was muting you just because we were getting some feedback between you and Language. So that's why I kept pressing your mute button. So I actually, Language, I have a follow-up question from Anda, and it was around fluency and what you two were discussing earlier. So she's wondering if the learning goes both ways. So not just about putting a tourniquet on someone else, but also putting it on yourself.
Absolutely, it is your tourniquet is most likely to be used on you, 100%. It is the first thing I teach after stay out of the red zone. Remember, this is the yellow zone, and now we move to massive bleeding. It is the first thing is how do you do it on yourself, because it is your job, right? In a perfect world, somebody's coming to get you, but we just learned that the red zone's not a place to do it. So if you're bleeding out and you can't move, well, maybe put your own on, so you just bought yourself a couple more minutes, and now you can figure out how to get out of it, right? It is the critical first skill I teach after how do we fold a tourniquet so it's not a mess, where do we keep it so the medic doesn't have to play Where's Waldo, looking for it in your pockets. Pro tip, put them on your front, don't put them on your back. When we fall down, we tend to fall on our back. And you might be able to do your cool little, flexibility maneuver, but it's a lot harder with 15 kilos, 20 kilos of gear and rapidly fading blood supply. So put them on your front, please. But we teach them first. It is, you need to know how to do it on yourself. In the drills later on, we have them assign medics putting them on because that's their job. But frankly, we train them for the worst possible scenario, worst case situation, which is you have a unconscious, unhelpful casualty in a confined space with what's called polytrauma or massive significant injuries that need to be treated while you are in a dynamic environment. Because if you can do that, then in the reality where the guy takes a bunch of shrapnel to the arm and comes up and goes, my arm's bleeding, I would like it to not be bleeding anymore. Then you go, oh, this is much easier. This is a person who can help me. This is a person who can communicate with me. I can do all of these things, and it works better. But we do teach them, put your own on first. This is how you do it. This is why you do it. And this is how you prepare your tourniquet so you're not fighting yourself as you do it. But it's a good question from Anna. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question. Just wanted to check, Stephen, you came up here. I just want to check to see if you have a question. And if not, then we'll go to Sir Shaggy.
Unrelated topic, so I'll hold back.
Okay, thanks, G-Man.
No
Go ahead, Sir Shaggy.
Cheers. Yeah, it's just what something Janice said a bit earlier. As I've learned more about tourniquets and IFACs and stuff like that, it's definitely made me want to get one. I think it might be quite handy at some point, maybe. Hopefully not, but you know what I mean. And to take courses to learn how to do this just for myself, just in case it's a handy skill to have. So listening to people like Language Learner and about the fundraisers as well, it's definitely kicked me in the butt to do it. I think probably many other people as well made us think about these things just from a personal level. So yeah, thank you very much, Language, for giving us your wisdom, basically. Thanks.
I don't know if I'd call it wisdom, but it's very kind of you to say. If you are anywhere you are, if you go to your local fire station, ambulance house, depending on what country you're in, they will usually be more than happy. I mean, especially if they're sitting around bored, they'll show you how to put on bandages and stuff. There's plenty of YouTube videos, but practice is the best. You will not learn it from a textbook. You will learn it by doing. There's also what are called stop the bleed courses, which if you're in a incident like a car crash, will teach you how to take care of what we're dealing here, which is massive life-threatening trauma. Those are always useful. They usually take about 4 to 5 hours. As a personal favor to a person I should not have been doing personal favors to here, because I didn't realize that person was trying to charge for these courses until after I went and helped out. I've done a couple of those classes. I'm less than compromising with my students. Polite, but less than compromising with my expectations. I don't care if you're a Ukrainian border guard or a secretary, you are going to put that tourniquet on in 40 seconds or less, so help me God. And you can do those courses in about 4 hours. Probably faster if it's all in the same language. You don't have somebody chattering away at you in a foreign language that requires a translator. So stop the bleed. You can look that up. I believe it's worldwide. And you can learn quite a bit from that, even just in your daily life. Maybe you drop a knife and you forget the golden rule and you try to catch it, or there's a car crash down the road and you need to know what to do with the person who hurt themselves. I think first aid is everyone's job, and it's a good thing to be prepared.
Go ahead, Balanced, and then Stephen.
So because I didn't see, well, the hands slowed down for just a bit, I'm taking the opportunity to ask a second broader question. I'm curious to know, you're one of the few people that has this like remarkable broad base of knowledge relating to this war. I feel like your knowledge it spans like from the landscape or the armaments or the physical characteristics of the outcomes of like intense combat. So a more broader question, if you don't mind, like using your wide breadth of knowledge, what do you forecast the next 12 months looks like for Ukraine with respect to the war and the direction it's heading? What's the sense with regards to the soldiers or the their the officers that they report to and such? Like, is there anything that they're waiting on with respect to turning the tide more efficiently, or so that's my question, using that wider breadth of knowledge that many of us know that you have because of the work that you were doing prior to your departure to Ukraine. How do you see this going, and what's the general sense and tone with respect to the AFU?
That's a good question. I think there's a lot of work to be done. I think we will not realize the grand goals for this counteroffensive this year. There were mistakes that were made. There was lessons that were not learned in time, and lessons that it will only be a failure if we do not learn from them now, and if certain things don't happen. And I'm hoping that you're talking to somebody who's going to be very cynical about a lot of things here now, especially in the role and the people that I interact with. I'm not exactly seeing all the positive things. My idea of a positive thing is the guy who already took shrapnel and is lying in a hospital bed. That's my highlight of my day, is seeing him, which shows you I have a pretty skewed perspective on things these days. I think it's going to slow down dramatically during the winter. I hope that we will learn from that. I believe Russia will continue to be attrited. Right now, there's a lot of challenges. Hopefully, the winter will give more to Russia and less to Ukraine. Frankly, I expect there to be increased Shahid and other drone attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure. Russia is drastically scaling up their abilities to build those, as well as first-person view drones. Their suicide drones are becoming a ever-present issue on the battlefield, and that is going to be a big dictator of future of warfare. Talking with some guys who I knew who in that group that got badly mauled, some of the dudes that Carl put me in contact with. Thank you, Carl. These were very combat capable people. The guy he knows, very, very capable dude who I would not want to meet in a dark alley on a night. He's a very scary, very wonderful man, but very capable, very dangerous, as were all of them. And this guy with the gun, with all of your John Wick moves, it doesn't stop a drone carrying a grenade from flying into your face. So we're going to have to, this is a give and take. The Russians do learn. They are not all stupid, and we should not underestimate our enemy here. And as long as we focus on that, Western support continues to give more long-range fires. We continue to have disruption to the Russian economy, causing issues at home, continue to disrupt Russian supply lines, logistics, the vast majority of that being artillery shells, specifically mortars and long-range rocket artillery. Then when the spring comes, and we must prepare for that now, not 2 months in advance, but now, then the AFU will be in a better, ooh, that's loud. Then we will be in a better position in the future.
Thanks so much, Language. I appreciate it. I wanted to, look, like I said, there's many of us that know that, I understand that your focus is super granular right now, but I know better. I feel like, you know, you've shown us the array of the knowledge that you have with respect to this war, and so not tapping into that for just a moment to help resolve some of those questions I felt was appropriate. So thank you so much.
Well,
That's
thank
all I
you.
have. Thanks.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
Yes, it does. Thanks so much, Balanced Life. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yes. Firstly, just a quick mic check. For some reason, you guys were all very broken to me. Can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you. Language was broken up a couple times, but he always manages to come back. So it could just be a couple instances like that.
Yeah, I think it's probably on my end. Anyway, just very briefly, I truly appreciate what you're doing. Language, absolutely outstanding. And I tried to direct message you, but couldn't. I just wonder if you could possibly try and message me. That's all. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Yeah, let me check. I DM answer them. If I don't answer them right away, it's either because I don't have cell service, or I'm busy, or you know, and a number of other things. I promise it's not because you smell. Unless you do, in which case go take a shower, be hygienic. But yeah, my DM should be open, so you should be able to message me. I don't know. I'm not seeing yours there. Honestly, Declan St. James. It says I
I'll
need to
try
be there.
again right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh
You want to
no,
kick
I
that?
did. No, it actually does seem to have got through this time. Could you just check again?
I will check right now.
It's Stephen Language.
Oh, Steven, sorry. Let me check right this second. And message request. Yes, there we go.
Okay,
Fantastic.
thank you very much. That's all. I won't take up any. I can talk to you in the back channel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Declan St. James.
Go ahead and let G-Man go, and then I'll round out.
Sure, G-Man.
Good evening. This is just as I don't know. People maybe know this, and so if so, apologies for teaching folk how to, or trying to teach folk how to suck eggs, as they say here. Maybe they say it elsewhere, but Twitter basics here. I see a lot of people in our community who are regularly saying things like, "I'm on a follow block. I can't follow anybody else." Twitter has had for a long time follower limits, and there's one the 5,000 follow limit. Basically, anybody who's got an account can follow up to 5,000 people, but if after you hit that spot, they put a throttle on you based on how many people follow you back. And basically, it's something around 10%. So if you're following 5,000 people and you've got like less than 1,000 people that follow you back, then you're not going to be able to follow anybody until you start to trim down the people you follow that do not follow you back. Once you get above 5,000, it doesn't seem to matter. Doesn't seem to be another 10,000 limit that I have ever heard about, but the 5,000 one is real. So just a little bit of community information.
You need to have more than 1,000 followers to follow more than 5,000
You need to
accounts,
have
G-Man.
more than 5,000 followers to follow more than 5,000.
No.
people.
You need to have more than 1,000 followers, 1,000 followers. You need to have more than 1,000 followers to follow more than 5,000 accounts. But thank you for that.
Right. I don't know if I actually think it's you need to have within 10% of your follow the people you followed to follow more. So you need to be the rule of thumb is trying to have more people following you than you follow. You look at my account, you'll see you'll see it.
Yeah, but,
sort of like that.
and on the Twitter Q&A, they actually state that, so it's one of their policies.
Yeah.
Declan
cheers.
St. James, let's go. Cheers.
Yeah, this is just really a quick PSA. This is kind of serendipitous in the sense that the gentleman that's on with the medic background here. Last week, Chuck and I had a real good exchange, and after that, I had several medics DM me out of the field. And after some back and forth, they hit me up oh, we need drone stuff, we need this, that, and the other. And I'm sitting there going like, well, if you just sat here and listened to everybody talking about the big drive going on for drones, and it turned out after we did a little bit of digging and flushing, I took it up with one of the higher co-hosts and speakers, and we did some background research, and she said she kicked it up to the top. I don't know the keep their guard up, keep their guard up. If somebody is is language the medic,
something like that.
Okay. I apologize. I've only been on for about 8 minutes, so it was just timely. So, I sent him the the program and how to put a request in for a drone and any other, tourniquets and everything else that you guys are doing the drive for. And uh, boy, he came back madder than hell. And I was just like, well, this tells us something. And so, like I said, we've already run it through up and down the chain, but this is more on the PSA side because when I'm on, there's usually only 40 or 50 people, at least on Twitter X. But just be careful, people who you send your money to. Don't keep everything through here and let them run the program and let them do what they're called to do as a nonprofit. So that's it. That's all I have to say. And if anybody else has any feedback or run into similar experiences, I'd love to share notes with you. So,
All right, thank you for that, St. James. And with that said, I would like to thank our listeners for being with us for the last 3 hours. Thank you, Michelle, for a great co-hosting session. Thank you, Language, for all the information and the updates and the reports you're sharing from on the ground in Ukraine. And welcome, Robin. Robin will be taking over, holding the fort with Michelle until Peter arrives. And that's about it. So good night, everyone. It's midnight Kiev, 9 p.m. UTC, and I'll be seeing you again soon.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, John. Great co-hosting with you. And it's really nice to see Ryan up here. It's been a while, so I just wanted to say a quick hi to Ryan if you have anything to add, and then otherwise we'll go to Angry.
Nothing pressing. I just wanted to get up here before Language snuck off. Can't believe we're letting people like that come on the MriyaReport these days.
I know, right? They'll let anybody into there. Yeah, Ryan, you're a great cuddler, and I miss you every night. Don't worry, they'll never have what we have. And I still have those googly eyes, actually. So I'm looking for a tank.
That's all right.
And a bunch of those stickers.
Those special ones. Yes. Keep those special stickers. I've still got a bunch of those special stickers too. I put a couple of them to good use. But good to hear your voice. Glad you're still here doing what you do, and hope you got all the money raised for your tourniquets. Frankly, I don't care what kind of tourniquet you buy. A tourniquet's a tourniquet. At least not the Chinese imposter ones, especially ones from Ukraine. So I don't care what the naysayers think or what people might be babbling about on Twitter. I know what you're doing over here, and I know what you've done over here. And I know if you're fundraising for 1,000 tourniquets, they're going to go to a good place. So if anybody has an opinion about that, they can go fundraise for 1,000 tourniquets themselves and then have an opinion. And that's all I'll say about that. I think there were some hands in front of me, so I'm going to shut my mouth and wait my turn.
Thanks, Ryan. I wanted to welcome up Robin as my co-host. It's really nice to see you. I think it's the first time we're co-hosting together. So really looking forward to it until Peter gets here, maybe in the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think it is. This is great. Thank you so much for staying over. Peter was delayed. be here.
Well, and actually, Ryan, it was a great segue because I did want to ask.
We have successfully fundraised vastly more money than I ever anticipated. I interested in being blunt, when I scheduled coming on about a week ago, I was like, oh, well, there's going to be about 2 weeks. We're going to raise $15,000 and we're going to source an appropriate amount of tourniquets for these units. We blew through that in 2 hours, which left me reeling, to be perfectly blunt. That was phenomenal. After that, people were still being very generous, and we ended up raising $26,000. Now, we're working with some folks now to get these tourniquets here. Going to get actually a little more than 1,000, hopefully. Though we're figuring out the logistics because of the tourniquets that we're going through, which are certified Combat Application 7 tourniquets. Then we just have to figure out the logistics, because if you buy them in Ukraine, those cost $41 a pop. And I would rather not spend $41 a pop when they can be purchased elsewhere for the low 20s. So stay tuned. We did lose a little bit to credit card transaction fees based on the payment vendor. I think we lost a couple $100 there, but we still have well more than a little 25,000 plus people put some stuff in pay. Hoping to get somewhere close to 1,100 tourniquets out to frontline troops, which will probably be gone in a couple weeks, but you do what you can. And thank you all for everyone who supported. If you are trying to support more, I'll make that plug. I threw it up in the nest. Shoot an email to my boss, because I don't want to have to do all this. I don't have to sort through the unwashed masters, right? I've got enough people here I'm taking care of. Nick@globalaugmentation.org. Shoot him an email. Nick Shaw, great guy. He worked directly with Pete Reed, among other folks, ran medevacs out of Bakhmut, was here during the battle for Kyiv. Guy is phenomenal at the work he does, and he's just a good fucking dude. Couldn't ask to work for a better man. And if you have medical background, if you have qualifications, frankly, I'll say if you have language experience, that'll get you in here pretty good too, because it's nice when you don't need a translator. Maybe even a mechanic, because that brings me to the second thing. People like the Donbass roads, as Ryan can tell you, they're not great. There's a pretty famous road in Pokrovsk, or a bridge, which I'm fairly confident if the Russians shelled it, it would actually improve the quality of that bridge. It is the worst bridge I've ever in my entire life.
Are you talking about the famous bridge that I told
Yes.
you? I forgot to send you a picture or a video of this, but you're going to know this bridge when you drive across it. And
that bridge is awful. I drove across the small bridge next to it. I was like, what's this guy talking about? This bridge is fine. And then we made a couple of loops and we went over. And I don't know. OSHA does not exist because that bridge would have been condemned. They are working on the road underneath it, though, which is great. And I saw them trying to pave a section of it a couple of weeks ago. So, I have faith that one day they will. One day there will be a whole bridge there. But anyway, yeah, that's if you would like, you guys have already been incredibly generous. There's a PayPal link. It is a 501c global augmentation. Been registered since last year in the middle of the year. You've had donations are tax deductible. Frankly, some guys ran into us, and as we were pulling out, damaged some of our vehicle. It was guys actually from a brigade we were training who really should have been wearing their seatbelts and not texting. But all the same, they crashed into us, and because it's the right thing to do, and because they have an important job, we paid to fix their vehicle. I still need to pay to fix my vehicle, which I need to get a battery for, among other things. So a little couple dollars goes a long way. I won't turn it down. If that's something you'd be interested in, there's a PayPal link in my bio. As always, what you can, if you can, but even just a kind word is plenty. You guys have already done so much that I am not going to come up here and then try and triple dip. But yeah.
Is
And
that
if you want
frogs
to
in your background language?
I think it's
I'm trying to figure out where those
I think
are
it's
at.
crickets. It's crickets. Are those frogs?
It sounds like crickets.
Okay, maybe it's crickets.
I think there's some frogs. Do they have frogs out here? Well, we're near. Ooh, close. We may or may not be near water, so that would make some sense. Duck? Sure. How do you say frogs in Ukrainian? I don't know, but yeah, maybe. Zhamush? Java tut? Tak? Ni? Okay, then we have no idea.
Fair enough. I was just trying to geolocate you based on your background noise.
I'm right. I'm in your walls, babe.
Okay, let's go to Decathlon next. And I just wanted to remind everybody, we do have a full panel up. So once you've asked your question, we'll either cycle you down and you can come back later. Please. So go ahead,
Michelle,
Decato.
if M says any, or excuse me, pardon me, if language says anything else about us cuddling, feel free to demote him immediately and not say another word about it.
So I'm supposed to demote him and not you?
Yeah, boot him from the panel.
There is a calendar.
There's a calendar. Shut up. Next question. We have another speaker.
That would be a photo moment, though. So if either of you are cuddling together, I think the rest of us here at MriyaReport would love to see that. Or maybe we wouldn't love to see it, but either way, one of you has to take a photo.
This would be great for next year's calendar for big donors, you know?
Dr. Verlaine, that's all I'll say.
Somebody has to hold the candle.
I'm glad
Anyway.
someone was laughing out loud because I was trying to keep it
Yeah.
inside.
We
Okay,
did take a couple pictures of that and throw them in the outhouse on base, which, not to be too indiscreet, but one of the bases we're at had only the finest in recently done porta-johns, with only the finest in vintage 1970s black and white Soviet era pornography stapled to the interior by the soldiers, which was great until one of the soldiers decided to take Miss Kursk 1975 with him, and the soldiers all had a drastic drop in morale. We ended up in a different location with a different porta-john, and some of those pictures from your fundraiser, Ryan, we threw them up for a day before the guys here. I imagine they took them down because they felt it was too sanctified a place for Mr. March, but who knows?
March is my birthday.
All I know is if we get banned from any oblasts or assisting any units because of any of that stuff, Chris is going to kill you.
You know what? It's Magic Mike. We all fundraise in different ways. Anyway, it's enough of all this. I'm sure.
Okay, let's go to Hans. Decado, go ahead.
First of all, I had a big laugh, brother. I'm so happy to hear you, and I'm so happy you're safe and sound. Hearing the crickets in the background makes me want to fly. I was worried about you. I knew you were where you were, and it's great hearing from you. And I just wanted to mention, me and my team, we studied the Twitter algorithm pretty extensively. Any questions you or anyone from Ukraine has, I'll be happy to answer them about the algorithm in my DMs. I don't want to discuss them here in spaces because, well, you know, Russian dogs and cyberies and shit will learn, and we don't want that. But if you want to follow over 5,000, you need to have at least 1,000 followers. That's the basics of it. But you don't want to be following too many people. If you mess up that ratio, that will have a very big effect on your impression, engagement, etc. And what I wanted to ask language is that what do you think about some Iranians coming down there, helping with some of their expertise? What do you think something like that would accomplish in terms of, we did a three-part space on how Russia is Iranians' oldest and biggest enemy. However, the regime is working with them. We all know that. And we from Iran, as much as we are engaged in our own revolution, we want to show support for our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. So how do you think that could help? Like, what kind of expertise would you think we could bring there that could help Ukrainians at the moment, or something like that?
I think there's a lot that the brave Persian people can bring to the table. I'll be honest, That's such a wide-reaching answer. I would have to take some time and look. I have actually met some Iranians here who do phenomenal work. So your country is well represented. He talks a lot of smack about how Mount Damavand is much more beautiful than the Carpathians, but I will leave that to both of you to discuss. My own personal feelings I will not keep. I will not share on an open forum. But it's you guys do good work. The resilience and the community of the and the steadfast nature of the Iranian people is something to be marveled at. And I mean, look, I'm sitting next to one of our buddies right now. Yeah, I'm talking about you, man. Keep giggling. You keep smoking those cigarettes out here, I'm gonna keep talking about you. What do you think's gonna happen? Yeah, so, you leave in 5 minutes? No, you don't. You're gonna come back here in another 5 minutes. You're gonna have a cigarette, bro. Keep talking to your girlfriend, whatever. Yeah, but he's saying we've got an Iranian here from actually in Tehran who's fighting their government, and they support you. So I don't know if you'd want to maybe say a couple things. So the people they did some work trying to stop the drones, and in Iran they them to death, and they do a lot of other terrible things. So you've got an Iranian who's actually fighting their government, and they're saying that Russia's their big enemy, because it's the Iranian government that's sending the drones. It's not just them. So I don't. Let me put you on the spot real quick as you pull out Google Translate. Say what your heart means, man. You give him what? Just say hi.
But actually, I've said before, I'm really, really all thankful that your country give us so much support, and we appreciate it. It's more than we appreciate it. It saved their lives.
Yeah,
actually.
But it's sort of like the folk here is a gentleman from Tehran, actually, and spent a lot of time working in the current revolution to try and stop the Iranian government from sending drones. So he just kind of wanted to reach out and say thank you for the work that you guys are doing and the support that you provide to him. He's smiling now, and he'll probably start giggling in 5 seconds. But yeah, it's we're a lot more closer here than we are apart.
You could speak more faster, and I think that
You want me
I understand it. But I try to understand it. Actually, you said about the Putin, yeah?
Yeah.
We try to stop the Putin.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's true. But I think the world's help for Ukraine is really necessary thing in this war. It's a thing without it will be more harder than now. So we really appreciate it, and these things really help us.
All right. So they say, and I think it's merci is how they say thank you in Persian. So merci, Priya, Jakuyu, whatever language we're saying it in. Thanks.
Thanks so much, language learner. And can you let him know as well from all of us all over the world that we're sending our love and support. And we thank him and everybody else for doing the hard work. And all of us are behind them 100%. And just to know that they're supported from everybody and all over the world, like I just mentioned. So thank you. Thanks to you and Ryan as well. And I'm going to say my goodbye. So I just wanted to thank everyone for being here. Thanks for sitting beside me for the last few minutes, Robin. And Peter's going to be joining us shortly.
Well, he's blushing and chuckling, but he's doing good now. So I'm sure he appreciates it.
Okay. Thanks, Michelle. Like, hopefully next time we'll have a little more time together. I only know one word in Persian. It's azizan, but I guess it's a good one if you only know one. Anyway, language, I was remiss in not saying hello to you. It's been a long time, and it's so great to have you on this space and hear everything you've been up to. You sort of disappeared from here for a while, and I had worried about you, and then we found out what good things you were doing. So thank you for that. Let's go to Angry next, and then to G-Man.
Hey, can everybody hear me okay, if that's all right? First,
I can.
Fantastic. I think tonight's a really special night. It's pretty late where I'm at. But I want to start with something first and foremost, is that many times we get on this space and many people listen, we talk about guns and vehicles and stuff like that, but war is a vicious and vile place. And when I was 18 years old, a friend of mine was injured, and a tourniquet that my hands used was able to save a life. And that friend of mine has a group of kids today, and he's alive. And that's how important this cause is. The cause for medical support for people fighting for freedom and democracy is it's just incredible. And something as simple as a little, a little strap with a piece of metal or a piece of hardcore, whatever material that works to save a life, it is just so fucking incredible. And we have the ability to save a life. Everybody can spend $15, $20. And that saves lives. And my friend could tell you what that meant. And I can tell you what that means when you cinch that down and you know that your friend isn't going to be dead because you were able to do that. I can't explain how incredibly important that is. So I will stop being a little, I'll try and compose myself for a second. Two of the first people I really remember from MriyaReport is Language and Ryan, going back months and months and months early into an invasion. And I think right now, for the first time, 3 members of this group who've been around for a very long time are all on, it's all 12/22 for us right now, I think. And I'm very lucky to have gotten here to Kyiv early today and spending a couple weeks working to support veterans. And I just really saw Language and Ryan. I just thought, what an awesome space this is. What an awesome group of people. And today's been pretty emotional for me. And just want to say, love you guys all. And I'll be quiet for a second.
Right back at you, Angry.
Yeah, thanks, Angry. One of the things we've talked about, and I'll just hang a second, Ryan, I'll go right back to you, is the number of amputees we're seeing in Ukraine now, which is going to be a challenge for a long time. But one of the reasons I think we're seeing so many amputees is because so many people with catastrophic injuries are being saved. And as Language is talking about, a lot of those people are being saved by having a tourniquet that works at the right time.
Robin.
So as you're saying, yeah,
you're 100% right.
go.
And yeah, and I didn't mean to just interrupt you right there, but I think I might have just had to. I think that some allergies happened somewhere in my room. Sorry. You're 100% right, and that's something that we learned in the global war on terror. And there's going to be so many veterans of this war for a long time. Wars do not end when victory happens. Wars end when veterans can live that fought and won the wars and defended freedom and democracy. When veterans are able to live their lives out and have stability and have dignity and have jobs, that's when wars really end. And these people here are going to live with this for a very long time, and this is an effort that we all will live with for a very long time. And I'm very blessed to be in a place to help. And sorry, I'm going to probably drop down because it's pretty late. I've been traveling for like 2 days straight, and I'm a little emotional right now. And it's just good to be with everybody here that cares for these people in a real way.
Yeah, thanks, Angry. You're not the only one who feels emotional about this. It is an emotional topic. I just want to very quickly welcome my co-host Peter up. It's good to see you, Peter.
It's good to be here. So I'm a little bit late. I got stuck on the underground or subway in London, but I'm here now.
That's the important thing. Ryan, did you have something you wanted to say before we go to G-Man?
I wanted Angry to know that I saw some of his old equipment here in Ukraine today, and I won't tell you where I saw it, but I also saw some other equipment, and I'm not going to tell you about any of that equipment. Actually, now that I think about it, I'll tell Angry about it in private. It was pretty cool, but I wanted to. It was good for me to see lots of American tax dollars sitting here ready to defend Ukrainian freedom and independence. I'll leave it at that. On a much more serious note, I wanted to go back to what you were saying, Robin, about the number of amputees here in the country, and how that every one of those amputations is a saved life, and that's exactly correct. But I want to rain on that parade for a second. And I'm going to try to not get emotional when I do it.
Good luck.
Yeah. I've seen more amputees in this country than I've ever seen in my entire life. And I want people to know that they should talk to their congressman, their parliamentarian, whoever the fuck they need to talk to increase support for Ukraine as quickly as possible. Because there are a countless number of people in this country that didn't have to lose their limbs in the first place, and they do because the medicine is triaged in this country, because that's how many people there are getting blown up, getting shot, getting shelled, and everything else. It's not just soldiers, it's civilians. Tourniquets are great. They'll save a life if somebody has one, but 90+% of the civilians, 98+% of the civilians that walk around in this country don't have a tourniquet. Not even all the soldiers have a tourniquet. So if somebody's bleeding out and gonna die from blood loss, and you can stop that with a tourniquet, that's wonderful. If all they end up losing is a limb and not a life, that's phenomenal. But there are tons of people who don't have to lose a limb or any of that if this war can end a little sooner. So tourniquets are great, but let's increase some support so Ukraine can end this shit as soon as possible.
Can I just add a fuck yes to that statement? And if folks know me, you know that I get up here and I scream about calling members of Congress and calling the administration and
Angry, go ahead.
Did you hear me? I'm sorry, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I don't know if Peter can.
I don't know if Peter can hear me. So I just wanted to say I met a child today.
I think I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, that there was an amputee, and that's what did it for me. And I got to spend time with veterans, and we'll be touring veteran hospitals and field hospitals in the upcoming days. And we have got to get kinetic. I keep saying this, and we have got to get more kinetic, whether it's with fundraising, whether it's engaging our members of Congress or Parliament or whatever. It's like I saw scenes that I remember seeing in Ramadi, and I remember seeing in places that were crazy in Iraq, but except that there were kids playing them, and there was Wi-Fi and satellite dishes. It was a modern city that a bunch of fucking assholes decided to come in and just destroy. I got to stand on the bridge in Irpin that I watched mortars fall on civilians as they left, and we have got to do more. We have got to do more. And that's, I mean, I know CC's down there, and I know CC can help advocate and organize and let folks know how to do it. But if I want just everybody to listen, I hope you've heard me and Ryan's voice tonight. I want everybody to, especially if you're from the US, I really want you to think about this. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions. When was the last time you called your members of Congress and your senator? Did you do it one time 2 months ago and thought it was good? When was the last time you wrote your members of Congress? When was the last time you talked to a complete stranger in your country about how much bad shit's going on in Ukraine? I don't want any answers, but I want you to think about that. Because on Monday morning, every member of Congress needs to be called and told this story tonight of Americans doing whatever they can to support a country so far away and people so far away, but that are so similar and it in a cause for democracy and freedom. And I want everybody to just let that sit in your soul. And when you don't make that phone call, I'm not going to know. Cece's not going to know. Language, Ryan, we're not going to know. The veterans that are injured, that kid that was injured, is not going to know if you called their member of Congress. But you will. You will. You're going to remember if you didn't make that phone call. And I really hope that you feel really shitty about it when you don't. And that will drive you to organize and then the next day make that phone call. It's not about what we didn't do yesterday. It's what we're going to do tomorrow and the day afterwards. It's about deciding that I did as much as I could today. And you know what? Tomorrow I'm going to try and reach up. I'm going to grab that ladder and I'm going to get a little more involved. And that's what we all have to do, no matter what it is. And it's just, again, incredibly important, incredibly powerful to be up here, especially with language and Ryan. I really admire both of you for a long time. Ryan, we've talked for hours. Traveling across, when I was traveling across countries, when you were staying up late the first time, trying to make it to the Polish border, and I understand much better now. And I just wanted to say this space is just so incredible. The people are so incredible, but we've got to do more. Plain and simple.
Yeah, thank you, Angry. It's a good reminder. I haven't contacted my legislators in the last few days, and I definitely will do it again tomorrow. It's very important. Okay, the order I have now: G-Man, Sutter, Meta, and CC. So over to G-Man first.
It's really good that CC and Angry are both here tonight, because we've been talking a bit from time to time today and many other days about advocacy and civic activism. And CC and Angry have been beating that drum as much as they think we can tolerate. And we have often listened, and I'm sure plenty of us have thought about writing or done writing or did it, and probably do it a lot of times. In the UK, so CC was asking, was there an equivalent mechanism in the UK for reaching out to our representatives that you have in the States with, for example, the resist.bot AI helper, that's it that way, which I actually used today to write to the President of the United States, even though I had to tell a wee white lie and say I was a citizen living abroad. I'll whisper that. Anyway, there is a thing in the UK called They Work For Us, which allows you to write to all of your representatives. And because the UK politics is sort of funky, we've got an MP who sits in Westminster in the main Parliament, in the House of Commons. In Northern Ireland, where I live, we've got members of the Legislative Assembly, which is Stormont, which is truly dysfunctional because it doesn't sit right now because of our really funky politics here in Northern Ireland. That said, they're still there, they're still paid, and they're still representing us while they're supposed to. So I sent 5 of them a message, and I sent my local councillor. Well, I have 5 local councillors, but I could only find one address on the They Work For Us. So I'm going to go find their addresses and add that so that it can reach them as well. But I got a call back from the one local government person that I sent a message to, and she's the mayor of this small place we live in. But there's 500 Ukrainians living here in this reasonably small place, so that's 15% of the number that came to Northern Ireland. So it's a significant number. And so she told me some stories too, because her brother-in-law, runs missions to Poland and has been running boys' camps, young people's camps, not just boys, for Polish and Ukrainian children for this last year and a half. He's on his 80th camp. Goes back obviously before the Ukrainian war. They were in Poland a year and a half ago in February, and they contacted Ukraine. So they then raised money for humanitarian aid. So I'm finding out stuff about the local area as well. But and then, you know, I've emailed the Prime Minister, I've emailed the Defence Secretary, I've emailed the member of the House of Lords who is responsible for defence. And just now, because Margot Gonder has mentioned something about needing more weapons, I've sent a tweet to the President, Secretary Blinken, the German Chancellor, the German Defence Minister, and Richie Sunak and Ben Wallace. Do I get any? Do you think I'm going to get replies? Probably not. But anybody that gets a message, it is at least another message. It at least is something, and it's better than nothing. And it all adds up. The other thing I'm going to say is on Thursday, it's the 24th of August, it's Ukrainian Independence Day. By a strange freak of history, it's also the anniversary of the formation of NATO. So maybe that's an omen. Maybe Ukraine will get their NATO membership this year or next year, sometime soon. Cheers.
Thanks, G-Man. From your lips to God's ears, as they say. Okay, let's go next to Sutter.
Hello, mic check.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Is language still here? I have a question for him.
I am.
Okay. So what I want to ask, I don't want to criticize, but I want just to ask about Dnipro and the reason why are they bad? Because, I mean, what I heard from Ukrainian medics that they are pretty bad and that they have really bad experience with them. As far as I know, these tourniquets are not officially approved, and because of them, Ukrainian soldiers are dying because of them. So it's not just Chinese tourniquets that are bad; even Dnipro tourniquets are bad. And as far as I know, they are not officially approved, and they are not combat tested. So,
maybe on the last topic, at least, I understand where you're coming from, and believe me, we should only send high quality tourniquets to people on the front lines. Cat 7 tourniquets are the gold standard for a reason. I know they're combat approved because I've seen them work.
No,
I'm happy if you would like. Yes, the Dnipro 2, the Dnipro 2 tourniquet. Dnipro 1 was Pizdet. It was not good at all. The Dnipro 2, the reason, because I've seen it used by guys. I actually sat down with the guy today who he took a pretty massive blast to his leg, and everybody's entitled to their own. He took a blast and he put a cat tourniquet on, and it didn't stop the bleeding, and he put a Dnipro tourniquet on, and that was the one that ultimately saved his leg and his life. He's still got a pretty gnarly scar. I have photos. I have videos. I have personal experience of them working. So I respectfully disagree with the implication that they're a death sentence to everyone who puts them on, because I've had different experiences. I'm not getting paid by them. I have no financial stock with them. I've just seen them work, and I've compared to the millions, hundreds of thousands of Chinese tourniquets that I've seen, which are drastically ineffective. I would take them. I have taken them. I do take them. I trust them on myself. So maybe I'm delusional. I look forward to them passing certification tests the same way I look forward to Seach hopefully passing certification tests, among others. I know there are testing going on, but while there are individuals who have certain perspectives on it, and I respect those perspectives, a lot of the issues I've seen with Dnipro tourniquets, and this is true for any metal handle tourniquet, we see it a lot with the metal handed Chinese ones, is they're improperly applied, because, and this happens a lot in Ukraine, unfortunately, because people die on it. They do not pull the strap tight enough, and as a result, they turn the handle like 7-8 times. Now on a plastic tourniquet, that handle bends dramatically because you have a lot of torque, which is a major pressure force. And I've got puns. I could go grab one out of my bag right now if you really want and send you a picture of what it looks like. It torques, it makes this S shape. Metal tourniquets, on the other hand, they will, if you tighten them too much that way, because you only should have to turn it 3 or 4 times to stop bleeding if the strap's properly applied, you double those numbers up, then the torque of the metal will cut through the strap. So that's been my experience, is that it's improper application, secondary to bad training, which is not their fault, but people need to do better on it. Yeah, I know. My smoking buddy's back here. A guy's asking if Nipros kill everybody that they touch. I don't know. Tak, ja nie poнял. Sure? Yeah. Okay. Dobre. Yeah. No. Well, a guy's asking.
I love that response. He was just like, "What?"
It's amazing how a couple of people can you know, I'm sorry, real quick. So the metal, what language just said is incredibly important, and I learned that years ago when I first got taught about using tourniquets, and it's 100% true when it comes to if you improperly put them on, you don't want to have to tighten that thing very much. And again, something I can it's amazing how a few people can kind of, you know. A few people can, you know, talk about certain things and really make people, you know, question and understand things, even though the vast majority of people who are trying to do the right things are willing to do it. And again, that's, sorry, I shouldn't even came up with that, because unfortunately I hear, you know, I hear this a lot in Ukraine already, is that there's people who are just being assholes, and they don't care really what they say on social media. They're just saying it to say it. And I'm extremely fed up now, even more than ever, about that.
No, I mean, look, I'll pass it over to him, just because I think we can maybe put a damper on this. I think there's a lot of perspectives, but you've heard my perspective. I'll just give it to my guy sitting next to me, and you can tell him. I mean, so just said this because I think he has said this a couple times. When we speak very quickly, it is a little harder for him to understand. Because, you know, ти розумієш українська, є чудово, дуже добре. So, будь ласка, запитання за Dnipro tourniquet. Is that добре? Я не знаю.
Actually, I've never had that problems well with Dnipro tourniquets, and I don't know. We use them like normal, always okay.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's it. Yeah, I'm not going to put you on the stage, boy. He's just confused. Yeah. So, okay. I mean, that's about. There's a lot of options. I mean, look. It ultimately, in my experience, and I've put on thousands of tourniquets now, and I've seen tens of thousands of them put on, high thousands. The issue fundamentally comes down to improper application, because the strap isn't being pulled tight and its handle's being done poorly. If you do those, even a Chinese tourniquet will work. It, however, will not hold compression adequately. And as a consequence, it will loosen and you will bleed. That's really the fundamental thing. And then meanwhile, we've got guys out here with tourniquets and bandages from 1970. So, but Cat 7s are the gold standard, as are soft tees and others. I personally find Dnipro 2s to be a perfectly serviceable alternative, as do a number of the medics I work with. But people should use what they feel comfortable with. And the units out here will also choose to use what they feel most comfortable with. You can ask Karpatska Sich, you can ask the 59th, you can ask the Presidential Brigade, you can ask the 36th Marines, the 53rd, the 10th Mountain, and Loot. And I'll tell you from personal experience that they have a variety of tourniquets that are not just Cat 7s. But I think we can move on, because there's a variety of options out there. I'm not the one that works for you.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to say, Sutter, you may be in an area that you don't have good coverage. I've tried to bring you up 5 or 6 times and it's just not working. So we're not intentionally keeping you out of the speaker slot. I just can't seem to get you up. So my apologies for that. Okay, let's go to Meta next.
Okay, thank you, Robin, and welcome as a host. I just want to say something. I would want to curse. In Finnish, we have so many curse words, but those mines, damn them mines. And language, I really appreciate what you're doing. I don't understand how your head keeps together. I so admire it. And the mines are in the playgrounds, in the woods, in the cop fields, and everywhere. I heard that there are like 50,000 amputees in Ukraine. 50,000. But I also want to bring you the stories, about the ballet dancer who danced without his legs, and the little girl who had got her steel leg. And then I saw these 5 veterans who were hiking together with their proteses legs. So there's hope, but I know we have some in Finland, and today Zelenska visited them in Sweden, but the 50,000 just now, and it's just but you have to give them keeping keeping their muscles going somehow, and rehabilitation and mental work, but it's gonna be a very, very hard thing. But there's hope. There are surgeries and there are protheses and everything, but it's gonna be a very, very long aftermath after this war. So I'm sort of my job title's been production manager, so I'm sort of thinking priorities, and the priority is to give Ukraine the weapons that it can win this war, and then to clear the mines, and and then the whole world hopefully helps out with these surgeries and everything and all of that. That's what I wanted to say. But language, I just admire you. Thank you for being here tonight. I'm sort of crying here. So thank you for letting me come up. Thanks.
Thanks, Meta. And this points out another issue I know is a big one now, is that there simply are not enough prostheses and people able to fit them properly for all of the amputees in Ukraine now. And it's apparently quite a time-sensitive issue, that the earlier that an amputee can be fitted and using the prosthesis, the much better outcome they have. So there's another area for some fundraising, I think. Okay, we're going to go to Cece and then to Sutter.
Hang on, real quick, Lyra.
Oh, please, yeah.
Push the button and join the panel. We'll make space for you. I have a friend who's listening, and she needs to come up and say hi to Language, and she needs to introduce herself, and she can come back later if she doesn't want to stick around.
I'll step down.
Thank
and I think Sutter's back as well. If I think that they're having some issues. Oh.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I don't mind letting Sutter go before me, Robin.
Okay.
Okay, thank. Stick around, Angry, please. Okay, go ahead. Stick around, Angry, please. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I heard about Dnipro tourniquets. It was from Ukrainian medics on frontline in Ukrainian, and they say these bad things about them. And I don't know, but just if something is not officially approved, I would not use it, because even though if one good experience is not good enough, because you need to test thousands of tourniquets in order to say these are the good tourniquets. And this is the problem, because you don't have this quality, and normal people cannot, even medics cannot test tourniquets. There are specialized people who there's thousands of them, and
You know, I think
that is my view, and that is just what I want to say about Dnipro tourniquets and
That's fine.
I think this is
If we can, Robin, if you don't mind,
Yes,
before,
go ahead.
rather than me talking about it, because I think we could go down a rabbit hole. I respect your perspective, Sutter. I'm just going to hand you off to my Ukrainian compatriot here, Taylor Rosamio.
Okay. So, you could trust me like Ukrainian soldier at least at my accent. Також можу сказати щось українською. The need for tourniquets is really just normal, regular, and actually in some ways good tourniquets, which could help and save lives of our soldiers. Brilliant. And
Thank you.
you know, I'm not here about problem with Dnipro tourniquets like you said before, but
Dave, you got a hot mic.
you could just see you on your eyes if you want. I'm not say that you need to invite a war in Ukraine or something like that, but there are so many Ukrainians like me, yeah, which you can speak with and speak their opinions about it.
Yeah. Right. Hopefully maybe that clarified, Sutter. I mean, I don't think that I'm necessarily going to change your perspective, and I think we would all agree that Ukrainians deserve high quality tourniquets of the most effective kind. I will say from my experience, the bulk of failures here come from improper application of all tourniquets, including certified ones, because a tool is only as good as the person wielding it. And the biggest thing with the Dnipro tourniquets, because Ukrainian training does not emphasize pulling the strap tight, people they are told pull the handle until the bleeding stops. With a plastic tourniquet, that's why you see handles snap off. With a metal tourniquet, if you have too much slack and you torque it, the same thing as if you put a plastic pipe versus a rubber pipe and then you twisted it around a cord, the rubber pipe will break, or the rubber piece would break, the metal piece would break the rope. That scares people, understandably, because they go, oh my God, the handle's going to snap, it's going to break it apart. It comes down to a lack of understanding, is my opinion. going to snap. It's going to break.
Just well, just interesting factoid. Today is the feast of the savior of the apple in Ukraine. This is a day that Ukrainians take baskets of apples and grains and honey to church and have it blessed with holy water. And it's a festive day. It's the same thing in the Russian Orthodox Church, and the fact that that the Russians chose this day, knowing that many Ukrainians would be out on the streets, and on their holiday too. So the Russians, supposedly the great defenders of Orthodoxy, it tells you an awful lot about who they are and what their priorities are. Not only did they again target a civilian area, but they waited until a day when they knew there'd be an unusual number of families out on the streets together. So what can I say? It's just despicable as usual. Prince, go ahead.
It is despicable. And I see Angry Ants is back on the panel. And I don't know how many people we got in here now, but I'll go for this anyway. And it's actually, I didn't want to ask him something. I just wanted him here for this because I knew that he would kind of appreciate it. And it might help to inspire people to contact their congressman. Last night, Nancy, myself, and Gina started a conversation about genocide. And we wanted to look at genocide, not just at the 5 points that define a genocide, but we wanted to look deeper into what that actually means for countries and things like that. So one of the documents we went through last night is sort of a fact sheet on genocide and what it actually means. So this is the part that really kicked me in the teeth, and I think this is something that we need to be inspired by and look at our countries to see if they have recognized this as a genocide in Ukraine. Because if our country is part of the UN and has signed on to the Geneva Convention, this is part of the Genocide Convention, and this is something countries need to do. The convention establishes a duty for state parties to take measures to prevent and to punish the crime of genocide. Now, we are already in a genocide, I realize that. But today, we can still take steps to prevent the genocide tomorrow. And tomorrow, we can take steps to prevent the genocide the day after. And I believe very, very firmly this is something that we need to continually point out to our lawmakers, that as a signatory to the Genocide Convention, it is our country's duty to do everything we can to prevent it from continuing. It doesn't say to stop it. It doesn't say to stop that. So I've sort of put my own little twist on it. You know, yesterday we failed to prevent the genocide that's happening today. But what can we do today to help prevent the genocide tomorrow? That is, I think, something very important. And, you know, of course, me, because it's something that I do look at, immediately went and looked. And yes, of course, there are two resolutions. There is House Resolution 154 and there is Senate Resolution 72. That is to recognize what is happening in Ukraine as a genocide, and those have not passed. And that is shameful for our country. It is our duty, per the convention, it is our duty to take measures to prevent and to take measures to punish the crime of genocide. So with Angry and Cece up here, I just wanted to point that out because I think that is something we need to point out to our lawmakers, that because we are signatories, we have adopted the Genocide Convention, we need to make this declaration and we need to say this out loud as the United States, because it is our responsibility to continue to try to prevent the genocide from happening. And so I mean, it was a really good conversation we had last night. We are going to have it put up on our Spotify account, and we are going to continue the conversation every Friday night. I think through the end of September, we're working on that. So that will be every Friday night, and we're going to look at different aspects of the genocide, and we are going to go through oh, now my brain's going to go blank for half a second. We are going to go through, give me 2 seconds. I have it right here. We are going to go through the New Line Institute for Strategy and Policy's newest report that came out in July 2023, the Russian Federation's Escalating Commission of Genocide in Ukraine, a legal analysis. So yeah, I just wanted to make that point, because I think it's a very important point that people need to hear. And so not just for the United States, but for your country, wherever you are, see if your country has recognized this as a genocide, because if they haven't, they have a duty to do that, I believe. So that's what I wanted to say. And I wanted to say it when Angry and Cece were up here, because I know that they will agree with it and they might have stuff to add. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Prince. And you're right, it's an absolute scandal that the United States hasn't managed to do this yet. Ryan.
Hey, language. Do you recognize anybody on the panel? She probably doesn't know you as language, and I've told her not to call you what she normally calls you.
Oh
But
my gosh. Добрий день. Добрий, Валерій, як справи?
Добрий вечір. У мене все добре. А у тебе як справи?
Добре. Так, you know, the Ukrainskaya translator works with a humanitarian group. Oh, так. So, yeah, well, if you want to say hi to a Ukrainian soldier, Valeria, I'm sitting next to one. Oh.
Hello, everyone. Добрий вечір, військові, наші військовослужбовці. Дякуємо вам за те, що ви нас захищаєте. I've just told that thank you to our soldiers that they defend us, because language is sitting just near the soldiers. So thank you guys for defending our land and our country and our big family.
Дякую вам також, що підтримуєте. Насправді, ваша підтримка також дуже важлива для нас, і ми відчуваємо її.
Oh, you put a big smile on his face. This guy's usually shy. Oh, see, now he's blushing. Well, you can't do this to these poor boys out here. But no, exactly. See, yeah,
and
he's a good.
for everybody else that isn't language, I just wanted to introduce Valeria. She's a volunteer with Renegade Relief, and she's from Rivne. She has been working in Rivne and working with Renegade Relief with Renegade since the invasion last year, but Valerie's grown up in Ukraine, so this has been going on for a decade for her, since she was a small child.
Yeah, the war started when I was in 5th grade at school. Yeah, 5th grade at school, there was the revolution, Maidan, and then the war. I was at the early school.
We were talking before the space crashed about tourniquets, Valerie, and Tony had fundraised for some tourniquets recently, but we were talking with his soldier friend about Dnipros versus other ones, and basically he was telling us that a Dnipro 2 is on par with a cat, or a Sam or a Sitch or a Soft, I don't think I may be putting some other words in there or
don't
adding
think
some
so.
other
Do
tourniquets,
you
but
notice
a
TMT
good
tourniquet
tourniquet
or a
is not
SAM
a
tourniquet?
Chinese tourniquet.
He's shaking his head. Yeah. So yeah, look, I don't think. Do you know what a SAM tourniquet is? Sam? SAM? No.
Tony,
So yeah, that's not. No,
what
those are all
what I was
certified
getting at,
tourniquets.
all I was getting at was there are quality tourniquets and there are shitty Chinese tourniquets, and people who've used tourniquets know a quality tourniquet from a shitty Chinese tourniquet. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, just like I think we can get lost in the weeds on this.
Yep. I don't even want to go down that road.
Yeah, no, I understand. In short, and we can put a bow on it. I understand why people are concerned. It is a righteous, reasonable concern, and I have handled more Chinese tourniquets here than I would argue most people will in their lives at this point. I handle multiple of them every day, and we snap about 5 to 6 of them. It's why we go through so many. I appreciate the perspective of people who don't have as much hands-on experience, especially when it comes down to the training aspect. And I appreciate their concern and the desire that the Ukrainian soldiers only get the best. And I'm on board for that. But I think that they should expand the horizons in who they talk to, and that potentially some of the individuals who are not at the front lines yet represent themselves as such could talk to some more of the frontline medics. And yeah, don't laugh, buddy. I know. And get better clarity. But I think we'll leave it at that. I think that's professional enough. I would love to have cats. Cats are great. Sams are great, but heavy. Siege are nice, but hard to put on one-handed. Nipros are good, but also heavy because they're metal, not plastic. And then the soft tees are actually really nice, and I like them, but they're expensive as hell. And then TMTs are certified, but they fucking suck. I can never put them on properly, and you're not going to get them clipped on in any way, shape, or form. Put them on someone else. Don't put them on yourself. And everything else has a white strap on it that's a Chinese tourniquet. Put it on, but that'll only last for 10 to 15 minutes before the compression fails. So you better have a backup plan. Otherwise, I think we could talk about these forever, but we can probably move on.
Valeria doesn't break it across your arm in TCCC training.
That's good. That's good. Then she's doing it right. Valeria, I'm proud of you. If they're not screaming, then it's not on right enough.
Yeah, I totally agree. You should put the tourniquet till the very, very end, and the person starts screaming. You can ask Andrei how painful it was last time for him. Also, we did on the TCCC training chest cells. I think Ryan remembered it when we put chest cells.
Did you rip off a bunch of his hair?
Yeah, we put it on Andrei. It was pretty difficult to do. However, we managed to do it. And about the tourniquets, have you heard that time difference between Sam tourniquet and Cat tourniquet?
I believe the SAMs, if you're putting them on yourself, I think the SAMs take a little bit longer, but it's all going to depend on what you train with. If you train with one more, then it's a little faster, a little easier. I've seen mostly medics carry SAM tourniquets, and they usually are pretty fast with them. Putting them on, I actually know some medics who prefer them, especially if they're putting them on someone else, just because of the way you can grab them in those holes.
I think she was talking about time to leave them applied before.
Yeah, because personally, I recommend to my soldiers who know that they will be evacuated in time. They can put SAM tourniquet, but if they are not sure when they will be evacuated, then it's better to use Cat tourniquet. 100%, or Dnipro or Siege. You can use these tourniquets for a longer time, but SAM only for 2 hours. If there will be 3 hours, then you lose your leg or arm.
I honestly wasn't aware of that, but it's unfortunately not beyond the normal possibility. I'm not familiar with that in my own experience with SAMs. Yeah, it's I think that sometimes there's just guys getting the tourniquets converted, and especially with the SAMs and the clips, they do go on pretty tight. They're also actually very good for other things. They work really phenomenally well for pelvic slings and pelvic tourniquets, for junctional tourniquets, and I know they can get tight there. But like you said, there's gold standards for a reason. I like the cats. I don't think seats are bad as long as you're not putting them on yourself, and outside of certain junctional areas. And I think the Nipro 2 are a fine approximation of a cat as long as you know how to put them on right. If you don't know how to put them on right and you'd leave the strap loose and you twist the handle 12 times, then you're going to snap it every time because you're trying to apply torque. So that's why good materials and good training go hand in hand. I have seen a lot of pictures of dudes who live with Chinese tourniquets on because they were properly applied, and frankly, they got lucky and they didn't lose compression or they got evacuated in time. But we don't want to be lucky. We want to be consistent, which is why we push for high quality materials and high quality training. But that's good to know about the
I don't
SAMs
believe
too. I
Chinese
honestly didn't know.
tourniquets because there was not only point about like losing it, but losing the pressure. Yes, it loses the pressure. It's another point that you can just easily crash this tourniquet. Look, you know,
Well, they snap
you know
all the
me
time.
really good, and I'm not like the most powerful person in the world. I just take Chinese tourniquet in my hands, girl's hands, and I just crash it easily on my leg.
Yeah, they break. So the plastic quality you can feel is so much worse. That's why I was saying the guys are lucky, and it's why we're raising money for tourniquets and why we did raise, because you and I both know what the soldiers usually have. Remember when we were down the trip that I went with you guys, and we took the tourniquets out of my armor and we gave them to the soldiers at the block post right near the river because
I
all they
remember.
had was the Chinese stuff.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
that tourniquets. I spoke to that soldiers, and I would then give them new ones.
yeah, it's a constant problem. The issue is, and I know, these boys they get a little bit of money, and what are they going to spend it on? Are they going to spend it on their girlfriend? Are they going to spend it on clothes? Are they going to spend it on something cool to put on their Russia to kill Russians? Or are they going to spend it on bandages? No, they're going to spend it on the first three. They're not going to. Why would they? They're going to live forever. They're young kids. They don't need medical stuff. That's nerd stuff. And so they buy the cheapest thing they can find at the local U-Tactics store or whatever, and then that's sitting behind the counter direct from Beijing, and then they go on about their day, which is frustrating. But you can't expect them all to
Recently,
know.
I've talked to my really close friend from Rivne. Also, he's a policeman, and he and his team they were sent to Kherson, to the front line, to demine the territory. And I called him with video. And I asked him to show his IFAC. He told me that, I don't have any IFAC. And I asked him to show his tourniquet, so I can be sure that he's safe there, because they live in Kherson. Actually, they don't live in Mykolaiv. They live in Kherson on the 6th floor of, Brezhnevka building.
Valeria, stop talking about where they live, please.
There are a lot of buildings there.
Okay. I just didn't want you to talk. I know you know, but I just didn't want you to overshare.
No, yeah, that's fine.
But go ahead.
And he showed me a Chinese. No, probably it was Chinese tourniquet. Yeah, Chinese made tourniquet, and it was written there in Ukrainian tourniquet. So, and all the teams there that are demining, they have such like Ukrainian tourniquets, but they are also really bad quality. So buying Ukrainian tourniquets, you have to buy real Dnipro or Siege.
Hey, Robin, do you mind if I jump in? Because I have to drop down. It's late here.
No, absolutely.
I
Yeah,
got
and
an
then
early
afterwards we have some hands. But
No.
go
I'll
ahead,
be real quick.
Angry.
I got an
Absolutely.
early morning. Ryan, language. We're on back channels. I'd love to chat with you in the morning. I've got a couple-hour drive tomorrow. Would love to figure out how to link up via phone tomorrow and possibly in real life soon after. So
I will be in Kyiv at some point in the next couple of days because I have to do admin stuff. So
Hey, maybe me too.
Yeah.
We'll all
I've got a
touch
base camp.
bases.
I've got a base camp already. Wait, and I've got a great crew of veterans. We've got veterans representing so many different groups of people. We've got a national LGBTQ plus veteran leader from the U.S. here, helping support Ukrainians learn and work to make their services better for everybody, which is so fucking amazing that people are forward thinking in this country. And I'm gonna get some sleep because I've got a lot of work ahead. I wanted to say thank you again. What an amazing space. We've got 3 people who have been talking on this space for a long time that are doing some I'm just very proud of both of you, and I'm just very lucky and humbled to be here to bear witness and then to also support. And I want to leave with just what I said at the very start. 18 years old, I was able to save a very good friend of mine's life that has a great family and kids today because of a tourniquet. And because of a tourniquet that I trusted and I knew to use. And for people like Language, who trains people to save other people's lives, I trust you and I trust your Ukrainian medics. So if you can spare $10, that can mean that you will know it will save a life. If a tourniquet comes to Ukraine right now that can save a life, or a tourniquet can get to a soldier's hand, there's a damn good chance that it has the opportunity to save a life. And we should try and do that. So I'm going to drop down. Thanks again, everybody. Slava Ukraini.
Here I am, Slava, and thank you, Angry. I would include you among the very special people who we are honored to share the space with. Language, we've got some hands now, so I want to let you you take this where you want, but if do we have time for some hands?
I'm happy to answer questions if there's any more for me. I've hijacked my little Ukrainian friend here, who Valery. I think you guys should talk more, because he seems to be smiling out. Yeah, bro. No, you don't shake your head. Don't shake your head. I know. Yo ponyo. But no, it's she's a very lovely young woman, and she does a lot of good work. And who knows, maybe if she's delivering aid in insert geographic area, I don't know. Anyway,
Very
don't
nice.
let me
Okay,
go too much. Yeah, dude, the guy's going to fucking stab me. But anyway, I'm happy to stick around for a little bit before I pass out.
okay. Дуже добре. Okay, let's go to G-Man.
Yeah, I've got a question for Language, and I'm not sure if this is. I just want to know, for people that don't know what a combat medic, what the work's like, right? I'm just wondering. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Band of Brothers series and the Bastogne episode, which features Eugene Doc Rowe, who was the medic on that in Easy Company. Whenever, for me, and like I'm not experienced with the experience, but how that is portrayed in a forest with snow on the ground and with artillery bursting in the trees and the splinters flying everywhere and people just, falling around the guy left, right, and center, and him having to deal with all of that. I'm not sure if that is a good or realistic representation. Probably not realistic enough. Just wanted to know your thoughts.
Realistic representation of what trench warfare is like?
They weren't in trenches.
We can talk about it. You want to you want to talk about it, bro? Okay, so here's the unit you get. Let's get a little. We're gonna be a little dark here for a second.
That's what we want to see.
You get
less training than you should, and that's me being polite. You were given a rifle. You were given what? 2 mags? 2 mags to train, maybe? You because you need to go fill a gap. The Russians are coming. You are at Kreminna. Congratulations. The last guys who were there, they held for 11 days. They were supposed to hold for 30. So your training got cut short. And you move, and you there, and you push in at what? At night? We move at night? So we come in at night, and we end up, and we are there, and you get in, and the artillery starts because the drones saw you 5 miles away. So you can't drive to your trench. There's no, you're carrying it on your back. You're following the lines through the minefields, and you get to the trench, and that's when it starts. And you sit there in the dark and the cold and the wet as the shells drop around you, and somebody gets unlucky. They get one in your trench, or they drop a grenade, and your buddy's bleeding, and you have no idea what the fuck to do because you weren't told that you needed to bring a headlamp, because the experienced guys just looked at you and shook their heads because they said, the last guy's held for 11 days, maybe you'll hold for 5. And they just kept moving because they're shell-shocked and everyone's concussed. And so you sit there, shelled overnight, your artillery answers back if you're lucky, and then the day rises, you dig out the rest of it, and you eat your food, and you have guys there who were not expecting this. They did not ask for this war. They came out of, someplace in the West with a family, people they love, and now they're sitting in a trench getting shelled by one of the most artillery-heavy forces known to man. And then you do that again and again and again. And then one day you get told, today we storm. We assault, we have trained for it, and maybe you're in a good unit and you get the chance and your commanders care and you get trained and they give you a mock-up and you're going to hit that trench. So you go and you assault and you drive through, and it doesn't matter that rocket just flew out from 4 kilometers away and just vaporized that BMP next to you. That's why we call them hell machines. That's why nobody rides in them, because everybody who rides in them dies. So you get there and that's all gone, but that's okay. You got 3 more. Oop, make that 2 more now. Well, we got to the trench and we get in there and we do what we can, because you're fighting down a hallway more narrow than you putting both your arms against, putting out, and you get through and you watch the guy in front of you. He's scared. He's blind firing, and somebody drops a grenade and it blows him, but you get through and you kill that last Russian and you celebrate and you walk down the trench, and then the command detonation occurs because they wire their fucking trenches with det cord and it vaporizes you, and then the evac team comes in to pull you out, and then the second line vaporizes you, and then we do it all over again, because congrats, you just crossed 1 field and there's 20 more lines of trenches behind that. That's what trench warfare is. It's fucking awful. Sorry, I wanted to get that off my chest.
No, thank you, language. I think those of us.
That's okay. No, that's no problem.
No, I was going to say, those of us sitting thousands of miles away, it's really easy to get to forget about the realities that people are facing in the country. I'm going to go back to Ryan because he's in Ukraine now, and then after that we'll go to CC, Shovel, and Alex.
I don't even know how to follow that language, but you're not wrong. What I was wanting to do was tell people that Valeria reached out to me a few days ago and told me that some friends of hers needed some medicines, and she sent me a list, and it wasn't a terribly large list, and it's not extremely exotic stuff. It's pretty basic needs medicine. And I asked some people on the board at MriyaReport if we could purchase that medicine, and they told me yes. And I don't know, I don't want Valeria to share too much about what we're buying or, why exactly it's needed, but I'll just suffice it to say that guys who are serving in ZSU would very much like to be ready and able to fight when they're needed, and just a handful of basic antibiotics and some preventive meds and some ibuprofen type stuff goes a long way if you have earache or screwed up stomach because you drank some bad well water. I don't know if maybe these guys got a gulp of pond water while they were swimming, because it's been god awful hot in Ukraine for the last month. But she knows a little more about the specifics, and I don't want to make up a story about why any of this is needed, and I don't necessarily want her to explain why any of this is needed. But if she could add any info, generally who these people are to her, or why we're supporting them, that would be great. I'm going to go buy some medicine in the morning, and the stuff that we can't take care of immediately, I've found another way to handle. So I'll leave it to her if she wants to jump in. I meant this to be more of a question for her, but I figured I would do most of the talking because she hasn't been on the Maria Report before. She actually never had a Twitter before I told her she had to add a Twitter and come on the Maria Report. And I can't wait to get her and Andre on here together so they can argue about Ukrainian politics.
We'll do it soon.
Actually, I just want Andre to tell everybody how much fun it was taking that chest seal off. This kid, I think, has the genetics of some kind of mountain gorilla. He's about as hairy as a 20-year-old person could be. And I very much enjoyed watching Valeria put a chest seal on his bare chest so we could remove it. It was all for a good cause.
Sounds mildly uncomfortable.
Oh, it definitely was, but he deserved every bit of it. So what generally are we buying, or what generally are we buying it for, Valeria? I've read the list. I don't want to go read the list. I read too many messages on Signal, and I know you're going to send me that list again in Ukrainian later tonight.
Yeah.
And it's also 1:30 here, so I've got to go to bed in a little bit, and I think she does too.
Yeah, today has been a really difficult day. We were working all the day in the warehouses. You know, we're handling more than 1,000 meal kits in our hands. So about the list, yeah, guys, it's really not a special list. You know, it's almost end of the summer, and there will be first cold nights soon in September. Especially September is Ukraine. It's really rainy. Like, I mean, not only September but autumn. So in the list there is usual antiviral against flu medication, like runny nose or sore throat. Antibiotics, of course, they are there because when you got injured, the only way for paramedics to save the life, yep, you should like give probably antibiotic, or there is another way that they do it. They just mix like make a shot of different pills, and when you got injured, when the soldier got injured, you can just easily take all the pills, and there is also antibiotics. So that's why you don't get so infected after you got injured. Also, there is some stuff from stomachache. Okay, we are in Ukraine. We can go and we can buy food everywhere. We can eat something good, but they are in the trenches or they are fighting. Then they can't eat soup. They have some of the groups. I'm not talking also so about all the groups. Some of the groups have the delivery, like week delivery of food, but it's mostly food that is really bad because it's dry. It's not soups, and for our stomach, so it will feel good. It shouldn't be like all the time pasta or like boys that who told me that they were eating for 3 months only buckwheat. Like, come on, you need meat, you need soup, you need vegetables, fruits. That's why they ask for usual like stomach painkillers. It's not even painkillers. They these pills, they treat your stomach. Also, there is like medication from backache. The vests, they are really, really heavy, especially when you have the vest, your ammunition, your helmet. I believe it's really, really difficult to carry it on you, and especially when you are running and when you are fighting at the same time. I remember when we were handling vests on ourselves and when we are handling vests on ourselves on our missions. Ryan can tell you that it's
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was just gonna say, if we wear a vest for 2 days for medical training, my back hurts for 3 days afterwards, and my knees. So guys running around actually jumping in and out of trenches or over walls or doing anything strenuous beyond training for a few minutes at a time is going to wear you out physically. You're going to need ibuprofen. If you're not 21 years old and still think you're bulletproof, you're going to feel it. And just like she's saying, these guys don't get a chance to wash their hands in a nice fresh sink with hot water and soap before they have to eat their food. They sometimes have to take or water from a well that they don't know when the last time it was tested. Sometimes they have to take water from a creek. Civilians have to take water from a creek sometimes here. Is it that way in Lviv or Rivne or Kharkiv? No. Is it that way in a very rural part of Ukraine that's much closer to the front lines? Abso-freaking-lutely.
If you need meds, Larry, I have, because we can't get tablets here in Ukraine at the same cost that we can in America, because we're all pill poppers there, I am mandating that all of my guys who come here bring me like 800 fucking, like naproxen, which is basically super ibuprofen. Before all the British people jump down my throat and tell me that I'm going to give people ulcers, with respect, fuck you. I've been taking that shit for years. Also, but you let me know. I can throw a bottle your way for your boys. It'll have like 400 pills in it, and it'll take the edge off. And if they are eating shit food, then yes, they should also take something with it so it doesn't damage their liver. But I've got stuff. I'm giving it to the guys out here, but teamwork makes the dream work. So just text me, stay
I'll be in touch. And
yeah, I'll have. I think some of the guys who are coming into Kyiv in the next couple days should have at least a couple bottles, and I'll just pass a couple of them to you, and then that should last you for a while, hopefully, if we're issuing them on an individual basis.
And I was going to follow up on what Valeria was saying as well. Just a cocktail of antibiotics. If you jump down into a ditch and end up stabbing yourself through the calf with a stick or a piece of sharp metal that's probably rusted, and you don't have access to a hospital immediately, and you can't remember the last time you had a tetanus shot, a cocktail quickly of some antibiotics isn't the worst thing you could do. I introduced Andre to triple antibiotic ointment just the other day. Yes, we are a little quick to over-medicate in the United States, and I know you should always take antibiotics at your doctor's recommendation, but medicine here in Ukraine is in a triage situation. You don't always even have to have a prescription for stuff. I don't know how or when they're rolling that back, but we're not just handing this stuff out. It's being handed off to medics who are trained in how to administer it and when to administer it and what to do. And as far as over-the-counter pain medicine, I could care less what anybody thinks about it. If you've been living in a trench or riding around in the back of a Humvee or a Lada for the last
few months and your back hurts, somebody's opinion on Twitter doesn't really matter much. If your back hurts and somebody has ibuprofen or aspirin or naproxen or anything else, take it.
Recently, there was a situation of my close friend. He called me and told that he doesn't feel really good and he's being evacuated to the hospital because of his wound. I asked, like, what happened with you? And he told me, oh, nothing. I'm fine, but I got a small scratch on my leg. And because of the fact that he is a soldier, yes, he is working in not a clean not society environment, yes, he got an infection, usual infection, from the ground, from the land, and he got evacuated because of this, and because he got really, really sick, really bad, and the wound started not to be treated and healed. And this is because he didn't have just one antibiotic pill. So after that, I just told him, like, oh, never mind. Like, just I will buy you a pack of antibiotics from my own money. Like, but please carry at least a little bit of them, just in small case, and like even in this case, for a small scratch.
Yeah, we sometimes forget how important antibiotics can be in these kind of situations. So it's not a time to be overly scrupulous about prescriptions, I guess. Okay, yeah.
Just real quick aside, I was in the Philippines about a decade ago on a scuba diving trip and happened to walk through some alleyway in the little island that we were on, and apparently stepped in raw sewage or got some contaminated water on the back of my heel where I had rubbed a blister. And just the exposure of some contaminated water on the back of a raw heel that was rubbed raw from scuba fins ended up getting infected and ran up the back of my leg to the back of my knee within a matter of 3 days. And had a surgeon not seen it while I was on a boat with him, I probably would have ended up in the hospital. Luckily, I was in a part of the Philippines that had really good medicine, and I ended up going and getting some antibiotics, and I was miraculously better in about 2 days. Unfortunately, guys who are living in trenches in Ukraine don't have access to medicine that quick, but it's sure nice to know that the medics who treat them, when they do show up with a scratch that's turned into a bright red spot tracing towards their heart, might have some antibiotics to give them so they don't have to be evacuated. It's not a whole lot to ask. Frankly, I was saddened to know that guys need help getting this stuff. But they desperately need it, and it's not anything special. I've got a couple people already DMing me asking me what exactly we're talking about, and it's for the most part OTC pain medicines and antibiotics. But it's not a bad list. And the vast, actually all of it can be purchased tomorrow at a drugstore. I'm gonna go do it. Watch. Thank you, Victoria, and all the other board members at MriyaReport. I very much appreciate the yes answer.
Well, I'm not on the board, but people at MriyaReport really
thank you, everybody,
appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah, I also want
we
to thank you guys for your work here and for your contribution for the victory of our country.
Well, it's our honor to do what little we can. Guys, we have 3 hands now. I know it's terribly late in Ukraine now. Can you guys stick around for a couple of questions? If not, we totally understand.
Yeah, I can stick around for 10 or 15 more. Valeria moved, like she said, 1,000 meal kits, and I know how heavy those meal kits were because I loaded 300 of them. Well, I loaded 150 of them into the back of the van a couple of weeks ago, and then I did it again a couple of days ago. I know she moved about 10 truckloads worth today, so she's got to be exhausted.
Okay, well, Valeria, if you can stay, that would be wonderful. If you need to go, we obviously understand. The order I have now is Shovel, Alex, Cece, and Yvonne. So, Shovel, first of all.
Okay.
I actually did dinner, but I about an hour ago
CC
that
had been
can
up,
go before me. I don't.
and then she dropped down because of Twitter box. So I'll defer to her first, or let her go if that's okay, Robin.
I'm sorry. Oh, Cece, yes, fine, that's fine. Thank you.
I sure appreciate that, Shovel. Angry had wanted me to say something 2 hours ago, but regardless, to the people that are writing me, the tourniquet fundraiser that we did were for we wound up they are cats, so there are 1,000 cats. So even though Language would like to talk about for the next 72 hours the different brands of tourniquets, as that is his passion and he can't get enough, it's kind of a moot point because we have it's cats that we donated, 1,000 of them, 1,000. So we're very excited about that. And then Angry wanted me to talk about the well, actually, the way that I'd actually like to couch it is this. So between Language's story of his friend that he lost in the red zone is so touching, and Angry's story of the little girl, of which there are many, with no arm. I mean, we're so far past it at this point, but it doesn't matter. These stories are so poignant and so touching that should be the fuel for using my new name to text Joe Biden to get all the things that we talk about on here that we need so badly right now: attachments, F-16s, tourniquets, even more M113s, and also resist.bot. G-Man also had introduced me a couple hours ago. Now I'm blanking on the English one. I'll get it here in a second. Is he up here? Like I said, I had a thing hours ago. Anyway, the point is that this is so very important to actually just take two minutes to move your thumb and to use the fuel of these stories that will just break your heart, because most of us are so far away from these things that we just kind of intellectualize them, even if we empathize. Really just hold on to the stories that they've been telling and use that as your fuel, so it just doesn't stay in the intellectual realm. Because the chief of staffs that I've talked to are telling me, please get people to call and be representative of their own constituencies, because it is political will. That is the problem right now, is political will. They want to hear from you. Andy Harris, the chair of the Ukraine caucus, just said something ridiculous yesterday or day before yesterday about it being a stalemate. So this is a crucial time right now. So please just move your thumb back and forth for 120 seconds in homage to these beautiful stories we've heard. Thanks. And thank you, Shuffle, for letting me go.
Thank you, Cece. Shovel, go ahead.
No problem, Cease. My question is for basically all Ryan, Language, and Valeria. As we were doing the fundraiser this week, and I was kind of monitoring medic conversation. Apparently, this week there was a push to check all IFACs among the soldiers, and it seemed like it was kind of all over the place. And I was wondering if you guys could speak to that. What kind of what do you think's going on there, or what are you observing going on there?
So I can actually talk a little bit semi-educated about this one. This is the end result of good political processes taking care of bad political processes. Despite, have you believe, the Ukrainian military does not have uniform quality control standards for the medical supplies they give to people. I have seen, the issue is you have people who do not know what they're saying. They have logistics officers and they see it on a list and it says tourniquet and they send it, which is why one of my guys who was down with the 36 Marines, 35th Marines, who are, as we speak, pushing Robotny at the counteroffensive, hard fighting, losing more people than you and I would like. When you look into their IFAKs 2 weeks ago and you see in their medic bags Soviet bandages from 1973, I have pictures of that, as well as red Esmarch tourniquets, then that's telling the soldiers their lives don't fucking matter, because if you get wounded, you might as well use that rubber strap and turn it around your neck. Now, that doesn't mean that their commanders don't care. It doesn't mean that their commanders are stupid. It means that their commanders received something from somebody that said, these are tourniquets and this is a medic bag. And they said, okay, I've been given this. I have a million things to do. This is a medic bag. I'm giving it to the medic. It's a shit situation, but it's the one we're in. About a month ago, there was an incident where a bunch of very obvious Chinese tourniquets got sent to a unit where usually the medics will take them. If they're good, they'll go through their guys' kits and they'll get rid of the Chinese ones and they'll get them good stuff. This person did, and then they said, hey, stop sending them to us. We want good stuff. Their commander said, no, these are good. At which point the medic made a big stink. It went up the ranks. It turned out that they sucked. It found out where did these come from. The Ukrainian central government said, oh, well, we were told that these were good, and we just stamped them and said they were fine. We didn't make any assessment. We were just saying that they were tourniquets, that we certified that they are tourniquets, not that they're certified tourniquets. Sorry for the mistake. At which point it went to the RADA, and they had a law. They went through and they audited. They said, how many Aptichkas or IFAKs, soldiers' first aid kits, have been supplied since 2020? The answer is 0. Yeah, he's laughing next to me now. It's a dark humor. Now, is there stuff that's not reported in there? Is there volunteers doing things? Yes. I've worked with guys who do that. But because of this, people are currently, there was an order passed to inspect everything. That's not getting done. I'll tell you right now, outside of Liman, that's not getting done because I'm the first person doing it. And if you're outside of Liman, you should probably know you have a good first aid kit. So it's frustrating. It is a 1,000,000-man army. These things move slow. We do what we can with what we have, and we don't let perfect be the enemy of good. That's about where we're at. There's a huge need. There's good people making IFAKs. The traveling colonels do a fantastic job. I wholly recommend them. Medunard, MEDUNARD on Twitter. Again, that is MEDUNARD on Twitter. Nice old, little old-fashioned, 2 retired colonels.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Stop throwing out the ageism. Don't be ageist, kiddo.
Genius. Okay, kiddo. Oh, but they're good guys. They do stuff. It's hard not to be depressed over it sometimes, but you do what you can with what you have, and this is a lot of stuff here is about compromise, and that goes from the fact that we don't have Blackhawks evacuating people with a full surgical suite in 30 minutes to we have guys being sent into fucking minefields with rubber tourniquets that are older than their parents. So you find what you can with what you have, and you try and put out the fires where you have them. And that's hopefully that elucidated and answered some of the questions about the status of checking medical kits right now. It will continue to be an issue. And frankly, it's like the same thing. When we first started doing this training, we would check guys' armor. I think I said this already this evening. It is very hard to look a guy in the eyes and tell him your stuff sucks, and then watch as he just we had a dude like start hyperventilating, and that's when I decided to stop doing that. I felt like I gave him stuff out of my own IFAK because the guy looked like he was going to go around the corner and hang himself. Because if you're some new Ukrainian conscript, a Ukrainian mobilized guy, you just got out of basic training, you're going to advanced training, you're in Donetsk for the first time, and you're scared. But don't worry, here's a foreigner, and your officer says there's a foreigner American medic, and all these other guys are listening to him, and he's calm, and everything's happy, and he's checking your armor to tell you how to be safe, and then he looks at you and he goes, do you have an Aptichka? And you go, no, and his face frowns, and he goes, well, do you have a tourniquet? And you start to get nervous, and you go, no. And he stands there and he stares at you for 30 seconds. That 30 seconds feels like the rest of your life. And then that's when you have a panic attack. So you can't do that to these guys. I have lied to more soldiers than I care to tell them that this is going to be fine.
I'm going to continue to do that because the alternative is to tell them that they're going to die. And these are the choices we have to make. Until we can fix the problem, I'm not going to condemn a man who may or may not die to die in fear. And that's why we need better kits so we can replace it, so we don't have to lie to them that the stuff they have is okay. Or we buy the materials like what we're trying to do, so I can say, yes, your shit sucks. Here's something that doesn't suck. Sorry, let me just get that off my chest a little bit. I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, thanks. Let's go to Ryan and then back to Shovel if you had something, and then we'll go on.
I was gonna mention that Chuck and Monty are guys that I first met back in Poland. They were shuttling stuff from the US to Poland. They are both retired colonels, but they're not that old. They make good stuff. They weren't ready to come into the country last winter when I first met them. They were just bringing stuff over and handing it to other groups. I told them they should consider crossing the border, and man, did they ever. They now build tons and tons and tons and tons of IFACs and send them out. We've delivered quite a few of them. As far as the question that was asked to all of us about the IFAC check, Valeria private messaged me asking what the hell we're talking about. Just so you know, Valeria, there was some gossip on Twitter saying that there was a directive sent out by somebody, I guess in the ZSU or I don't know where, that everybody should be checked for what kind of medical equipment they had, and that I guess all soldiers or people at the zero line, or I don't know what the story was, were supposed to be checked for stuff, and there was a deadline for it, and it ended a couple of days ago. And basically, sounds like a great idea, but I think you and Language and I all know that all soldiers do not have IFACs. In a perfect world, they would. I know specifically of a guy that was a civilian last winter and going through basic early this year, and he's now probably within 20 miles of the Russian border somewhere else in the country. And when I found out that he was no longer a civilian and had been drafted into the Ukrainian military, my first question to him and his wife was, how's he doing? Does he have an IFAC? She told me, I don't know, ask him. I asked him, he did not have an IFAC. Then through talking to his wife, she told me, well, that's really effing unfortunate because he's got some pre-wartime medic and first aid training, and he probably doesn't know the first thing about firing an AK-47 or an AK-74. So somebody else that listens here on the MriyaReport sent me with some tourniquets and IFACs last time around, or I guess this time when I came, and he got one of those. Valeria can attest that not all soldiers get IFACs, and even if they did, not all soldiers know what an IFAC is. And unfortunately, some soldiers don't carry their IFACs even when they do know what they are, because they haven't necessarily had the time to properly train on how to use them. That takes a few days. There's a whole bunch of other jobs that soldiers have to do besides training how to save somebody next to them's lives or save their own lives. And a bunch of people that are young and don't want to think the worst, don't even want to consider the circumstance where they need to use their IFAC. But when you do need to use it, having a little bit of training can save your life or someone else's. That's incalculable value.
I was packing IFACs since the early beginning of the full-scale invasion, like for almost 6 months, for half a year. Then we stopped because there was no good humanitarian aid, sorry, I'm really exhausted and I need to wake up early in the morning. Humanitarian support, like tourniquets. So we just stopped getting them. Like as a donations, we started to buy them from our own money. and continue like working, but not in a big amount. And I know what have to be in IFAC. And before sending like groups or their recitation, I all the time I join the conversation with my boys. Is it like online conversation or offline? I come to them near the front line or to the like we meet in the city, and all the time I check their IFACs. Like, okay, you have to throw this, I will give you another. I will find you a new tourniquet. I'll find you a new chest seal. Like, just give me some time to find it. But every time I check them, and I think there must be more information for soldiers and them to find them, what have to be, and what quality, and what probably even brands have to can be in IFAC.
May I have one follow-up quick question, Robin?
Yes, and then we need to get to Alex. He's had his hand up for about an hour. Thanks.
Yeah. My question, and this is more, I guess, pie in the sky, but so all these things that we're hearing about, very basic stuff that Ukraine just needs in really large quantities. Is there a reason why Ukraine has never just asked, like, from what I've learned this past week or through research, a decent IFAC pack would be $75 roughly. Why has Ukraine not just asked its allies to help them get the supplies for IFACs? It might seem, maybe it's just hadn't been thought of, or maybe it's been done, or has it been included in any of these packages?
There's just, I think, a gazillion things going on right now, and there's a lot more pressing concerns. It should be a bigger issue. Ukraine is overwhelmed. They're doing triage medicine. There are people here that lose limbs that in other countries and in other situations wouldn't lose limbs. And that's not me criticizing Ukraine's medical system. That's understanding that there are a limited number of hospital beds and a limited number of surgeons and a limited number of rehab facilities that can take care of these folks. There are people here there are Americans here that I know of who were injured severely and were facing a limb amputation, very much did not want that. And because of the situation in this country, that's about all they had the ability to offer. And he was evacuated. He went to Poland. He got some additional surgeries and some additional time to recuperate, and he's walking again on the limb that would have otherwise been amputated. And again, I want to stress, I'm not criticizing the Ukrainian medical system. I know of a friend of Verlaine's who jumped on a grenade in a trench and lost one of his limbs, and was offered the same opportunity that the first guy got to save his second limb if he wanted to go to Poland. And he insisted, no, I want a double amputation so I can recuperate faster and get back to the front line and try to save my boys. And that's the difference between Ukrainian soldiers and everybody else. They're heroic beyond imagination.
Thank you, Ryan.
And then they
I
go
hear
down
you.
and they get back up and do it again. So if it were up to me, every one of them would have an IFAC with 3 tourniquets in it. But unfortunately, we're doing all we can apparently to send them enough 155 rounds. If it were up to me, we'd just give them every fucking plane in the Air Force, and we'd still have the biggest Air Force in the world because we have the U.S. Navy.
Yeah, it's 100%, Ryan. It's infuriating. Okay, I just want to welcome fellow Hubanks up as co-host. Welcome, fella.
It's great to be with you guys tonight. Just been
And we're
listening for the last half hour or so.
great. So I'm leaving you all in good hands. I'm going to drop down now, and Nancy's going to come up and join you. Alex has had his arm up so long it's probably fallen asleep, so you could go over to him. And thank you, everyone. This has been a wonderful, sobering but wonderful discussion. It's shed a lot of light on a lot of things. Thank you, especially to all of our in-country Ukrainians and helpers in Ukraine who've been here tonight. It's been an absolute honor to have you with us. Take care. Hoping for good news very, very soon. Do перемога and Slava Ukraini.
Heroem Slava, Robin. Have a good night. And Alex, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. I'm listening. Is inspired a good word? It's probably not the best word, but it's really eye-opening. Listening to all those encounters of people who are actually there. You guys, you are Americans. Do you contact your representatives? You probably don't have time for that in Ukraine, but
I went to the embassy once, but they were closed.
Honestly, that's funny you responded that way, Language. I called the embassy once last November because I wanted to vote absentee and they were closed. I would very much like to stroll my ass into the American embassy and demand to speak to my legislative representatives from a phone in the embassy because I don't want to pay for it here. A phone call home costs me about 3 months worth of service.
oh my God. Yeah, it's closed embassy. Who could have?
You have to know there are some things that the embassy will come out for when we're all having a sober discussion. When 3 of these very talented Americans, very skilled soldiers, got killed like everybody else gets killed in this fucking war, and they all had the same funeral, then the American embassy did have some people there. But otherwise, they don't come out unless there is very crucial, important stuff. I believe most consulate services are being handled out of Poland right now. I was trying to be a good citizen. I was like, I'm extending my visa here. We are performing humanitarian work. If people want to know who I'm what I am, what I'm doing, like here's contact information. I'm not trying to hide from the government. But they were closed. I called them and I got the same message you got that said consulate services are suspended. Better luck next time. If you're there and you have an emergency, put your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye. So, I'm paraphrasing loosely, but that's basically the official statement.
Wow. So, like when, because we often speak about writing to representatives, but what about, like, what should we be writing about? I mean, I'm not even American. I'm just kind of trying to put myself in American shoes. There are so many
Unfortunately,
things to write about.
Go ahead, Alex. I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. So, like, it looks like everything is needed from F-16s to antibiotics. To embassy hours, working hours.
It's not even a scarcity of. It's not a scarcity issue on things like antibiotics. It's just a logistical issue. There's 1 million people here in the military, and there's 1 million different problems, and they can't all get addressed at once. And if you have to submit a requisition through the military to request, a basic new med kit for your medic at the front who's treating scratches and wounds and everything else, if you're trying to refill the boo-boo kit in the medicine closet for a guy in a village near the front, you might wait a few weeks for that requisition to be filled. And if Valerian knows that those guys are already sick or already have an earache or might already have, a scratch that's infected, and they tell her about it, I'm happy to help them get that stuff a little sooner. It can be bought at a store in Valeria was going to go buy it with me at a pharmacy in Bucha. Instead, I'm going to buy it at a pharmacy in Kharkiv. What people need to contact their legislative representatives about in the US is to let them know that it doesn't really do any good to call a legislative representative that isn't your own. You need to be someone in their district, and you have to call them and say, look, I'm a constituent, and I will or will not vote for you in the upcoming elections based on your support for Ukraine. I'm not calling to browbeat you, but I want you to know that I'm an active voter and I'm interested, and I talk to my friends about this stuff. And how you support or choose not to support Ukraine will dictate whether I support or don't support you in the upcoming elections. And it's great if you can write them a letter and say that. It's great if you can call them and say that. And if you actually have 5 or 10 friends and can show up at their office, that kind of stuff scares the crap out of them. Not literally, but they realize that someone who can muster 5 people to show up in their office can probably muster 50 more to vote or not vote for them. And these people live on getting reelected. They have a formula for it, basically. They have aides who just sit around and answer phone calls and keep tallies of what people are calling in about. And whether they support it or don't support it, it's kind of a way for them to have their finger on the pulse of what people care about. And if nobody calls them caring about Ukraine and everybody calls them caring about something else, like a fire in Hawaii, then they're going to care about a fire in Hawaii more than they care about young men dying in Ukraine trying to defend liberty against some maniacal asshole in Russia. So make sure they know that people still care about Ukraine. That's what you call your legislative reps about. People like
you mentioned Ryan, you mentioned that there is shortage of basically of everything, hospitals, etc. I remember that during COVID times there were some field hospitals that were kind of set in New York because New York's healthcare was kind of overwhelmed. Would that be, because this is perfectly humanitarian, I don't even think it should be a big political issue helping like Ukraine with field hospital, or set a couple in Poland, or I don't know, like
who's going to set them up and who's going to run them, who's going to stock them. It's a turnover situation. I've been to a couple of the hospitals in Kyiv to deliver things to soldiers. Never thought I'd be in that situation, but if somebody asks me and I know there's a need and I know we have something we can deliver, sure, I'll go. It's not the greatest hospital in the world. The ICU areas looked pretty well taken care of, but there were other wings where people were just recovering that hadn't been renovated or updated in a number. These hospitals and hospital beds were purchased before I was born. I'm not 40 yet, but I'm damn close. And these hospitals and everything in them were at least that old. If they had a brand new field hospital sitting in the parking lot tomorrow, they still only have a finite number of doctors who can perform the surgeries and a finite number of nurses who can take care of these patients until they get well enough to go home. So they have to deal with what they've got and triage the circumstance they're in as best they can. So throwing a mobile hospital, temporary hospital at somebody isn't going to solve the problem, because there's just a huge volume of people who get injured in a war zone, and you have to do something, and you have to get them in front of a doctor and put them back together as best you can and move on to the next patient. And unfortunately, the trauma wounds come sometimes 20 in one situation. That's happened more than once just since I've been here. Like, hospitals end up overflowing with patients in a matter of hours, depending on the circumstances at the front. And they try to spread those people out as best they can across different cities and different hospitals. But this is a country the size of Texas fighting a country roughly a country bigger than the U.S. Their military isn't bigger than the U.S., but this is the David and Goliath situation. So I frankly think they're doing a pretty good job of it. It's just a shitty circumstance.
So what would you suggest us to do? You were talking about the need for this medication. Is that like, what's the next step? Is it the board that needs to decide?
No, I've already
report?
talked to the board. I've gotten permission to buy it. I'm just going to go buy all of this stuff that we can buy tomorrow. I think there's one item on the list that we weren't sure about, and I think I can probably find that elsewhere.
Okay.
And make sure it's all taken care of.
So is there something we could do here?
You can donate $20 to the MriyaReport, and if
I already did.
And then we're covered. Thank you very much.
And I will continue doing so. It was, yeah, honestly, it was like rage, out of rage more than anything else. I saw these pictures from Chernihiv. There were ladies staying at this like bus stop, and there were some teenager girls walking by, and then there was this boom, and everybody just fell. It was awful. Like young girls, teenagers, 10 years old, 11 years old. She just fell and never moved again. And I don't get it. Like, how is this possible? Like, with impunity, this asshole is doing these things and doesn't give a shit. And people who pretend they want to stop the war, they say, we need peace deal. This is a stalemate. I want his daughter to be in that situation, and then let him listen to him what he wants to, like, what kind of solution he wants, what kind of peace deal he wants to make with the person who just killed his daughter.
I wouldn't wish that on somebody. I would. It is a terrible thing for a parent to bury their child. So I understand where you're coming from, and I agree with what you're coming from. I think before somebody else jumps down your throat, is a terrible thing, and it is hard to say, oh, the man who's breaking into your home and assaulting your family. Well, maybe if you just let him have the living room, he'll go away. Oh, looks like he took the kitchen too, and he says he wants the bedroom, but you stopped him at the stairs. But he can just stay at the bottom of the stairs, and you can stay at the top of the stairs, and everything will be okay. Surely he won't climb the stairs. That's what we're in. But there's people who get tired of it. There are people who fall victim to propaganda. There are people who, frankly, expect too much too quick. And when their expectations are very high and they fail to be realized, then they get depressed. And then they say, well, I just want this to go away. This is a huge scale operation with a lot of moving parts. We are used to, especially in America, Hurricane Katrina, 2 weeks up, we forgot about it. People in New Orleans certainly didn't. The fires in Maui, have people stopped talking about that in America yet? If not, it'll happen soon. Except for the people in Maui, they'll be still talking about it for years. We have terribly short attention spans, and when there's a long-term horrific instance, it's difficult for people in the West to constantly pay attention to it because we have so many other things going on, and our culture just keeps moving on. It's not the condemnation even, it's just the way things are these days. So people who are well-intentioned and are exhausted end up being manipulated to say, well, war is bad. That's something we can all agree on. Peace is good. That's something we can all agree on. Neither of those is objectionable concept. Well, wouldn't you rather war be peace? Well, yeah, I think I would. You know what? That sounds good to me. I also would like peace. And for a lot of people, that's just kind of how they see it. Look, I would love the war to end tomorrow. I would love to have no need for my services here at all. In a way, of course, that's beneficial to Ukraine and their people. But it's just one of those things. It's hard to understand till you're here. And even I try and keep my anger in check. But there are some pretty terrible things that have happened, which makes it hard to do so. Things that anybody who's here is aware of. And I would rather not wish that on someone else just because it is a terrible thing. And I hope that nobody else has to experience a war like this. It's not a good thing. I know that's a bold statement, but war is bad, and this war is fucking terrible.
Language, I was meaning different people, you know, they speak that they want peace out of hypocrisy. They get money from Russians to spread this propaganda, so that, you know, people believe that, you know, it's that there are more pressing problems than this. Even though when you look at it, this is kind of like, you know, there are no laws anymore. Nothing, really lawless territory, a jungle, you know. Zoo is more organized, really a jungle. You do whatever you want, and that's how it's gonna be until it affects you directly. That's yeah. Those people speak it out of hypocrisy. They don't give a shit. They don't even.
You know, Alex, there's a there's a name for people like that, and it's fair weather friends. Um, and you know that's assuming the current peacenik in question was ever actually your friend, which is not necessarily the best assumption, right? Especially on social media.
Yeah.
But you know, as to what you can do with your local officials, and we've said it, you know, uh, dozens, probably hundreds and hundreds of times. If you're in the U.S., and I think it was Ryan that said this, and I'm going to put an extra fine point on that. Don't just contact random people in Washington. Go to the House and the Senate website, and there's a way for you to look up your officials. That is substantially more impactful. And actually, if you want your message to actually be paid any attention to or have a chance, you need to be talking to the one that represents you. But writing a letter by hand, phone call, and email, that's what's going to get noticed the most, or get taken the most seriously, roughly in that order. But putting pen on paper still trumps all, especially you know, if it followed up with a phone call about a week later. Now, if you're fortunate enough or unfortunate enough, I guess, depending on the way you look at it, I can tell you firsthand experience, the traffic is god awful. But if you're fortunate enough to live within driving distance of your elected official's office here in DC or even locally, yeah, that that link that Ryan just was so helpful to put in the nest, you can look them up. They should all have offices in in their district, and you just have to see when someone is there. Most of them are not open 5 days a week, 365 days a year, but at least mine isn't, unfortunately, which doesn't surprise me. But he's pretty tired of hearing from me at this point. But we've had some hands up for a while, and Nancy, I think it was Murphy, Nick, although you just put your hand down, Sky Kiss, and Frank.
Yep, that's the order I had as well.
And welcome up. Hopefully, you've gotten the Twitter pox there situated.
I think so. Between Twitter and my wonderful local Wi-Fi and my marginal cellular, I think I'm all set now.
Well, very good. Smurfy?
Hello everybody. The conversation has kind of moved beyond the points that I wanted to touch on, and Ryan kind of answered most of my questions. But I just wanted to bounce off of Alex and say, and as well as everybody else who's been contributing in the last few minutes, I happen to live not far from the capital in one of the larger states in the United States, and I have taken tours of it. I know where the offices are. So, Alex, you were asking if there's anything that you could do as a U.S. citizen. I'd love to take some time out of my day to go in and walk into the office and come up with some really good talking points. Not a script, not just general talking points, but if there's any kind of collaborative group that's can come up with some good talking points, because I'm not the most conversational, more bullet pointed myself. I would love some assistance with coming up with what to talk about specifically as far as needs. And I'll just leave it at that because we moved on. Thank you.
I don't necessarily think we're ready to fully move on from, what Ryan and Language were talking about earlier, but F-16s and everything are great pieces of high level military kit. But one thing when we're making those calls, writing those letters to try and get, DC to do what needs to be done with the fun toys, is don't forget to mention the other military supplies as well, because, and I think it was you said it, Ryan, it's not like we actually have a shortage of that kind of stuff. IFACs, tourniquets, and that type of thing is something that we have literal metric shitloads of. So that's not particularly a constraint there. But
Well, if I may, then you kind of led into that. Ryan was talking about how a lot of the supplies, and I'm not trying to misconstrue his words, but what I heard, I believe, was a lot of the things that they have are just old stuff. I heard a band. I'm imagining a rubber band as a tourniquet.
I think that was Language talking
Language.
about it.
I'm sorry.
It's a rubber belt. It is not common, thank God, but it has happened, and it's more gauze, which I suppose technically the gauze still works. I mean, it's not like gauze changes. It just, I don't know about its sterility. And for little shrapnel wounds, you can just wrap it in gauze, or there's things you can do. Even I have to recognize, and I've come to terms with that a lot here, is that you cannot let perfect be the enemy of good. And to be perfectly blunt, and I'm not going to touch on it too much. It was my frustration in the most recent days with people coming sort of say, oh, well, if you don't do this one thing, then be perfect. You're right. I would love for things to be perfect, but they're not, and we have limited resources. And so, I will take what I can get that is reasonable and still accomplishes the goal, right? I would rather not have to take a bus to go across town. I'd rather drive a sports car, but I don't have a sports car and I don't have a car in Kyiv. So I suppose I'm taking the train. That's a compromise, right? That's how we do things. And I actually like the metro in Kyiv quite a bit. Don't take my words out of context there. The same thing's true with the medical supplies. There are some really extreme examples of negligence, which even the medics I've talked to in some cases are like, there's no way this is true. But sometimes I think it's just an accounting or logistics thing. There's also certain organizations that, quite frankly, the truth would be, say, hoard medical supplies. Sometimes it's more complicated. Things come in from the West. They end up in Western Ukraine. Units there have first access to them because they see them. They say, wait, we know that our brigade needs this. Let's make sure we get it. Now, is it more fair for a unit that's stationed on the Belarusian border to have the medical supplies versus one in Donetsk? Maybe. Is it more fair for them to have it than one in Kharkiv? Maybe. Is it more fair for them to have it than one in Sumy? Who knows? These are all ethical or value judgments that I'm not going to make. And I'm never going to tell a commander, no, your men don't deserve these medical supplies. Somebody else needs them more. Because what commander is ever going to go, you know what? You're right. My men should give away all their tourniquets to some people we don't know. No. So it's a frustration, but it's one that will be surmounted. But as long as we're not denying that it's an issue,
then we can learn from it and we can move past it. If we choose to say, no, everything is fine, everything is great, then we will continue to have severe issues. And the manpower shortage will become rather dire.
Okay, I have one quick follow-up on that, if I may, and that is,
And real quick, Smurfy, because this is directly something that. Sorry to interrupt you, but this was directly what you were, I think, looking for. At least a little bit of a where to start. Nancy just put something in the nest from Prince Heather. It's not a writing prompt per se, but it's a pretty good how to get started with this.
perfect, thanks. And no, my original point is just some concern. So I just want to ask, what is the probability, being that it's not zero, and I'm not trying to fearmonger, is there any sentiment amongst you all or in the field in Ukraine that some of these materials have been placed here deliberately that may be old, or is it like what had been discussed previously that it's just a matter of hoarding stuff that gets old and expires and gets weak or however?
So I think there's stuff that's been deliberately placed, but it's not being deliberately placed out of malice, if that makes sense. What I mean is a medical commander who 2 weeks ago was a junior level logistics guy moving things, and then his base got hit. And now he's the medical logistics commander for this, and he's not a medic and he's not a doctor, but you know what? He went to college, he has a degree in biology or whatever, so he's the officer now. And then he sees something on a line item that says, congratulations, I know we need medical supplies, our guys need medical supplies, oh my God, we need medical supplies, we need tourniquets. And somebody else sends him a form and says, good news, we were going through the warehouse, we moved some boxes, we found 1,000 tourniquets. He goes, oh, thank God, send them. And nobody looks at these tourniquets. Somebody at the box went, oh, some guy moving it went, oh, these are tourniquets. Says tourniquets, write it on the sheet. That's what we do. And then the 1,000 tourniquets get sent and they get to the front line. People go, what the hell are these? Same thing with medical supplies. I think it's less common with individual tourniquets. I haven't seen that. I think it's more common with kits because people don't open them. They'll open one, they'll go, yep, everything's in here. We've got 200 first aid kits, send them. And then they go. So it's more of a logistical hurdle, and the fact that there's huge stores of Soviet era equipment here rather than like malice. I don't believe anybody is assembling these crap kits anymore. Frankly, because the tourniquets that are in the old ones are red, which is the ones the Soviets had. The ones that are new here are gray when they make those crap tourniquets. I've seen those in stores.
All right, thank you. So yeah, it seems to be more of a matter of a scale of economies and rather than negligence, etc. So I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. I'll drop down.
Yeah, so I mean, in short, it just sounds like they probably still have crap tons of these old Soviet junk kits laying around, and they're just inadvertently ending up out in the field where they shouldn't be. I'm not even sure what you would do with something like that. Just throw it away, I guess. But what are that's actually what are y'all doing with the old stuff as you're finding it? I'm assuming you're destroying it so somebody doesn't try to use it.
Most medics I know take pictures about it and doom post online. That's kind of what I'm doing here. Honestly, I just use it to depress myself and hopefully depress enough other people that there's some sea change. But that doesn't really happen. That doesn't really work. You take it. You go, what the heck? When we first were on a base, we used one of the first days we were there, we were training the dudes, actually the same guys who were like, oh my God, I don't have a tourniquet, I'm going to die. Because we gave him one, a bunch of other dudes came by the part of the base we were staying in. We were all in one room. And they're like, hey, can you check my stuff? And we were looking like, okay, that's good. These guys all had this kind of like old Soviet wrapped bandage that's just in this like very hard paper type thing. And it's from the 1970s, 1980s. And we took those all out. We're like, buddy, you can't, these aren't pressure bandages. Go get a pressure bandage. Here's one. Like, this was before we realized just what the need level was out here. And so we were giving away our stuff like hotcakes. And we took all of those and we used them as towels until they got us towels. So, they got put to good use 40 years later to dry ourselves off in an outdoor shower in the Donbass, but it's probably not what they were intended for. I mean, you could give them to maybe a hospital, and they might be able to use them as just regular gauze or something. But, you know, there's also just, we can't treat multiple wounds with a bunch of wrapped gauze and a paper clip. This is not the 1940s. We have better medical care than that. And, you know, yeah, it's a process. It sucks, but it's a good thing that we're able to talk about it, because if we were in Russia, where this happens a lot more, and I've seen, like, you know, some of their medical supplies that have been left behind, then nobody really talks about it. It's just something he expects, and then you know that they really don't care. Here, it's negligence. There, it's malice mixed with negligence. Anyway, I'm probably gonna have to bounce because it's 2:30. If there's any specific medical questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I think I'm going to turn in for the evening, because this Ukrainian dude is sitting guard next to me or whatever. You know, you can. It's 2:30.
I'm just trying to be with you to the end.
To the end. Okay.
Maybe you need some help or something like that.
These guys are too. I don't know what I did to deserve you, bro. Did you get punishment duty, and now you have to sit next to me?
Punishment.
Punishment. Did you do something wrong, and then the sergeant major said you have to go sit next to the American?
No. No.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, if there's questions, I can answer them, but otherwise, we can both go to sleep, because I don't think he's going to sleep. We're roommates, so.
I'm gonna punch out here in a second too. So good talking to you, Language. I will be in touch. If you're gonna be in Kharkiv, maybe we can all go have a beer with Angry.
Any of the any of the hands that are left, sorry to cut you guys off, but do you all have any real quick can be summarized for these guys?
I do, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and go, Frank. And then I think Skykiss waved as well.
It was more about logistics for helping you guys out. Ryan, I know I think you're authorized by the board to get some funds from the MriyaReport, if I recall. Language, does that apply to you too, or what's the best way to help you guys out? Because I've got a matching offer here that I'll match up to $10,000 if for donations sent to these guys.
That's very gracious. To be perfectly blunt, we have more than surpassed our goal for tourniquets, and as I continue to work on the logistics for that, the only thing we could use would be funds for our logistical expenses, because, well, frankly, both of my vehicles are in a state of disrepair right now. Donbass roads and Donbass drivers will do that. However, it's not $10,000 worth, certainly, that I would need. I think that there's some good people. I know Ryan and MriyaReport constantly is working with a number of fantastic things. I think they could use your money. That's about my take on it. I think that that's incredibly generous, and to be perfectly blunt, a little bit for me to wrap my head around at 2:30 in the morning.
Fair enough. Thanks so much, Language.
Frank, I am authorized to do that, and I'm planning on doing it in the morning, but I had a bare minimum amount when I talked to Valerie about what was needed and quantities and drug names and all that, just so I could see exactly what she needed help with. And I can definitely get more of what's on her list. She told me, here's the bare minimum we're trying to we would like to send to them, or they've requested. And if you have a little money left over when this is done, they're this and this. So I'll make sure they're fixed up with what they need.
Awesome. Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, it's an incredibly generous offer, and
thank you, Frank.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you very much. And for anybody else listening, we've put the link back up in the nest for the ongoing fundraiser. But I think Skykiss, you'd indicated that you had something quickly for these guys before. It's 2:35 in the morning.
Yeah, it's just very briefly for Language. first of all, hi, and I'm really glad that I noticed that you were here and that we have the benefit of hearing from you because I have been wondering, and I'll just kind of leave that at that. And then what you said about disaster fatigue, and we talk often here about keeping the Ukrainian needs and just the entire, everything we talk about here in the forefront, in front of our representatives worldwide and especially here in the United States. And I just wanted to say that, yeah, I was in a house shaking back and forth for 8 freaking hours during Katrina. And it was a Cat 3 at that time, I think. And yeah, the Katrina fatigue is what they called it by Christmas. Yeah, 29th of August was when it struck. And by Christmas, people were just not interested. So yeah, and I have friends in Southern California. I got to check on them. And somewhere people I used to go to church with live in Hawaii, and I just want to make sure they're okay. So I have to go check in with other people at church about that. But I just wanted to say hello, and then I'll let you go. And thank you so much for your service. I have a question for Ryan, but I just wanted to quickly address language. So have a good sleep, you and the Ukrainian.
Or something? You want to say good night? Yeah, sure. Okay. Good night for all. Thank you for your support. And I don't know.
They can't see when you shrug. It's not a video.
So I can see what?
They can't see when you shrug.
Shrug
is when you raise your shoulders. They can't see you do this.
It's
not a video.
I'm just nervous.
I know.
Okay, so thank you for all. Have a nice night.
Don't sleep anywhere in your language. He snores.
Na dobranoc.
Na dobranoc. Slava Ukraini.
Good night,
Heroin
Slava.
Slava. I have a quick question for Ryan, and then I can just drop back. Ryan, you mentioned that you wanted to call your representative from there in Ukraine, and I think that would be just so wonderful if you could do that. And you said it would cost you 3 months worth of service. So is there some way that we can support, give you more cell time or something? Maybe we can send it through the report and they can send you. I don't know how the cell service there works and how that
I
if
pay
that would
for cell service here. We've got there's Keepstar and Vodafone and I don't know some other cell service, but cell coverage here costs approximately $5 or $10 a month, depending on how much data you want. I think like the most expensive plans are 12.
Okay, well, if you need help and you want to do that call, you should do that call. I just really think that would be so powerful. You calling, you're in Ukraine, tell them something about what you do. And again, thank you for your service and everything you've done. I saw a few of your posts last night, and it's just really wonderful. Oh yes, the one about the wheelchair, the special wheelchair that you delivered, and that's really awesome. So again, thank you so much for everything, and the protein drive. All these things are so important, and just really a big fan of everything you're doing there. And it's just critical important. We all know that. So again, thanks.
I
And
loaded some of those meat cans into meal kits today and we delivered them.
You got to work out.
Yeah, you could call it that. I also got a sweat lodge for about 10 hours. Yes,
Hey
it can
Ryan,
be
you
done.
really need to go to bed, dude. Like you got to drive tomorrow.
I'll get off in 3 minutes, and yes, I do, and I have to go find some water before I go to bed. Yes, I can call them. I wish they'd just get off their happy asses and come over here and look for themselves. They would be doing it with my tax dollars, so it's no cost to them as a congresswoman or a congressman or a senator. And I'm sure they could find more interesting people than me to discuss and learn about this with. But if I need to call them and let them know that there's shit over here, they ought to come see and maybe make an assessment of their own before they decide to advocate for additional funds and equipment to be sent, then I'm happy to do it. I've talked to my congresswoman. I may be in a different district now, but I have good rapport with my congresswoman. I talked to her about the first one of Nurse Anna's patients because the guy originally came from Oklahoma or was born there. She's a lukewarm supporter of Ukraine. I wish she was a little more vocal about it. One of my senators, I would just as soon kick in the throat as ask for anything from. He is not a supporter of Ukraine, and he's probably not sure whether he's scratching his ass or winding his watch half the time. I think he might classify as legally, mentally inept. He doesn't know come here from Sikkim, put it that way.
Who's the lukewarm rep?
That's
Mark Twain, the only guy in the United States Senate with two first names, the despicable Mark Wayne Mullen.
I'm making a list if anyone else has any lukewarm Ukraine supporters in Congress. Ryan, if you want, I'll call up and mimic your voice. I'm just Okie from Muskogee. My name is Ryan. I need you to finally support Ukraine. Just let me know if you want me to do that.
You're working on a career in voice acting.
You actually don't do a bad one. I didn't realize my accent was that thick, but it is what it is.
Well, she's going for the dramatic effect a little bit too, but I think it was pretty good.
Yeah,
I'll give her an A- for sure.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, that's a solid A-. Maybe full on A. I mean, you get me believing it at certain times of day.
Well, they don't know Ryan's voice, so if I'm Okie from Muskogee, I can sound however I want, right?
Yeah, but anyway, so we did still have some hands that I think got taken down when they hit their mics. And I thought the previous order was Skykiss, Angry Moose, and Cece. But I don't know if y'all already said or asked what you had to say and just didn't put them back up.
Yeah, I've lost my emoji, so I'll just say yes. I completed what I needed to say at that time to Language and Ryan. Thank you.
Well,
All right.
my other headphone just died, so that means I've been on here long enough to kill my headphones, and I should probably go to sleep. But my senator, I can't say a whole lot of good things about. I almost called her Kendra Horn. Her name's Stephanie Bice. She was preceded by a lady named Kendra Horn. Stephanie Bice has been helpful. I wish she was more vocal about support for Ukraine, but she's a lot more vocal than that guy, Frank Lucas, who's also in Congress. And I don't know which one of them is my representative right now because they gerrymandered the hell out of the districts in Oklahoma. But I need to find that out real quick. It used to be Stephanie Bice. I think it's Frank Lucas now. And I'm pretty sure he might have said something about Ukraine 3 times in the last year, which is about 300 times too few. And with that, I will probably get off here now because it's way past my bedtime. And I'm sure the person on the other side of this wall is tired of listening to me flap my gums.
Well, you have a good night, Ryan. Get get some rest and safe travels in the morning, sir. And with that is Angry, CC, Jaina, and Nick.
CC was before me.
All right, you want to go, CC?
Yeah, I have something in my craw for Andy Harris, Representative Andy Harris. I'm going to give y'all his phone number because he is the chair of the Ukraine Commission on Ukraine. And I know I just said this last hour, but there's new listeners. He is basically saying that there's a stalemate, and I'm really pretty irate about it, and I hope you are too. You can DM me if you want his exact quote, but his number is 202-225-5311. That's Andy Harris. He's a representative, chair of the Ukraine caucus, who now, as of day before yesterday, is saying negative things about Ukraine. 202-225-5311. If you didn't get that, just DM me. I'll get it to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, CC. And, you know, the contact numbers for any and all of these public officials are available right on the House and Senate.gov's websites for you to get a hold of them and make your positions known. So, Angry, Jaina, and Nick.
Thank you. To dovetail a little bit off that, remember, if you're contacting your representatives in the States, the UK, or Canada, if you're doing it by mail, no postage is necessary. You can actually reverse the charges of a phone call and they'll pick it up. So you can call your representatives toll free. Most of them have 1-800 numbers, but you can call your representatives toll free. You can send them postage free correspondence. So, you know, beautiful. If you're in the States, definitely do what CC said. You know, hit this douche canoe up and let them know what you think of their comments. I was just going to say, when language is on here, we were doing a lot of talking in the background when some stuff went down there, and you know, I was talking about, like, I remember deploying to some near to well place in Europe back in the late 80s, and we didn't fucking have tourniquets. We were expected to use our belts and a stick. Like, this whole 3 tourniquets per man thing is fairly new. So when there's people, and I really like the way language was talking about, I would rather have something than nothing at all, right? This really resonates with me. You know, in worst case scenarios, yeah, you can use a rope and a stick, and that could be a tourniquet. You know, you'll be holding it the entire time. But we have the opportunities. And I remember way back in the day when we had Molly McHugh on the report, and she came out of nowhere and said, "You know what? I'm fucking flabbergasted that that we're actually sending IFACs and tourniquets to there, because traditionally this was a government, this was a state-funded operation, and now with the Ukrainian war, it has shifted away from the primary donation train being the state to individual donations, which is, I find, a little appalling. You know, and that's why we can't let our representatives off the hook on this. You know, look, you're not going to give F-16s. That's fine. We'll figure it out. But you should be sending every single bit of life-saving equipment over to Ukraine right now, because we have a surplus in North America, we have a surplus in Western Europe, and it should be going there yesterday.
Yeah, 100%. That's absolutely correct. Yeah, if they can't, pull their thumbs out of where they don't belong with F-16s, the least they can do is send over, and they're not that expensive, and they're long ago purchased, some actual, open up the warehouses of our medical supplies, ammo, body armor, etc. But that is just, it's something that I stick in towards the end of my letters when I write them. But that thread that's up in the nest has a pretty good how to get started, and some ideas, and that's also an excellent one to throw in there. And CC, what did you have on that?
Oh, you came to me too fast. I'm looking for so many people asked me for his quote. I'm looking for it. I'll have it in just a minute. Sorry, Andy Harris, the guy who is actually the co-chair of the Ukraine caucus. He's not just in the caucus, he's the damn co-chair of it. I'm just really upset by it, and I'm sure y'all are too. So we should definitely take action on this one.
All right, while you're looking for that, then Jana.
Hey, hi. This has been a great day. I've been here like hours listening to everything. But I have a question. I have written my congressman a few days ago. It was Prince who was coordinating this. It was hashtag Ukraine must win. And we were all going to write the senators, Congress, and whoever president, and whoever else. And I did all that, and she had a blurb of what you could use and kind of write your own thing from it, or just use hers. But it was mostly the bills that were on Congress that haven't been finished yet. They're just still sitting there. But I have friends who are willing to do the same and put material out for me. People in good positions too. Not that it has to be someone in a prominent position, but I have people of all walks of life. And I honestly don't have the words. Every time I try to write something, I don't know if somebody, I get confused, like, because it's a lot of work, there's a lot of people to contact. And if I had something to go off of, like, is writing a letter, you say, is the best, or a lot of them have Twitter accounts, you can tweet them as many times as you want, or you can send them a letter, you can call them. But I want to tell these people what to do too, and I don't know how to give them something they can use, because they say, what do you want me to write? And then I can have them personalize it. But they are Ukraine supporters and they want to do more. So I'm asking, because every time I do this, I kind of run into a stalemate with myself as to, well, gosh, we need this, we need ATACMS, and then we need, regular supplies, and we need, it's so bad. I know it's such a need there, and I just feel the war fatigue from these frontline soldiers, and it's just so important we have their backs, and in exactly what they need, from kits, to well, you said the tourniquets are coming in good. That's great, but there was a thing for night goggles. I don't know if that's still going on, but and even drones, they're really short on drones, those aren't cheap, but maybe they can get them cheaper. I don't know. But things like that, I don't know how to focus or what I should focus on. If you guys could give me some input, or if there's somewhere I could look, then I can send something out to my friends who are actually on writer's strike now in the industry, but they are, people, and they're like, what can I do? What can I do? So I just want to do the exact right thing. And the CC, I said about the Andy Harris, definitely gives me an idea, but I just need to know what to write and how to write it, the best way to get the best message across. Did anyone hear that?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry.
Yeah, we got that. And the best thing I can say there, Jana, is right from the heart. The problem is if we start standardizing, then it starts looking like form letters.
Right.
Okay. So you might not be as articulate as, say, CC or Prince Heather, but you're writing to your heart. So in order, number one is show up at their office. Number two is to call them and have a good, because all this stuff is recorded, right? And they report these numbers up.
Right.
So X number of people came to my office, my constituency office, and we spoke about X. And those become the contentious issues that they're supposed to bring before. Here would be Parliament. They're supposed to bring before Parliament and say these are the issues that my constituents are interested in.
Okay. Well, that's good. I'm in Los Angeles County, so I can figure that one out. All right.
But the beauty is there's no wrong answer.
Yeah, just do it, and just from the heart. Okay. I know that when she mentioned the bills, I thought maybe that's important. I mean, no, it's important, but
Yeah, Charlotte Bonds, can I take this one?
Oh yeah, 100%. Go for it.
So Jenna, I just happen to I have your back and all your colleagues' backs too. So if you want to DM me, I have a bunch of people, and so you can form them however you want, right? Because you want it to personalized, but I get it when I even get that as a writer, right? You like look at the cursor and it just feels completely overwhelming, especially for something as vast as the frame.
right.
So if you want some talking points, I got just maybe.
CC, you're very difficult to understand.
She's cutting out. Yeah, no, I can DM you if that's okay. Cece, I figured out is Chachango or something like that, because I'm like, who's Cece? But yeah, no, you're in. Is that okay? Is that what you're saying? Because you were cutting in and out.
Yes. If you can mute your mic, I'm having trouble hearing over the colleagues.
I don't know.
Yep.
Colleagues. I love them so. But yeah, I got your back 100%. I have all your colleagues' backs. I have talking points that I can DM you, and you can put them into your own words with your own voice, because it can be so overwhelming with a topic this vast and this impassioned. So I get it, but I got you. Just DM me and I'll send you the talking points.
Okay, I got it. I'll do that. Consider it done. Thank you very much. I will DM you. All right, Jan, that's me. Okay. Thank you. All right, I'm stepping down. I got it. Thanks.
Well, I love it that you have friends that are also writers on strike. So.
I do. I'm so excited that they're saying, what can I do? What can I do? I mean, I'm not even pushing them. They're, what can I do? So yeah, so this is good. So I will do that, and thank you. And it is overwhelming. I just like freeze up, like, because I'm so passionate. It just takes the best of me sometimes. All right. So thank you. I'll do that, and I'm stepping down. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, before you go, what I was going to suggest, and this is something that I have to do whenever I write long letters, because I'm not naturally a strong writer. I'm not going to moonlight in Hollywood writing scripts at any point in any fantasy existence. But I start out with bullet points, and then I take each bullet point, try to get 3 or 4 lines in it, put it all together, and then I will go to, I have no problem admitting it, I use Hemingway app to help me, and put a stamp on it at that point. But angry is absolutely correct. This is why you don't. Well, there are some people that have posted some, but I don't recommend using them, and I'm not going to provide links. There's people that have put up form letters, but don't use those, please.
I forgot one thing. So ChatGPT, please, it's hilarious, because right now I'm like fighting against ChatGPT in our strike. We're like in a huge legal fight against ChatGPT, but it should be used as a tool, like a dictionary, thesaurus, anything else. And I push it to its limits. It cannot write. Like how I wish it could, but it cannot. So anyway, point being, use ChatGPT as your tool, and you can put all of these, even if you have like a style that you like different people that write, and then you can also take that and put that into your own style. And then when you have the final product, you can go to resist.bot and it automatically sends this letter to all your reps. It's so cool. So you don't have to do anything except for resist.bot.
Yeah,
That sounds great. What
I've
is the other one? Chat D as in David, V as in Victor, T as in Tom. Chat D.
Gary Beta Tango.
Say that again.
Chat GPT.
Yeah,
Charlie Papa Tango.
Charlie Papa Tango. Okay.
I
CPT.
use Hemingway app. It is not a predictive AI like Chat GPT. It just helps you identify things that could be phrased better.
But fella, it's not Papa, it's Beta. So G is in Gary, B is in Beta, T is in Tango. Chat GPT.
Got it. Got it. Okay. All right. No, that's good. And I will. I'll drop DM you also.
Papa Tango.
Say that again.
Golf Papa Tango.
Oh, golf Papa Tango. Got it.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. I got it now. We good. All right. Thank you guys. I'm still going to listen. I'm just going to turn my mic off and I'll be on. So thank you. This is great. I mean, we just really have to push this. Like you say, it's just, I love MriyaReport. I've been on this since 2022, like June of 2022. I started every day. So, all right. Thank you guys. I'm going to turn my mic off.
All right. Have a good evening. And Nancy, did you have the order of hands? I think it was Nick, Alex, Leeway, and Marcus, but I'm not positive.
I think it was Nick, Leeway, Marcus, then Alex. But either way, Nick Nafo is next.
Oh, thank you. One thing somebody brought up the other day, contact your representative, absolutely. But if your representative is up for re-election, ask him, are you a Ukraine supporter? Because I'm only going to vote for somebody that supports Ukraine. That will get their attention. So, whether, I don't care, Democrat, Republican, whatever you're in, district, it doesn't matter. If they know your vote hinges on their support for Ukraine, then that will get their attention. And that's all I wanted to point out. So somebody pointed that out to me yesterday and I thought, yeah, great idea. So thank you. And I'll step down.
Thank you, Nick. And next is Leeway, and then Marcus, then Alex. Go ahead, Leeway.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I'm a total rookie at this, but I just wanted to share my experience a little bit. I've been leaning on Cece some for some help, and she, as she said, is right there. But I thought I would share my experience talking to my congressman's office. I'm in California, which means I'm not just going to walk in and see my congressman in his office in DC. But you should know, and I think this is probably true of every congressional district in the country, there are district offices. My congressman has 3, and I think that's pretty typical, which means there's probably an office right near you. So if you're a writer, sure, write a letter. You probably write a good one. But if you might rather go face to face and have that experience, I would encourage that. That's what I've been doing. I've walked right into my district office, and they're not ogres. They're there to be helpful, or at least act helpful. and you know, be the nice guy so that we'll vote for them the next time around. And so I just say one more thing about what I talk about. I do not feel qualified to advocate for a weapons system. I listen here a lot, but I just don't feel that qualified to do that. But House Resolution 322 says that Ukraine must be victorious in getting back to its established borders. And it's stated better than I even paraphrasing it. But that is something that I can advocate very well for. That provides a framework for everything else. We need to provide the aid and assistance that helps Ukraine win. Win is a word that we have not heard from the president. I haven't heard it from my congressman. Maybe somebody in Washington is saying it, but as far as I know, the word win, the word victorious has been stricken from the vocabulary. And introducing it to the vocabulary, making it a predicate for all the other decisions, in my mind, would go a long ways towards helping these people make the right decision. So that's just my own vantage point, my own approach, and that's not saying that's the only one or the best one, but I throw it out there as an example of a way to start the conversation. I'll check out. Thanks.
Yeah, and thanks, Leeway. And you know, very good point there. Everyone has their own unique comfort level and what they're comfortable expressing. And it's very important to be unique. The more unique individual voices that our representatives hear and listen to, the better off. And even if it's not talking about a specific weapon system, I think the key message that we probably all share and will emphasize one facet or another about is that Ukraine must win. And that was a hashtag that is one that I keep using as well. Ukraine must win because they are fighting an existential fight against genocide from an illegal invading Russia. And we spent a good amount of time yesterday evening on the NAFO night shift, as we call it, talking about the legal frameworks and the United Nations frameworks around genocide. And the recent report that we'll be diving into over the next several Fridays from the New Line Institute. And they had published a year ago a document, a report that said it looked like genocide was probable. And their newest report is that it is happening. And for all of us who our nations signed on with the United Nations Genocide Convention, we as nations and as individuals of those nations have an obligation under that convention to prevent this genocide from continuing. And a lot of people will look at it and say, you know, well, yeah, but today there was only a 6-year-old child killed along with, let's see, 6 other people in Chernihiv city center today. But it would have been a lot more had we not provided Ukraine with what has already been provided for support. The intent and the destruction and the aims have not changed. And if the co-chair of the Ukraine caucus in the United States thinks he can go, well, we gave it a good college try. Sorry, guys. That is not the way protecting a nation against genocide works. And all he'll do is kick the can down the road and kill more people. And that can't be acceptable. Just can't be. So stand firm, stand tough. I'm the same way. I'm not going to talk about specific weapon systems either, but I will talk about stopping genocide. Right. And Leeway, if you've got a rebuttal before I go on to Marcus.
Oh, I wouldn't dare rebut you.
All right, I was looking for that 100% sign then.
But I'll just leave one final word. It looks like Cece has moved on, but and her handle is not CC anymore. It's something to do with area code 303, Joe Biden's text line. But I do encourage you to pick up her DM, and when you make some move, you want either some kudos or you have a question or something, you get in touch, to stay in touch with her, because she's a great source of encouragement, and she seems to appreciate hearing from us on what we're doing and who we're talking to, and what the feedback is. So I'll check out with that. Thank you.
Yeah, and Leeway, that's an excellent point there as well. Cece is an invaluable resource, and I know just the other day, you know, she was asking, am I pushing this too hard? Do I risk screaming into the void? And you know, obviously we're like, no, absolutely not. Keep sending this message, keep sharing, keep communicating, because every one person that thought about writing and what she said pushed them to, or thought about texting and what she said pushed you to text, that's another voice that our representatives need to hear. So show her that love, send her that DM with your action or a question, because that's the feedback she needs from us as well too, as a community. So good call out, Leeway. And Marcus, I'll go to you.
Hi, everyone. So, I don't need to give writers in Hollywood tips on persuasive writing, unless you work on non-scripted shows. So, what I will say is that you can't ever stop saying genocide. It's genocide, 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 abduction of children, thousands of abducted children, and they can easily go listen to the Russians talk about abducting those children. The UN classifies that as genocide. The International Criminal Court has sanctions against the leader of a country. I'm Canadian, but I always grew up thinking America, well, it's not the world's police, but was against terrorism, and stood up against the bad guys. But there's an awful lot of people in Congress today that will stand by and watch, not stand up. So it's time to send them a picture of that little 6-year-old girl that died today because Russians launched a cruise missile into a theater. Right? We need to leverage the fact that these are horrific, unforgivable, unjustifiable actions being taken by one side and another side that's fighting for freedom. This script should be an easy sell to anyone in Washington. I don't understand why the Ukrainians are begging for hand-me-down 20-year-old military surplus that a plant in Arkansas will rebuild and create American jobs, right? This is an easy win. It's an easy win. You look at the congressperson and you say, listen, you don't like Ukraine? Cool. Do you like jobs in Arkansas? Do you like American companies that have to pay the tax right back because we only buy American products for our military? Oh, good. Cool. because it's going to cost you $10,000 to dispose of that missile. Or you can send it to Ukraine and be a hero and fight terrorists, murdering babies, right? Like literally murdering babies. I don't know how we can get through to people, but it's heartbreaking that we're 540 plus days in and Ukrainians are trudging through minefields and dying. At times, it feels like to prove to the world, hey, we deserve to be supported, because some very right-wing voices out there, and shamefully some left-wing voices, because the left used to stand on for against oppression, but because it's Russia, somehow there's a few of them that are just brainwormed. Anyways, it's shameful that we built an army to defeat Russia potentially invading Europe. They've done it, and now we're too cowardly to stand up to Russia because they have nukes. They're going to just keep slaughtering Ukrainians. Ukrainians are not going to surrender. And suggesting you trade Crimea for peace will never work. Ukrainians know that Crimea is Ukraine, and the Russians have wiped out as many Ukrainians and Tatars as they can, right? So we all know what's going to happen on Crimea. They will just turn it into a gross little white trash Russian enclave. Anyways, rant over. But please, please, please use the genocide. Say genocide, always. We have to beat that drum. Ask them what they would have done in 1940. And say, well, great, you have an opportunity to do that today. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcus. Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I'll note too is if you weren't on listening to Language Learner earlier today, go back and listen to how he answered G-Man's question about what the trench warfare experience is like. And, you know, I think G-Man might have gotten even a little bit more than he bargained for. It was 5 minutes of eloquent, cold, harsh, vivid description. And listen to even just those 5 minutes and then read the UN Genocide Convention or the fact sheet about it, because the reason those soldiers are going and fighting in those trenches the way they are is because of their goal of protecting that 6-year-old girl, those 6 other people who were killed today, the 144 who were injured, including 15 children, and including her mother who was fighting for her life in the hospital. And having that happen systematically throughout the nation is why they are all willing to deal with the brute force, horrid circumstances of trench warfare. And we as nations could be stopping that and could be helping them not have to have such a brutal slog, despite the fact that they're willing to sacrifice even for that because they know what they're fighting for. And hopefully the Genocide Convention will remind us what we're supporting them in that fight for. So I'll go to Alex and then to Declan.
Hello. Yeah, it's important discussion. I don't want to really divert it. Like I heard we were talking about ChatGPT. Is that like we want ChatGPT to write a letter to Congress, or what? Like in what context we were using ChatGPT? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
I
I
can
can,
hear you.
Alex. Can you hear me? Alex, I think the key thing with ChatGPT is that for people who get nervous when they start to put pen to paper, where do I start? What do I say? It can
Oh,
help
I know.
make it easier.
I'm using it. I'm using it for many purposes. It can find a bug in a code. It can. It's pretty cool. I recommend everybody. And I'm very bad at writing cover letters. Because resume, you write it once and you kind of sticks there. But cover letter each time has to be different, and I hate it. So I use ChatGPT for that as well. But it comes up with pretty long letters, though. So you still have to kind of edit it and make it better and sharper. And also, you don't want people to understand that this is really ChatGPT, because congressmen then can probably write a response with ChatGPT too. It will be all
I
ChatGPT
think
around.
that's what I get back from my senator, to be honest with you, Alex. It definitely comes
Okay.
across that way. But your point is very good. Is any tool like that is exactly that. It's a tool. It shouldn't be a replacement for you. It should make your life easier getting there. And so that's a really good call out, and that's what gives it the uniqueness. Just like, I look through the crowd and I'll see a bunch of fellas. We're all unique and we all have our own flavor, and it's very important. We're all using the same tools, but it's very important that we all have that unique identity and that that's expressed in who we are. So very good call out there,
Right.
Alex.
No, I
Thanks.
absolutely agree. Yeah, but it's great tool. I do recommend to explore. And it's getting better by day. I never thought it could also, at some point it will be able to write the code. Well, maybe pieces of it. You still need to make sure that the whole thing makes sense, because otherwise, if you ask ChatGPT what caused Ukrainian war, it will come up with Russian propaganda. At least that's what it was doing like a few months ago. Maybe because there were too much Russian propaganda points, and it's just machine learning, so it just repeats points it can find, and then learn from them and repeat them. So there are risks, but yeah, it's great tool. Great tool. Thank you.
Yeah,
All
thank
right.
you, Alex. And that was why I mentioned Hemingway. If you can get a few sentences started and put together, and just generally begin to construct a document, stuff like Hemingway will help you clean it up. And I'm sorry to step on your toes there, Nancy. Was the order Declan and Sky Kiss, or did you have a different order?
You're correct. Declan next.
Yeah. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep,
Loud and clear.
Beautiful. Actually, that last caller kind of threw me off my rails here. I couldn't understand why she was having. I'm a writer and I'm not a speaker, so I couldn't understand why she was struggling with that. If you just speak from the heart, and after listening, I've been on for 6 hours, I think, and language just. I mean, I've been a listener since day one, and this is probably one of the best days ever. I mean, besides when Chuck's on and Gunny's just as passionate, about telling war trench stories too. So that'll get you by the throat. But anyway, my concern is our European friends, and since we're kind of into the USA hours now, the more feedback. I was so thrilled to hear that we have some 16s maybe heading over and some armor swaps or upgrades. And so I'm happy to hear about that, because I'm still fuming over going into an offensive without air superiority. So, but that said, I spent 7 years in London, and until you spend time in Europe and understand the threat and how easily certain areas could be steamrolled. It's really like going from London to Spain is no different than New York to Florida. I mean, it's kind of the same mentality they have. And all I wanted to say is that I listened to pretty much 99% Sky News just because that's straight shooting. There's no commentary left or right, because I'm just kind of down the center of the road. But my point is that I did flick on the news today, and the latest poll is 68-32. And the 68 is against supporting Ukraine. And that's American. And that's on the heels of the Maui fires. And that's with our border being overrun with 3 million people, and New York imploding, Chicago imploding, LA imploding, our government imploding, and one person saying that the economy's fine when gas just is over $5 here. And everyone's upset about home. And we can't even stop to fix Maui or
Yeah, I just want to pop in there. That's the CNN poll, correct?
no, it was actually faux news.
Okay, because I've seen a few others here, and Fox had published one a month ago that had very different results.
Oh,
and
that's what surprised me. Not to cut you back off, but that's what surprised me was it was pretty much polling 50-50. And
well, yeah, I mean, you said a second ago, so I need to go look at the poll, but I know that there have been a few others here. I think Rasmussen has done one recently, and uh, yeah, I wish I had these up in front of me right now.
where are you from? Where are you at?
I'm out of well, right now I'm in Central Virginia, but I alternate between Central Virginia and the DC Metro. You got to be real careful with a lot of these and actually go look at their methodology and go look at likely voters versus registered. And I say this because one thing to kind of bear in mind is that, and we learned this lesson in the most brutal way in 2016.
Midterms too. So
yeah, there is that, but we just had a set of midterms that didn't go so hot for especially the more nationalistic MAGA side. They did not do well, thankfully. But I would be very careful, and I would want to look at the exact methodology of each poll because, and I'm just gonna pick on CNN because they just had a completely brain dead one that they had to take the poll, you had to respond to a mailer that would be sent out. And then it wasn't even limited to strictly likely voters. It was, I believe, any old Joe Schmo. And, if you don't care enough to show up on election day or cast an absentee ballot, I really don't care what you think, because that tells me you're not really engaged with life.
right.
But there's helping Ukraine, and all of these other issues are not mutually exclusive. The amount of money that has been spent thus far is basically not anything that would fix any of these other issues per se. And really, a lot of these other issues actually stem to, and this is a defect that a lot of Americans have, is we forget how federalism works. These are actually things that you should be yelling at your state for. And I'm just going to kind of leave it at that. But kind of bringing this back to actual Ukraine, the list of bills that's up in the nest, write your letters, make your phone calls. That is the absolute most important thing that we all can do. But I wouldn't get, especially right now, I wouldn't get too wrapped up in too many polls. Go look at the methodology and see if it's anything worth looking at. If it is not likely voters, just disregard it. It's worth nothing.
Okay.
And if
Can I
it's
ask?
anything
Can I ask?
involving, yep,
Can I ask,
mail,
can I ask a favor? Can we agree on that? And then can we just park that and can we go back to my original thought?
yeah, we were just getting off into the weeds of American politics, which is something I like to try to avoid if and where possible.
Well, that's why I separated the Europeans, because when I'm on with the Euro group, they're very much under the impression that everyone here is gung ho, let's go Ukraine. And Putin has bet the farm that the UN and NATO are going to fall apart. And I want to